Why would anybody do normal things that normal people do? It amazes me the lack of. Oh, so here's a fun story for you guys. I was on Twitter last night, and the DUI guy, right, Larry, decided that he was mad that someone called him a Jew. Now, I mean, it's probably not nice. I wouldn't say it, right? But he self-proclaims, I'm a Jew, I'm a Jew, I'm a Jew, all over his stuff anyway. But he's all mad about that. And he posts this entire thing about how X didn't find anything wrong with it. And the screenshot from X saying, there's nothing wrong with this post, basically. And he's saying, how absurd, blah, 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 blah. Hey, Larry, do you know what's absurd? Come closer. Let me tell you what's absurd. What's absurd and complete lack of self-awareness is whining about how someone called you something, but then getting on a YouTube live and telling a victim that you have never met and you don't know that she should crawl in a hole and die. Call out your own bad behavior first there, bub. Take a good look in the mirror. Let that finger point back at you before you start complaining and pearl clutching, please. For the love of Jesus. I can't. The lack of utter self-awareness with these people is literally freaking amazing to me. You have the audacity to get on a YouTube live about a woman you've never met and know nothing about, to say that she should crawl in a hole and die. And then you want to complain on X that X didn't take down that tweet that someone wrote about you. How awful. Bruh. It's also unbecoming of an attorney for you to be telling people to crawl in a hole and die. I'm just saying. Maybe, just maybe, if you don't want things like that said to you, then you don't tell people you don't know to crawl in a hole and die. I don't know, just saying, kind of, normal critical thinking skills there, but maybe some of these people don't have those normal critical thinking skills. Come on, dude. Hello, Liza. I mean, stop it. Stop it. But still, there's conduct unbecoming of an attorney, and there are ethics as an attorney of things that you can and can't do. Probably telling people to crawl in a hole and die, not one of them. Whether it's on your private time or not, you're still an attorney. So, yeah, probably not. That's probably a no-go. Especially if you're then going to complain about somebody calling you a name on Twitter and how Twitter didn't take it down. Stop it. Stop it. Stop the nonsense. It's just utterly ridiculous. Oh, he's an ambulance chaser. He's not going to fade away. What he does is he goes big case to big case and shows up at the courthouse and everybody else covering it and sticks his face there and goes, here I am. Look at me. Why are you even there, bro? You're not covering it. You're not streaming it. Not unbiasedly covering anything. You don't have any inside information. You know what you've been told by a man who calls himself a boy, who has 19 felony indictments. Maybe that's probably not the way to go for an attorney. It doesn't make you look smart. Just saying. Just saying. It's not a smart thing. I mean, why is it that the judge always complains about moving things along, but is never on time in the morning? Can someone answer me that goddamn question? Anyone answer that freaking question? I would love to know the answer to that. Oh, crap, I forgot to go share the link. Oh, well. Yeah, I only saw Larry. Good morning, Ellen. Yeah, nope. I only saw Larry. I did not see only Larry. So I have no idea. These people get people mixed up all the time. And they say shit that doesn't literally has no. I mean, one time, Tom was crowing that Aiden was arrested and said, "How can they go back in time?" For someone who was an officer for even a short period, you should probably know that investigations take time and they're not going back in time. They're doing an investigation and then you're charged and indicted. So they're not going back in time. They were investigating you. It's really that simple. really boggles my mind when people say things like that, because it shows that you don't even know the basic knowledge of the way the law or investigations work. If you don't cover it, dude. You sound foolish. Like, yeah. See, I mean, here's the thing. When I cover things, I don't want, like, I just want to cover it, right? Like, whatever truth comes out, comes out. I might have an opinion here, and it could change. It can change with everything that comes out. It's common sense. You give your opinion based on the information that you have at the time, right? It's the funniest thing in this case. Funniest thing I've ever seen. If you change your opinion, it's like not allowed, right? Smart people with brains change their opinion when evidence comes to light that shows you that there's no possible way that a vast conspiracy could have happened. It's just not plausible anymore. And I'm not going to ignore that evidence and just to say, well, I still think she's innocent. Well, if the evidence that I have says that can't be true, I'm not just going to ignore it and still say she's like, I mean, I'm going to change my opinion to, wow, I guess she's not innocent. Like, it's kind of common sense. It's critical thinking skills. And I'm a little bit afraid for the state of this country right now with people's critical thinking skills. Some lady spent an entire hour arguing with me about me calling out Larry the DUI guy's bad behavior about telling a victim that she needs to crawl in a hole and die. Because when he pointed out somebody else's bad behavior and then cried because Twitter wouldn't take it down, I said, well, maybe Larry, just maybe, if you're going to cry about this, you should probably not tell a whole YouTube stream of people that a victim you've never met and don't know should crawl in a hole and die. I'm just saying, so, I mean, I didn't call him any names. I didn't, none of that. I was just pointing out his bad behavior. And this woman, so funny. She just kept saying, why do you have to be hateful? Why do you have to be hateful? And I'm like, you need to start looking up the word hateful in a dictionary, sweetheart. You're using the word hateful in every comment. Hate, hateful. Do you even know what that means? I didn't call him a name. I didn't insult him. I said the truth of what he said. I was pointing out his bad behavior because he was pointing out someone else's bad behavior. And my point was the hypocrisy, right? That was my point, the hypocrisy of all of it. So, I don't know. I don't know why this woman felt the need to sit there and argue with me. But she kept arguing that I was hateful because I was pointing out his bad behavior. I said, by your logic, the guy you're defending here is also hateful for pointing out someone else's. And they just couldn't grasp what I was trying to say, at all. Not even by a long shot. They just kept using the word hateful. And I'm like, lady, time to get a dictionary out and look at the definition of hateful. Okay. Calling someone else's behavior out while they're calling someone else's isn't hateful. Unless I'm throwing in insults or I'm afraid for some people, bro. I kid you not. She only used the word hateful in 20 tweets, dude. 20 comments. What? I mean, yeah, he is a putz, but at that point, I was not doing that. I was just pointing out his bad behavior because he wanted to point out someone else's, and it's lack of self-awareness, right? Complete lack of self-awareness. So I'm like, bro, maybe don't do it to other people if you don't want it done to you, was my point, right? And then the next woman has to come and say, hate doesn't equal hate, and what you're doing doesn't equal what he's doing. And I'm like, you're out here defending. Oh, I'm not defending him, but you're trying real hard not to defend him, someone else said. And I'm like, well, that's very true. I'm pointing out the hypocrisy. You want to call that hate? You can, but that doesn't jive with what the, dictionary says about what hate is. People, for the love of God, if you're going to use the word hate in 17 comments, maybe know what it means. I think you wanted it to be hateful, right? Because and the funny part was if I'm hateful then, right? If I'm hateful for pointing out his behavior, he's hateful, right? For pointing out someone else's. And she couldn't concede to it. They can't even concede to their own logic. It's mind blowing. Can't concede to your own logic. Don't try to use ridiculous logic then. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, people. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, that victim he told to crawl in a hole and die is my friend. So yeah, that was my point. You don't even know her from a hole in the wall. She's an amazing person. and you said she should crawl in a hole and die. But you're complaining about some random person on the internet calling you a name. Like, well, maybe don't do it to other people. Maybe don't call innocent people murderers either. Like, I'm just saying, like, you know, come on. I have no idea. But she did. She clearly couldn't tell the difference between what hate actually is and what pointing out bad behavior without any insults. If I had added in, you're an idiot, you're a moron, and your behavior is fucking stupid because you're stupid, like, you could call that hate if you wanted. Sure, fine. There was none of that. Just simply pointed out he's complaining about something that he did that was worse, like about someone he doesn't even know. So, you know, hey, no, listen, you're good here, Ellen. You're good. You're good. He is a putz. It's a true statement of fact that he is a putz. DUI guy's a putz. It's that simple. It's literally that simple. But don't complain about someone else saying something else to you. If you're doing stuff like that to other people, it just doesn't make sense to me, right? Like, it just doesn't. Sorry, let me fix that. I forgot that the live chat over there is going. I just want to blow this up so I don't have to look at that. Blow it up, blow it up. Oh, hey, girl, hey.
Hey, sorry about yesterday. It was a day.
That's okay. That's okay.
I'm still re-listening to yesterday's testimony.
Mr. Counsel wants to
Jen
see
was
Yeah.
we get
awesome.
started
She
with the
spanked him a
testimony.
few
It's already
times.
9:50.
We can with regard to 3 of the 4 issues, but with regard to one of them, it applies to this witness's testimony.
Wait,
All
what?
right, so I'll hear from Mr. Jackson about that since it's this witness. Why don't we come over here and do it while we bring the jurors in, okay?
Oh, she's already mad.
Sidebar already. Jeez.
She's already mad, dude. I don't know what. I mean, sounds like she's just PO'd already.
What's Stoneface doing today? Let's see.
Stone facing. Medusa in. What do you mean?
She should change her name to Medusa. Yeah, I was listening to you, watching your live from yesterday again, and he tried, but that judge let him get away with a little bit too much, though, in my opinion.
I agree with that. Yeah, I said that too. I almost regret defending his face. Really not his fault. He was born with that face. This whole thing package.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. What his like deal is, dude. But like, maybe DUI guy, maybe don't complain about someone calling you a name when you told like a victim you don't know to crawl in a hole and die. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying. Probably not self-aware. That's Peg O'Keefe right there in the red shirt and black blazer. Poor Mrs. O'Keefe, dude. I can only imagine. And that's John's dad next to her.
That's got to be awful to sit there and listen to this crap.
Nick Rocco
Not
in the
able-
front with the Reed's parents, and I'm not sure who that is in between them. That's Mr. Reed. Mrs. Reed.
I love the Karen or that Jen kept getting in the awful harassment. That was good.
Yeah, that was good that she got that in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
right?
hoping
Sidebar and salad bar. Let's do that. I like that idea. Let's do that, Ellen. Let's do that. I love salad. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm in.
Right? I'm in. I am in. Oh, I'm sure she was. I would be too if I was her. Yeah, lady. Hey, the camera's looking at you. Oh, yep. She was mad about that. You see Karen's mother roll her eyes. She saw the camera, looked over, saw the camera, rolled her eyes. No wonder where Karen gets that from. Jeez Louise, man.
Poor Jen, she's been on the stand for days.
I know it's
She's
been
a
the
trooper.
third day.
Yeah.
Hopefully Lally will just get the most important points and redirect and just let her fucking go, dude, you know?
Yeah.
Because it's going to be the same thing for Carrie
He
Roberts.
gets to redirect. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
It's going to
was
be the same
hoping
thing for Carrie Roberts.
that Jackson was going to mess up a little bit more and Turtle Boy Antics was going to be brought in. I was hoping.
I know.
You are unmuted.
Tell him what to ask, Karen.
I always forget that I put my phone on silent for you guys, and I got to keep looking at it because I'm sorry, I have to turn it on.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. School is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Genetti from Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So the county was kind enough to be here
United
last night.
trouble.
That the air conditioning was working. They were here late. They did a really terrific job. So I think everybody should be comfortable today. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this
It
case
was,
with anyone
Brianna.
since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to refrain from
question.
doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should. All right, may we have Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, please?
Michelle, please swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case can reveal the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you were ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, as a matter of housekeeping, I wanted to show you a quick set of documents that you saw yesterday, but I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing with the court's permission.
Sure.
Same, two-page document you saw. Can you just take a look at that and tell me if that appears to be the same set of documents that we talked about yesterday that included the group chats, for lack of better phrase?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't need to rush you.
That's good.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that this set of group chats that are authenticated be moved, marked and moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I approach?
Yes. Exhibit 98 from Rutland. Does that cover more than what you covered yesterday?
Exact same document, I just failed to do it yesterday, my fault.
All right. So is there still more? I'm just curious if my form's different then.
Yours should be the exact same.
Why don't I take a look at the exhibit, please? Why don't you come to sidebar, please?
She doesn't trust them, aka she doesn't trust them for it to be the same. That's most judges are like, okay, it's the same. Thanks, appreciate it. Like she doesn't trust them that it's the same, so she's gonna make sure. Interesting. That's the thing, though. I mean, you're saying like your family's talking about they can't afford their lunches together, but you're wearing. Not that she probably didn't have some of these before trial. She probably did, but I have no doubt that some of them are new. The stuff she wore yesterday is old. You can't even get it anymore. So I'm assuming she already had it, or borrowed it. But some of the stuff that she has worn is fairly new and you can still buy. So that, and they usually go by season with that kind of stuff. So, you know, if you're wearing, who else is back there? Oh, nobody important. I will point out that while we're waiting, the man sitting we see where Karen Reed's parents are, all the way to the end. That's Nick Rocco. And currently, Aiden has decided that he is upset that Nick is on TV and radio for the Free Karen Reed movement and has decided that he is going to attack the Roccos.
All right, so that will come into evidence, and jurors,
Sometimes I do have to repeat myself a bit, but this is, again, before you can consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the person who was identified as doing so was the person who authored or sent or transmitted the electronic communication, then you may not consider that election in your deliberations. So, all right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, you'll recall yesterday we talked about the 12 times in your grand jury transcript that you talked about statements that you attributed to my client. You remember that conversation?
Yes.
And in those dozen times, you never used the word or the words or the phrase, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
And your explanation for that was, well, I wasn't asked that specific question, correct?
Correct.
You were, in fact, on January 29th, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You did, in fact, on January 29th, seek to ask an officer to come back to 34 Fairview for the specific purpose of telling that officer something that you thought was important, correct?
Correct.
Which officer was that?
It is tiny.
Michael Lank.
And about what time did you ask Officer Lank to join you back at 34 Fairview?
I'm not sure. I know it was in the AM. I'm just not sure what time exactly.
Somewhere around 9 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Possibly.
Okay, so this literally, we're talking about just a couple of hours after the incident in question.
Correct.
Okay. Sergeant Lank came with
Liza.
Sergeant Gallagher, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Came back to the location at 34 Fairview and gave you an opportunity to provide whatever information you deemed relevant at that time to impart to him, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that at that time, you didn't tell Sergeant Lank that my client said, I hit him? What you said was that my client said, I hope I didn't hit him.
What?
Correct?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What she said and what they wrote down, you know what I mean? This, dude, 90%, like police reports have mistakes in them all the time because they don't write them right there. They go back to their office and they have to recall what happened. So they're basically, and that's why they shouldn't.
Could you take a look at
their
that
offices and recall
report,
it.
just the face page, and tell me if that appears to be an incident report associated with this case? I know you didn't draft it, but you recognize that that's an incident report from the police, Canton Police specifically.
Yes.
Could you turn to the tab that's the little light blue tab, maybe 3 pages from the end of that report?
Yes.
I'd like you to read that paragraph to yourself, if you wouldn't mind, please.
He's basically saying that she said, did I, or could, I don't know. Basically saying that she said something that she didn't say because it's in like some drafted report. I'm sure it's missing pieces and parts. Shocker. Hope I didn't. That's a thing. I hope I didn't. Like, no, that's not what they wrote in what she said.
Do you have that in mind?
I do, yes.
Okay, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What you read just now appears to be a report of the incident in which Sergeant Lank came back to 34 Fairview to give you an opportunity to tell him whatever it was that you thought was important, correct?
Was that a full report or is that just an excerpt from it,
Well,
that paragraph?
That right there
Excerpt.
is a full report of that incident of Sergeant Lank going back to 34 Fairview. Would you agree?
How
Well,
would you
that's not a
agree?
full report of what I said, but if that's his full report, it's his full report.
Okay. And in this
Like
report,
what? How would you
when
agree?
he writes
No.
that you said to him,
Objection.
The objection sustained.
isn't it true that what you actually told Sergeant Lank when he returned is that while driving around with her and Roberts looking for the victim,
It's not supposed to read.
Ms. Reed said something to the effect of, quote, I hope I didn't hit him, end quote. Isn't that what you told him?
Yes, because she said that when we were driving around.
And then you went on to say
Mhm.
that, quote, she, Karen Reed, made these statements again at the scene when the victim was discovered, correct?
Correct.
And then you went on to say, she, Karen Reed, I'm sorry, that you thought that Reed may have made these same statements in front of a police officer, but she was not sure, meaning you were not sure.
She was not sure if it was a police.
I was not sure if she made what the police officers may have heard. That report is his recollection. My recollection is I told him that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I told him that he should ask the responders if they heard that, because it was a great possibility that they heard it as well.
But none of that, you'll agree, you just read the report, none of that is in his report.
That's a very brief report.
I didn't ask you if it was brief, I asked you if it was in it, correct?
Correct.
And that's a report of a conversation that he had at
Yeah,
34
pretty
Fairview
much.
with you for the
The
specific
judge isn't going to keep it in a
purpose
circle either.
of memorializing what you told him, correct?
Correct.
And what you told him, according to Sergeant Lank, is
He was wrong.
she said one phrase, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
That's what's in the report.
It's not what
All
I
right.
said.
And again, this was 2.5, 3 hours after the incident, not 2.5 years.
I don't know why he
later,
keeps
correct?
saying I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, because it just
Correct.
sticks in the jury's mind. So he's not
Um,
helping himself doing that.
Ms. McKay, we
wants
talked
to keep
yesterday
it
about
like
this
it. So
unrecorded meeting that you had in front of Sergeant Lank's home
not everybody records
on
me.
January 30th. Do you remember that conversation?
I remember the conversation, yes.
Have you had any other home visits with any other police officers involved in this case?
I went to drop off. It was not a visit. It was myself with Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off. There was no involvement of Mike Blank on this day.
Have you been to the home, the personal residence of any other police officer involved in this case? Ever?
Yes.
Tell me who?
After.
Kevin Albert.
Who else?
I went to Elizabeth Proctor, the wife of Michael Proctor's house.
Who does Elizabeth Proctor live with?
Michael Proctor.
So you actually went to Michael Proctor's personal residence, didn't
I
you?
did, yes.
That was in September of what year?
23. I went over.
23.
Yes.
She doesn't have, you know what I mean? She doesn't have to say she did. So it's like,
Why'd you go to Michael Proctor's house in
oh,
September
you're
of 2023?
dumb for asking that question. She opened the door to the harassment.
I met Elizabeth Proctor in approximately July or August of 2023. We are two mothers that are being viciously terrorized and
made a
harassed
mistake.
by social media. Things that were stated in this courtroom and allegations that were made have torn our lives upside down. We receive hate letters saying that they
I'm
hope
asking you
things.
why? I know you want to give a narrative.
She gets to answer this.
You
Mr.
asked the
Jackson, the
question.
door's open.
Yep.
Your Honor, she could answer the question why
She
she
is.
went to the house
She
as
is.
opposed to the narrative behind her motivation.
It sounds to me like she's explaining why she went to the house.
Yep.
The door was open, Mr. Jackson.
Go ahead.
We receive letters, we receive emails, we receive
asked the
calls,
question. It's
people
his
drive
fault.
by our house. There was a rolling rally outside of my house where people just screamed at us. They take pictures of our children. They took a picture of my daughter and put semen on it and said property of some named blogger that I think the defense is very familiar with. So that is why myself and Elizabeth Proctor got together. Michael Proctor was not home. We are two mothers trying to get through the unthinkable together.
So you were upset about
He
the
opened the
public
door, he's an
outrage
idiot.
concerning your
He
family's
Yeah,
involvement
he made a
in the
mistake.
death of John O'Keefe.
I was outraged because I am a state witness that is being tortured because of lies.
Because of public outrage concerning your family's involvement
No, because of
in the
you.
death of a police officer, correct?
No, it's a social media witch hunt.
I see. So you decided that the best way for you to address that
He did ask why.
angst that you were feeling is to go to the lead investigator's home, personal home,
Wasn't
in
him.
this case, correct?
I went to visit Elizabeth Proctor.
So
Michael
just-
Proctor was not home.
So just like when you went to when you went to Sergeant Lank's house and the only person you met with was his wife When you went to
They're
Michael
women,
Proctor's
you know.
house, your claim is the only person you met with was his wife.
Ask Elizabeth Proctor.
I personally did not go to Mike Lanks. It was not Jen going to Michael Lanks. It was Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off, and I happened to be in the car with her. Elizabeth Proctor, I met with because we couldn't take the torture any longer.
And you were later asked about this unrecorded visit at Trooper Proctor's home,
He opened
By-
the door. He screwed himself.
Massachusetts State Police, correct?
What?
Can you remind me?
Sure. Did you have a conversation with a trooper by the name of Tully,
Was that everything?
who interviewed you specifically about your contact with Michael Proctor?
Could I see the report to refresh my memory?
Do you not remember having a conversation with Trooper Tully?
I've had many conversations over the last 2 years.
Trooper Tully?
Over the last 2 years with a number of troopers.
Okay. Do you, all I'm asking you is, do you, and I've got a report that can refresh your recollection. I want to know, first of all,
No,
do
you get to give it to
remember
her
having a
first.
conversation about your relationship with Michael and Elizabeth Proctor with Trooper Tully?
I know I had a conversation with a trooper about it. I don't remember exactly which trooper.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
May I approach?
his
Yes.
fault. He screwed himself on that one because that did not make him look good.
I'm going to show you this page.
Yeah, that one.
Thank you.
Take a look at the face page of that, read it to yourself,
That one.
and then I'd ask you to turn to the tabbed page, which is paragraph 27.
Logged into all of her accounts, dude. She got kicked out of all of them. We had to get her back in to a lot of them. Change passwords to everything.
Okay.
You have that in mind?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, that you had a conversation or an interview, formal interview, with Trooper Tully about your relationship with Elizabeth and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
And you told,
He can't ask the
actually,
question
let me back up for a
because
second.
she asked
Okay.
the
Is that
paperwork, so he can't.
somewhere in the
spin it.
vicinity of September, late
No, he
September,
did.
early October, when you had that conversation?
Is there a date on it?
Nope.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's a date stamp on the bottom. Take a look at that date stamp on the
Yeah,
bottom. and tell
sometimes
me
those
if that
dates
refreshes
get
your
put there
recollection
days after they do it.
About the time that that conversation would have taken place.
Well, the date stamp on the bottom is when it was, I'm assuming, entered into evidence,
Evidence.
but that doesn't say when the interview itself
No.
was.
Right, so if you'll agree with me,
No.
you know that you had the meeting with at Elizabeth and Michael Proctor's home
Mhm.
sometime in September 2023, correct?
Correct.
If that's dated October of 2023, that's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know the date because it's not dated.
I don't know.
So I don't either.
So do you think it was between September and October?
No idea.
It must have been.
Had to have been, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
You can't go by a date stamp for evidence when it was entered. That's ridiculous.
Before I get to that, I've got a couple of other questions.
Yep. It is a rookie. It was a very rookie
You
mistake.
had at some point multiple phone calls with Michael Proctor after January 29th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember all the phone calls that you had with him?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a log of your phone calls?
I know. I agree.
Yes,
with
that'd be
you.
great. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
But he's not going to give her a log of all her phone calls.
Is
He's gonna
this
give her a log of
what was
Sherry.
marked 00 or
It's
00
not.
this morning?
That will be next.
Okay.
This is just a full, ones that are tab highlighted.
He's just going to do cherry pick. It's not going to be all her calls, of course.
Thank you.
Take a look at that and tell me if you specifically, there's a lot of calls there. There are blue tabs. You could look at those blue tabs and then tell me when you've taken.
Did you know girl trees
Well, if you look at
absorb pollen?
my notes.
Learn how Claritin is
On the
helping.
bitches.
Okay.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Having looked at this set of records, does this appear to be an accurate reflection of the phone calls that you shared with Michael Proctor at some point on and after January 29th?
Yes.
Just to summarize those, and I don't want to belabor this, but there was a call on the 29th at 10:55 a.m. with Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
There was a call on the 29th at 12:49 p.m., correct?
I didn't memorize them.
I understand. Would you?
So if you want to give me the paper back, then I could probably answer correctly.
You want to do
Okay.
it that way, we certainly can. May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He didn't expect, again, who's going to memorize all that in 10 seconds, bro? Come on,
Okay.
stop it.
First call, January 29th, 10:55 a.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 17 seconds.
Correct.
Next tab, January 29th, 12:49 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Correct.
January 30th at 9:51 a.m. You called Trooper Proctor, 4-second call, probably a
I don't even want
voicemail
to
or
talk
something.
about it. I'm going to get paid till
Correct.
the 28th. That's like
January
a
30th,
week.
a minute later, 9:52 a.m. You then called Trooper Proctor again, 21 minutes and 31 seconds for that call.
Correct.
I don't smoke.
January 30th, same day, 4:45 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you, 9 minutes and 43 seconds.
Correct.
January 31st, the next day, at 11:51 a.m., you call Trooper Proctor for 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
Correct.
That is the sum of those call logs, correct?
Correct.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Those aren't all the calls that you had with Trooper Proctor. That didn't stop. It's just where these logs stop, correct?
I'd have to see my further call logs.
Do you believe that you've had additional phone calls with Trooper Proctor after that last call on the 31st?
I know I did in 2023.
Okay. In 2022, did you have additional phone calls with him?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at phone records.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May we approach briefly?
Jackson made a rookie mistake. You cannot ask a question and then stop the witness because you don't like the answer. You asked why she went to Elizabeth Proctor's house. She explained why she went to Elizabeth Proctor's house. And then Jackson, of course, didn't want that in. He doesn't want the harassment in. He doesn't want that in so many times. So he tried to stop her. We don't need a narrative, Your Honor. I asked her why. And and the judge is like, that's exactly what she's explaining. Why so you asked her, why? So she's entitled to answer the question, Mr. Jackson, whether you like the goddamn answer or not. Like, ooh, mint. This one is
Karen's not
Blow
looking too confident this morning.
This one's called Blow Pop. Also, I will be doing a live tonight. I'm guessing between 7 and 7:30. It's tentative 7:30. I'm going to be doing like a question and answer for people who have some other questions in this case that they may not have the answers to yet. And yeah, and I'm gonna go over some of the stuff that's happened in the case thus far, and some of the stuff we're gonna see soon in the case, which is gonna be quite interesting because there's a lot of stuff that isn't super public knowledge, like the key cycles. Those are not public knowledge, and some of the other stuff is gonna drop in this trial. So if you're awake later, it's Eastern Standard Time, people, because I am on the East Coast in Massachusetts, but it will be 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, this one's Blow Pop. I have one called Frozen Watermelon, and then one that's
Are they
cherry.
non-THC?
These are tobacco, but they're like 50 milligrams, I
Okay.
think.
No, we need
Yeah.
the THC ones. No.
Yeah, I don't have. My husband has one of those. I don't smoke weed. But
I
these are
have one, but it's empty. So the dispensary's having a hell of a sell. So I'm excited for payday.
Ooh, that's good. That's good.
Thank you, Tori.
Jackson opened the door on himself like a dummy.
Oh yes, I loved it.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Ms. McCabe, I don't have the records in front of me.
Okay, well,
That you will, they'll be found before the end of our conversation. But in the meantime, for expedition, do you remember a call
Thanks,
on
Ellen.
February 14th with Trooper Proctor lasting about 17 minutes?
I don't know.
You remember a call on February 17th
my husband is
lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 28th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't recall. Again, it's
I
hard.
expect that your answer is going to be, I don't recall, but I want to make a record if I could. So this is not a test of your memory at this point. I don't expect you to have it memorized. I just want to ask if maybe one of these stand out in your mind, or all of them. What about a second call on February 28th lasting about a minute?
Don't recall.
On March 1st, another call with Trooper Proctor lasting about a minute.
I do not recall.
Apparently a second call on March 1st lasting about 2 minutes and a few seconds.
I don't recall.
On March 11th,
you have
another
to look
call
at
in
it.
the
How are you going to
afternoon
remember
lasting
all
about
those
12
calls? All the
minutes.
police that call you in the
I
investigation.
don't recall.
And finally, a call toward the end of March 29th, lasting about 4 minutes.
Oh, that sucks.
Again, I don't recall.
Okay, understood that this is not a memory test, and I don't have the records in front of me, so I apologize about that. Based on that
Did you say he doesn't have the records in front of him, but he's just reading them? Were you reading them?
Jog your memory that you had multiple calls in February and March with Trooper Proctor, as well as the calls we've gone over with the records in January?
To be honest, I had calls with many people. I was in a state of shock for months following this. So if you have the record, I can answer off of that. But besides that, just reading them to me does not jog my memory. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea, I don't want to hold you to a number, you wouldn't quarrel with the idea that you had multiple calls with Trooper Proctor in
She doesn't
January,
know.
in
She doesn't
February,
remember.
in
How are you going
March,
to remember
correct?
that?
Well, the ones I've just saw on the record, yes, there were multiple calls there.
And of course, you met him in your home on January 29th.
Yes, I did.
And he came into your living room, you had a conversation with him.
In my dining room, yes.
I'm sorry, your dining room.
Mhm.
And also, Carrie Roberts was there
Carrie Roberts was not there.
on the 29th.
Carrie Roberts was not at my house on the 29th. No.
When was she at your house when she was interviewed?
I believe that was the Tuesday, whatever the date was.
Maybe first? That sound right?
Maybe.
First or second?
Yeah, something. It was the Tuesday following.
Okay. And was that with Trooper Proctor or a different trooper?
A different trooper.
And with Trooper Proctor on the 29th, when he was interviewing you in your dining room, that was the day that Brian Albert was also there.
Correct.
And was Brian Albert also interviewed on that day?
I believe so.
So Trooper Proctor was in your house for, gosh, it had to have been an hour.
I'm not sure. After I interviewed, I went upstairs and then my children started waking up and I was tied upstairs for a while. I'm not sure when or how long he was there.
But your memory is clear that not only did you meet Trooper Proctor on that day, You had a full conversation with him. It was in your house. That was in your kitchen, in your dining room. And another witness was interviewed by Trooper Proctor in your home as well.
Correct.
And then you had
Exactly,
multiple
Ellen.
conversations with him in January on that day, the day after, and the day after that. You've already seen those records, correct?
Yes, correct.
Then in either September or October, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That's the report that you've already seen.
Correct.
And in that interview, you were asked specifically whether or not you had a relationship with Trooper Proctor and when that relationship started, correct?
Correct.
And you said, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023,
Correct.
correct?
I did not say that.
So yet again, this is another example of a trooper completely getting it wrong. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
In your view, did Lieutenant Tully get your statement wrong that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023?
Objection.
Is that true or is that wrong?
Lieutenant Tully knew I met Proctor prior to that because Proctor was the one who did the initial interview on January 29th.
Does it make you wonder why he wrote in his statement, quote, "You
Objection, Your
never
Honor.
met
Objection.
Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2020.
It's clearly.
So the objection sustained.
If you indicated that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, that would be a false statement, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that, Ms. McCain.
I met Proctor January 29th. It's
False
everywhere.
statement. If you said it, would it have been false? That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
Like common sense, dude. She doesn't need to lie about whether Trooper Proctor was there or not. You know what I mean? Like that's completely.
On January 29th,
Everyone knows he was there. It's in every report.
in the early morning
It's
hours,
not her place to wonder. That's why
I
it
want
was.
to take you all the way back to 1:30, 1:45 a.m. when you left
'Cause they don't have
3430
anything else.
on the 29th.
Really sad. This.
Where did, after you
just
dropped off the
really
girls,
shit.
where did you and Matt McCabe go?
We came home.
After you got home, you indicated that you went upstairs, correct?
We've already
Correct.
been through this.
After you went upstairs, you indicated that you got on the phone.
Correct.
On your cell phone, correct? After you got on your cell phone, you indicated that you started searching for stuff.
Correct.
So if there's GPS that you've seen the forensic extraction or part of it, correct?
Which one are you referring to?
Phone. The forensic
multiple.
extraction of your phone.
I
There's
saw
multiple.
what you showed me yesterday from Celebrate.
That's what I mean.
Okay. I'm-
Right, part of it.
I saw, yeah, the phone calls. Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that extraction shows that you got home after 2 a.m. or so. So that would be generally correct.
Correct.
The Celebrite extraction
You can't
shows
tell her what would be
from your
correct.
Apple Health data that you actually went up a set of stairs. That would be accurate, correct?
Accurate.
The Celebrite data shows that you actually logged into your phone, did a login, either Face ID or a passcode, opened up the phone. That would be
Please gonna
accurate.
log that.
Correct.
The Celebrite data shows that you were engaging with an app called Safari to engage some,
An app called
Google searches,
Sorry, it's
correct?
not an app,
Yes.
really.
that
but
would be
yeah,
generally accurate as well, correct?
Yes.
So
it's a web browser, sir.
after you opened up Safari, you indicated that you Google searched something about Ozone basketball. Is that right?
Yes.
That was sometime after 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
227.
What was so important
Exact.
about Ozone basketball at 2 a.m. that it couldn't wait until the morning?
Excuse
Why did
me?
you search it then?
Because I was awake.
Well, first I was home, I was wide awake, and I had been texting about a basketball chat, and basketball was clearly on my mind. My daughter had been invited to join a team. I didn't know much about the team, so I just
Look.
was like Googling to see, because the woman who had given my daughter the offer had wanted an answer.
So you say that the basketball was on your mind.
Yeah, it's
correct?
really. It's,
Yes.
Yes, you could call it an app, but it's
Was there
really
anything
not
else
really
on
an
your
app.
mind?
It's
That
pre.
early morning hour time frame.
It's a pre. It's an app.
Don't believe so.
You loaded
Mr.
on.
McCabe, if you wanted to know
I guess we call it an
in
app.
general
Web browser, but
how long it takes for a human being to pass away because of exposure to extreme temperatures,
There we
right?
go.
If you wanted to know the answer to that, what would you Google search? What phrase would you use?
Hello?
I'm not sure. All I recall is what the defendant asked me to Google in the morning.
If you wanted to know, I'm asking a different question.
Mhm.
If you personally wanted to know, how long does it take for a person to die of exposure due to extreme temperatures, what would you put in? What phrase would you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, we don't have to guess at the phrase that you would use if you wanted to know something about dying of hypothermia, do we? Because you actually Google searched it.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask that differently, please.
Did you, in fact, use a phrase to Google search how long it takes for someone to die of extreme temperatures?
I did in the morning at the request of your client.
Okay. And what phrase did you use?
I'm not sure.
Really?
Correct. I was
2.5 years of this, you don't know the phrase that you used?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
There's so many lies and
Okay, there's no
misconceptions
question.
on social media.
Question.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay.
Are you telling me you don't remember what Google search you put in?
Karen was screaming. My hands were shaking. And she was saying, Google hypothermia. How long does it take to die in the cold?
And what phrase did you put in your phone? I'm just asking you to say it.
Why don't you show me it?
You literally don't remember?
Again, she was screaming, Google hypothermia. How long does it take to die in the cold?
How about,
And I picked up my phone and I started Googling.
and you literally to this day, right now, under oath, you're saying you don't remember that phrase that you used.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that at her,
Do you remember it or do you not, Ms. McCabe? That's a simple question.
that morning, I don't remember specifically what I Googled, but I do know what you've put out to the social media.
How about this? Hoss long to die in cold. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been
Why
everywhere
does that sound so familiar?
because you've put it out in social media.
Well, I haven't put anything out in social media because I don't personally have social media.
I'm sorry, Turtle Boy did.
So if the world happens to know it,
Mhm.
that's not on me, is it?
I guess not.
I guess
And
not.
there it is, folks.
Hoss long to die in cold is what you put in to the Google search, right?
If you say so.
Is there a reason that you don't want to admit to that?
Absolutely not.
It's a simple question, right?
No reason.
So say it. What Google search did you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were seeking at some point to Google how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you made a mistake and mistakenly typed Hoss long to die in cold, correct?
You could show me it. I'd appreciate it.
You later Google searched. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
While she looks at that, Mr. Jackson, can we bring our clerk back upstairs?
Of course, yes. I think we're back to the same.
Thank you very much. Can you text Jimmy and tell him?
Take a look at that report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
Does that appear to be an accurate page from a Celebrite extraction from your phone?
It does.
Okay. May I have that back? I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
May I have that back for a second? Did you see this, the actual search phrase? Does
Yes.
that now refresh your recollection?
Yes.
But I'd like to have this marked as next in order. Exhibit, please.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Jim?
May I?
Yes. Is that, Madam Court Reporter? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to publish this, Your Honor.
Okay.
Does this appear to be the document that was just marked as Exhibit 99?
Yes.
I know it's a little bit small, Mr. Basin. You see this column,
Yes.
third column from the, actually, it's the fourth column from the left. One, some dates, some data, and then a Google search, correct?
Correct.
What does that Google search say?
House long to die in cold.
Now, you indicate that you did that, you made that search at 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that you did it again thereafter at 6:24, correct?
Correct.
At 6:24, you misspelled the phrase and you spelled it as follows: how long TI die in CIKD, correct?
Correct.
Now you claim that those two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. respectively, correct?
Objection.
Phrase it differently.
Sure. You've indicated under direct examination that these two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., right?
I don't know if I gave exact times, but I said it was in the morning and Karen had asked me to do it.
And you, exactly, you claimed that you searched it because Karen was screaming at you and yelling at you, Googled hypothermia, and you Googled how long does it take for a person to die? I'm sorry, she said something like, how long does it take for a person to die of hypothermia? And you Google searched it at 6:23 and 6:24. Is that right?
Again, I'm not sure about the exact times. I just did it after Karen asked me to do it.
Would you quarrel with the idea that those were about 30 seconds apart?
Okay.
And you're aware, Ms. McCabe, that both spellings, both misspellings of that phrase result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Well, you Googled them, ma'am. You're looking on your phone and you Googled how long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKD. Both of those. You Googled them, right?
I did, yes.
And they result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I have no idea.
So my question to you is,
Why do you want her to read that is the question.
why were two searches?
She was standing next to me screaming, shaking my hand. My hand was cold. I was trying to Google it. Obviously, maybe whatever came up first didn't make sense because I had some misspellings, so I did it again.
So Hoslong to die in cold results in articles concerning dying of exposure, doesn't it?
We never got the chance to read it.
Well, you're the one, when you say we, who's we?
Karen and myself.
Well, you're the one holding the phone, Ms. McCabe.
Correct.
So you're looking down at your phone and you see exactly what comes up, correct?
I don't remember exactly what came up.
Well, what came up was something about dying of hypothermia, didn't it?
That's what she asked.
So why do it again? Why do it again, Ms. McCabe? You had the results. Why the second search?
I cannot answer that beyond telling you that my hands were frozen. She was shaking me and screaming at me.
And you see the time, let me scroll up, please. According to that, the Celebrate data, you see this first search that says Hoslong to die in cold?
I do.
What's that time?
You've got the, it's right over at 2:27
AM or PM?
a.m.
Ms. McCabe, you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time. No.
Realized the next morning, after John was discovered, after 6 a.m., that you had an incriminating search on your phone, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
To cover your tracks, you searched it again in order to overwrite the original search at 2:27, correct?
Again, absolutely not.
But you were nervous and you screwed it up. So the first search you made at 6:23 was Huss Long to Die in CIKD, wasn't it?
No.
When you see the search right there, correct?
I see the search, but I disagree with your narrative.
And what's the time frame of that search?
6:23.
And you agree that that time frame is accurate, right?
Again, it's what the report says.
And that comports with your memory of that morning, about 6:23 in the morning and 51 seconds.
Correct.
There's a second search, correct?
Correct.
And this one at 6:24 says Huss Long to Die in cold. 6:24:16, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, 18. I was up that great. And that comports with your memory as well.
I remember Googling it at the request of the defendant. Yes.
About 27 seconds apart, correct?
Yes.
But the reality is your first search didn't comport with the 2:27 a.m. search, did it? It was a different spelling, wasn't it?
I never searched at 2:27. That is not reality.
But the 6:24 search did exactly mirror the search that, according to this report, took place at 2:27, correct?
I'm sure Celebrate will be able to explain it to you. I can't.
And then of those three searches, one of them ended up deleted. Isn't that right?
I never deleted any search.
Take a look at the Celebrate report, top search, and the column marked deleted. What do you see?
I see a yes.
What you guys are going to see is the Celebrate expert explain
James,
that
you deleted
this
that
never happened since
2:27
27.
call because you realized
They're
that if
using
you
a
were caught
wall file for that.
how long it takes for
That's
a
not the
person to
correct
find a
way to
Yeah.
read it. That's when the tab was open, not when she Googled it.
that would incriminate you, wouldn't it?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Did you delete that search because you knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone?
Objection.
Could you answer that, please?
I did not delete that search. I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
But he's not your family, is he?
Family and friends.
Is he not
Objection.
your-
Sustained.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:23, don't you?
In the morning I did, yes.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:24.
Multiple times in the morning, yes.
Of the three searches that show up that were all found on your phone, the one that you disavow is the one that took place at 2:27 a.m., which would implicate you and exonerate my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Can I ask it differently, Mr. Jackson?
Of those three searches, there was only one marked deleted. Isn't that right?
Correct.
That was the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I wouldn't even know how to go in and delete a
That's not what I
search.
asked you. The one according to the Celebrate report that was deleted, the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You would agree that that's awfully convenient for you, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
May I proceed?
Yes. Thank you.
If there's a gap, I'll explain it so you can hear me.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Going back a little bit, you were asked some questions about Life 360 application that you had on your phone, is that right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with that app and familiar with sort of using that app to see where your children are at various times, is that correct?
Yes.
And from your experience using that app, how accurate is it as far as location, or time, or anything in regard to it?
Pretty accurate, varying some of their locations and sometimes weather.
Have you ever had instances in which you were told someone was somewhere and they were not there?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about Ryan Nagel's truck, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, or did you on January 29th, 2022, did you know Ryan Nagel?
I did not.
Did you know what kind of vehicle he drove?
I did not.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally, please.
Do you know whether or not that was actually somebody else's truck?
I do not know.
Do you know whether or not on January 29th, 2022, Ryan Nagel had a friend named Ricky?
I do now.
But on the 29th, did you?
No.
On the 29th, did you have any idea what kind of vehicle he drove?
No.
This person you didn't know.
Right. Correct.
Now, when you looked outside as far as the truck was concerned, did you even see a truck?
I just saw lights, vehicle. I didn't focus much attention to what was over there.
So fair to say you weren't paying attention to a truck you didn't see, a person you didn't know, that you had never seen before, correct?
Sustained as to that form.
Now, you were asked some questions about text between Ryan Nagel and Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when those texts were sent, you don't know, do you?
Can you clarify?
Sure. Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel texted his sister Julie before he had even pulled on to Fairview Road?
They were texting at about his arrival.
Texting about his arrival, but do you know where Ryan Nagel was when he was texting Julie about his arrival?
I believe he was outside.
But you don't know. Is that fair to say?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel was on Cedar Crest or somewhere else when he texted Julie that he was about to arrive or that he was there?
Objection.
Well, I'll allow it. Do you know that?
I don't know that now.
As far as the defendant's motor vehicle and the truck that Mr. Nagel was in, did you see either of those vehicles arrive in front of Fairview?
Yes.
You saw them pull up?
No, actually, are you asking if I saw them pulling up or if I saw when they arrived? I did not see them pulling up.
So at some point after they arrived, your attention was drawn outside.
Yes.
And when we're talking about you going to the door and looking outside, how long a period are you looking at?
Not long.
So would you describe it as either a glance or more of a, were you staring intently at the vehicle out in front of the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
How would you describe the manner in which you were looking out at the SUV in front of the house?
I would go to the front door. I look out. I saw the vehicle. I believe I sent a text and I went and sat back down.
Now, in any of those times that you went to the door, and do you know how many times you went to the door?
I don't know exactly.
At least twice, is that correct?
At least, yes.
Now, in those at least twice that you, well, at least twice that you saw the vehicle and twice that you, and once that you saw that the vehicle was gone, correct?
Yeah, so I guess actually it was more than twice because I saw the vehicle move as well.
And when you say as far as you saw the vehicle move, did you see the vehicle physically move or it was in one place and then you came back later and it was in a different?
It was in one place and then when I came back, it was further up.
Now, at any of those points in time, as you took a glance out the storm door, did you see anybody outside of the vehicle?
No,
Did you see inside of the vehicle?
no,
Did you see anybody outside other than Julie Nagel on the front lawn, front walkway, or anything else?
No,
At any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview that night, did you see John O'Keefe?
no,
At any point in time when you texted John O'Keefe after you arrived at Fairview, did John O'Keefe respond?
no,
At any point in time after you arrived at Fairview, or after you hung up from the 12:18 a.m. call in which you were describing where 34 Fairview was in reference to Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe ever again?
no,
And during that about 20-minute or so period of time when Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant's SUV is in front of the house, you never heard anything from John O'Keefe, correct?
correct.
And did that strike you as unusual as far as him not responding?
I thought it was strange, but then I thought that they just might have decided to go home or had gotten into a fight or Kaylee wanted him home.
Now, you're looking out through the storm door and you see the Lexus with its lights on, right?
Correct.
And from that area, the secondary area up by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, that's the same area where you found John O'Keefe the next morning, correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that area, is there any lights as far as street lights or anything that you're aware of in that area?
No, it's a dark area in the corner of the lot.
Now, at any point in time, were you looking or were you expecting to see John's body on the lawn?
Absolutely not.
And fair to say that when you're looking in the dark, in the snow, from the storm door out towards a vehicle, not the same conditions as if you're standing in a courtroom or sitting in a courtroom today, about 10 feet away from somebody during the daytime with lights on, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you go back to Fairview the next morning, and again, who was the person who requested or directed to go to Fairview?
Karen.
And so when you go to Fairview along with the defendant and Ms. Roberts at the defendant's direction, sometime around 6 a.m., when was it that you first saw Mr. O'Keefe?
I wasn't the one to first see him. Karen was.
So she's banging on the door, asking it to be let out. She goes directly over to the body, correct?
Correct.
And neither you nor Ms. Roberts, well, you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe on the lawn until after she did that, correct?
Correct.
And that was after you had already sort of driven a little bit past where he was, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to you get home from Fairview around 2 a.m. or somewhere in that time frame, you go up to bed and you do some searches on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so there's a Safari tab or an application on your phone. That's where you access Google.
Yes.
Is that typically where you would access Google?
Yes.
And you were looking at Ozone basketball. You're also looking at Hockomock. Is that right? Objection.
Sustained.
What, if anything else, were you looking at beyond the Ozone basketball you talked about?
We had an exciting game earlier in the night against a local town that has a very good basketball program. So I went on Hockomock Sports to look at the recap, and typically I'll do that to see how other teams did, etc.
And around that same time, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, within when you did that, as far as looking things up on Google, were you opening up new tabs within Safari as you were looking at different websites or different topics?
No.
And when you went to bed or you went to sleep that evening, at some point you turned off your phone, right?
Correct.
And did you X out that box, that Safari tab that you were doing those searches with regard to Ozone and Hockomock?
No, I used to always leave my tabs open and my kids would yell at me.
As far as having multiple tabs open, is that correct?
Drains my battery, etc. Yes.
So then flash forward to sometime after 6 a.m., you're on the side of the road and the defendant asks you to conduct or look up something with regard to hypothermia or how long to die in the pool, correct?
Correct.
So when you open that up and you go into Google, did you open up a new tab or did you just sort of go into what you had already open in the Safari tab?
I went to what I already had opened.
And that's where you perform the search, is that right?
Excuse me?
That's where you perform the search that you were just being asked about?
Yes.
And you never made any search like that at 2:27 in the morning, correct?
I did not know.
Now, again, you've been shown what's been called a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes,
Are you familiar with how many Cellbrite extraction reports were conducted in reference to your phone?
I think a couple. I'm actually not sure.
And prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever seen a Cellbrite extraction report?
No,
As you sit here today, do you even really know what that is?
not really. No,
You know what a wall file is?
no,
You know what an SQLite database is?
no,
You know what a knowledge profile C database is?
no,
You know how information is stored and kept within your cell phone?
no.
Now, as far as, let me ask you this, is, you had 4 children and you were a mom, a homemaker, correct?
Correct.
At some point you did work though, right?
Yes,
What did you do for work?
I was an elementary school teacher.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
One question and we'll see where this goes.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
And how long did you teach 5th grade?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Coach, feel free to stand up.
If I could take you back to 4:53 in the morning is when you get that first call from Kaylee Bush, is that correct?
Correct.
You answer that call and then the defendant is put on the line, correct?
Yes.
And so what is the first sort of iteration of the story that the defendant tells you happened the night before?
That they got into a fight. She left him at the waterfall and he never came home.
And at some point later, you confront her with that you saw the vehicle out front of the house, correct?
Correct.
And so then what is the defendant's story changed at that point?
That they went there and it changed multiple times. I'm not sure exactly. She said, oh, at one point, oh my God, I don't even remember going there. She was telling other people that he was dead, that a plow hit him. The story changed multiple times that morning.
Now, on cross-examination, you were played a voicemail. Do you know whose phone that voicemail was from?
They never said no.
Fair to say that you're on 911 in the background of that phone call, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't your phone.
Correct.
And there's 2 other people beyond that as far as Ms. Roberts and the defendant there, correct?
Correct.
Was Kerry on the phone at all that you saw?
No.
And so with reference to the timing of that phone, you had called 911 and you were on the phone with 911 at the time that recording starts, right?
Correct.
So you had gotten out of the car, you had gone around and then seen where the defendant had run over to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
As to the form, it's sustained.
What had you done before you placed that 911 call?
I got out of the car. I ran behind the car over to the body. I was in a state of shock for a couple of seconds. Carrie and I looked at each other and I said, I'm going to call 911.
And there was a period of time when you made the call before it connected and you said you got bounced around to different agencies, correct?
Yes.
And this is after the defendant has hit the door and run from the vehicle over to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, right?
Yes,
So it's not your phone, and it's not Ms. Roberts' phone. Fair inference is the defendant's phone, correct?
correct.
And so this phone call had been made or started recording at some point before you had even gotten out of the car, made your way over to Mr. O'Keefe, been in a state of shock for a few seconds, called 911, connected to 911. So at some point, it had to have been made in the car, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Do you know when that voicemail or that recording that you heard, do you know when that call was placed?
I don't.
Now, at the time that you are making the 911 call, where is the defendant in relation to the vehicle?
She is over with Mr. O'Keefe.
You mentioned that the part beyond the 911 call where you heard yourself talking, you're at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
Yes.
And why are you at the rear of Ms. Roberts?
In the beginning, I'm at the rear gathering towels or blankets. And then a few times I go to the rear because I'm trying to speak with the 911 and Karen is screaming hysterically. And then Kerry starts screaming at her to calm down. It was quite chaotic. So I was moving away so that I could be clear with the operators.
Now, at some point you went into your sister's house at 34 Fairview, right?
Yes.
And why did you go?
Officer Lank asked me to go in and wake them up.
So you were asked to go in there by the police to wake them up, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And at some point you indicated that you had called Officer Lang to come back to the house, right?
Yes.
And how did you get his number again?
Julie Albert.
And as far as, were you aware whether or not Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, or any of the other people that were present had Officer Lang's number?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why did you ask Julie Albert and not Brian Albert or Nicole Albert?
Because I knew she was the only one that had his number.
You were asked some questions about when you were on scene, and you indicated in your testimony on direct that
My name is Brenda, and I got Botox Cosmetic. I got treated on my forehead, my crow's feet, and my frown line. I'm so happy with the results.
Talk to your doctor about Botox Cosmetic and whether it's right for you. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
June of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And you recall being asked some questions specifically about this topic?
Objection.
Allowed. Okay.
Sidebar. Wow.
Sorry, guys. I just sort of like got back to the house and I left the keys inside, so I'm locked out of the goddamn building. And I have to go all the way around the other side, and I don't want to. Yeah, so what I was trying to explain that Liza couldn't hear earlier is that the defense is using a wall file. A wall file to say that the Google search happened. A wall file is when you open, it's the same like what self-read is actually.
We lost you, dear.
So the wall file is going to write what time you opened that file, that tab, not what time the Google search happened. The Google search has a different sort of timestamp inside the phone, inside Celebrate. So the defense is choosing to use the wall file numbers because it makes more sense because she opened a tab at 2:27 a.m. So, you know, they want to use that as when she Google searched, except the Celebrate expert is going to testify that's not what happened at all. And that's not how you read his software. And there are no deleted calls. There are no deleted anythings. There are no there's those calls that were not picked up. They're picked up by the voicemail. So it still counts as a picked up call in that software, the way that he, you know, made the software. So it's still a call. It was picked up by the voicemail. So like, if it rings all the way through to the voicemail, sometimes it will go as like a missed call. But that counts as a picked up call under the Celebrate software. Picked up as in by the voicemail, not by a person. So, you know, it's ridiculous that they're trying to even use that wall file. But I mean, if I were them, if I were the defense, I would be very worried right now because the Celebrate expert himself, hold on, I'm going to be, hold on, I gotta go in the other room because I'm going to be roboting because I'm just walked in. The Celebrate expert is going to testify that if they're using the wrong kind of file to read it. And he's going to testify to actually how his software works. The defense is just doing their best to muddy the waters in a way that makes it sound like their client is an asshole.
So, John?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. McCabe, as I was asking before, in June of 2023, you testified in another procedure, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions specifically about those statements that you heard the defendant say on the morning of January 20th, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall specifically what your testimony was in regard to that portion of your, in regard to those statements?
I don't recall specifics. I know what I know. I know what happened.
Can I approach John?
Yes.
I'm giving you 2 pages. Direct your attention to the bottom of the first page and then into the next page. If you could just review that yourself and look up.
The page again, Mr. Lally.
You're on 816 and 817.
Thank you.
May I approach John?
Yes.
Mr. McCabe, is your memory refreshed as to what you said in that prior proceeding in regard to those statements?
Yes.
What did you say?
What did I say in that? I told them that Karen looked straight at me and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I said that there was, I believe, an EMT that overheard as well.
Now, do you recall in that same prior proceeding being asked any questions sort of at different times, the defendant saying different iterations of that same statement?
Objection.
Sustained as to form, no leading, Mr. Lally.
With respect to that that's testimony in that same prior proceeding, what, if anything else, were you asked about statements the defendant made to you that morning?
I was asked what were some of the statements that Miss Reed had made, and it was like, repeat, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I have a cracked taillight. And then I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And so with respect to questions and as far as did I hit him or could I have hit him, and the statement I hit him, those were at different times, correct?
Correct.
Now, you met with Trooper Proctor on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that the first time that you had met him?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, was with him when you met?
I believe it was Trooper Yuri.
And subsequent to that day, did you meet with other troopers?
Yes.
And by other troopers, I mean not Trooper Proctor and not Trooper Yuri.
Yes.
And with respect to meeting with other troopers, was it at that point that they had talked to you about taking your phone?
Correct.
And they asked you for your phone, is that correct?
I had shared my Life 360 and my Life 360 and my texts, and they asked if they could take a copy of my phone.
And did you agree to that?
I agreed to it, yes.
And were you presented a form at all in regard to your agreeing to hand over your phone?
Yes.
And beyond what you had testified to earlier, as far as things, were there any limitations that you put on what they could look at or take from your phone?
No limitations.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document, again, just ask you to look at it. Look up. Just in general, ma'am, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This was the consent form for my phone.
So that's the form you filled out with the troopers in regards to giving over your phone.
Correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll want to seek to submit this next exhibit.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay, thank you.
Exhibit 100.
Thank you.
Now, again, Ms. McCabe, initially following that the events of initially that morning around 6 a.m. or so, at some point you were seeking or you had actually asked the defendant for Kerry Roberts' phone number, correct?
Yes.
And why is it that you were looking for Kerry's number specifically?
Well, the driving conditions were terrible. She was driving to Braintree to pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe. And then they were heading to the hospital, and I was just looking to see how John was doing.
You had mentioned at some point, did you speak to Ms. Roberts that morning in regard to updates as far as how John was doing?
Yes.
And you mentioned that later on, either that day or the next day, that you had gone over to Mr. O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And who was driving at the time that you went over to the O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts?
Kerry was driving.
And so when you left the O'Keefe's house, where was it that you went?
Kerry went to drop her daughter off at her friend's house, the daughter of Mike Lank.
And you were just in the front passenger seat of that vehicle, right?
Yes.
You had mentioned as far as getting together with Ms. Roberts at the request of someone to talk about a timeline, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that came about or who was making that request?
Carrie called me and she told me that she had talked to Peggy, and Peggy had,
No, I'm going to allow it.
and Peggy had suggested to Carrie, you know, you guys should write a timeline. You know, you don't want to forget anything, you know, when the time comes, meaning when the trial comes, you don't want to forget anything that happened.
And just to be clear, when you say Peggy, who are you referring
Mrs. O'Keefe,
to? John's mother?
John's mother, correct?
Now, you were asked some questions about subsequent date as far as hearing bits and pieces or portions of Ms. Roberts' statement to troopers at your home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether or not that was the first time that Ms. Roberts had talked to troopers or officers or anyone from either the Canton Police or the State Police?
I believe on the 29th in the afternoon, troopers went to her house. I said that would have been the first time.
So the time that she was at your home and speaking to troopers, that would have been at least the second time that she spoke to troopers, correct? Objection.
Sustain.
Now, with reference to Ms. Roberts and her phone, was Ms. Roberts, the time that you handed your phone over to the troopers, was Ms. Roberts present there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see Ms. Roberts do with respect to her phone and the troopers?
She turned her phone over as well and signed the consent.
Now, during that time, you had indicated that you had heard a statement that you said was horrified you in some way. Is that correct?
From Miss Roberts?
Yes.
Correct.
And what was that? What was she talking about? Objection.
The door has been opened, Mr. Jackson. That means you can answer.
Okay. So basically, Carrie is a talker, and once she started,
I think just focus on
Okay.
what she said.
okay, she said something like, John really loved Amy, and in my eyes, Karen was just a babysitter with benefits.
And is that what made it memorable to you as far as what had transpired at that time?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ever coordinate your statement or Ms. Roberts' statements with her prior to testifying at any hearing or any proceeding at any point in time?
No.
Yes, when you came to the area of 34 Fairview Road around 6 a.m. And you saw Mr. O'Keefe, was he in the same clothes that you had seen him in earlier?
He had jeans and I believe the same shirt on, yes.
And nothing additional as far as a jacket or anything like that that you saw?
Not that I recall.
Now, again, as you were driving down Fairview Road, if the defendant did not bang on the door and essentially jump out of the car and make a beeline over to Mr. O'Keefe, would you have stopped the car?
No.
Recall when you were leaving 34 Fairview Road earlier, as far as sometime between 1:30 and 1:45 when Mr. McCabe is driving. Do you recall whether or not the roads were plowed or treated or anything that you saw at that time?
I know there was snow on them, but I can't recall specifics.
Now, as far as the defendant coming over your house shortly after 5 a.m., was that something that you were expecting at the time?
No.
And what was it prior to the defendant showing up and sort of screaming in front of your house? What was your sort of plan as far as based on the information that Ms. Reed had told?
My husband and I were going to go out and we were going to drive over to Tom Beatty's house to see if John was there.
Now, as far as the 911 call that you were making, that information that you were providing, what was that based on?
What I was seeing.
But as far as how Mr. O'Keefe had come to be there at 34 Fairview Road, when you're communicating that to the 911 operator or to officers on scene, was that from your observations when you were inside 34 Fairview after the waterfall, or from some other source?
Well, it was from what Karen was saying as we were driving there.
So as far as him being dropped off or anything like that, that came from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you had been asked and you had testified about going over to Trooper Proctor's house to meet with his wife, correct?
Correct.
And you were testified about certain incidents of harassment that you had undergone, as well as Mrs. Proctor, is that correct?
Correct.
How long had that been going on for at that point?
At that point, it started in April, and now I believe I went over there in September.
And what, if anything, was the frequency of the harassment? Is it sporadic, or how often were you experiencing that?
Daily, sometimes hourly.
And in addition to what you've already testified, what, if any, other incidents do you recall specifically involving either you or your children or your home?
People come by my house, they take video, they scream. They've gone to my child's sporting events and called me names. They've written letters to my daughter's colleges and said that they shouldn't allow them to play. And then they've attached these horrific articles that have been complete lies about all of us. They send me Facebook messages. They call my phone, home phone and cell phone, all hours of the night. They tell me to kill myself. They tell me I'm a terrible mother. They harass my children. My daughter testified here the other day. We didn't even get out of the building, and people were, saying horrendous things, that she's a liar. Your mother should die. It's just, it's unimaginable what my entire family is going through. I go to the beach, they take pictures, they post it, they threaten that there are eyes everywhere. I'll never be able to live a normal life again. I am a witness. That's all I am. I am not on trial. I am a witness. And these people are terrorizing me.
Sustained as to that part. I'll strike that part. Everything else is sustained.
Okay.
And so, your understanding that Mrs. Proctor had sustained similar issues as you had?
Correct.
There it is, folks, and Jackson opened the door for it. It's his fault.
Trooper Michael Proctor never met him prior to January 29, 2022, correct?
I have never met him prior, no.
And the time that you went over to meet with Elizabeth Proctor, was Trooper Michael Proctor home at that time?
No, he was not home.
And had you ever been over to his house prior to that, or any time subsequent?
No, never.
Now, you did have some conversations with Trooper Proctor following this day and around let me ask you this. You testified a bit about a rolling rally. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe to the jury sort of what that was, or what occurred on that?
So that day in July, a group got together under one blogger, and they all met and they decided to go to different houses. So Michael Proctor had been made aware of what was happening. So he had reached out to tell me, what was going to be happening and how they had set up some cameras. It was a Saturday. I had just come home from vacation with my children and my husband. Mrs. O'Keefe picked up my two younger children and brought them out with her so they wouldn't be home for this. And my two older children and my husband were in the house while about, 50 to 75 people came to my house. They screamed, they yelled, "There's a murderer." They just caused an absolute ruckus outside.
And prior to that, did you have any conversations with Proctor and the other troopers from the state police about knowledge of that incident occurring prior to its occurrence?
Yes.
And as far as setting up sort of whole cameras around your house to memorialize whatever is going to happen?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions with regard to the Google search. Again, that was initiated after 6 a.m. Why again?
Because Miss Reed asked me to Google how long to die from hypothermia. She said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. She was shaking me, screaming at me to do it.
And she's shaking you as you're typing, is that correct?
Correct.
And there are some misspellings, correct?
Correct. I also have MS and I have issue.
Well, I'll allow that.
I have MS and I have, issues with my hands. So I a lot of times Google and make errors, but the cold also makes my hand go completely numb. So I'm not surprised that that's how it would come out.
When you were in your bedroom sometime after 2 a.m., fair to say the defendant wasn't there shaking you when you were Google searching for ozone basketball or Hakamak?
Objection.
Sustained.
Liza, she said Amy.
One
Look,
moment,
Amy.
John.
Yes.
And in my eyes, Karen was just a babysitter with benefits.
Nothing further, John.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Concerning,
What? He could have touched on quite a few other things, and I think he did.
I hit him.
Oh my God. Is this a question or a statement, sir? Objection.
You gave a statement on January 29th.
Can you
to
guys hear my
Sergeant
really
White.
loud air conditioner?
Hold
Can you guys
on.
hear that?
To specifically give him a statement, correct?
Correct.
Gave a statement the next day.
Just an
Sorry,
X.
later that day.
She's not
Trooper
any
Proctor.
part of any of this. She's
Correct?
just an X.
Correct.
You were also met with, on that following Tuesday, with a trooper named Prince, correct?
Correct.
And then you testified in April of 2022, no fewer than 12 times about statements that you attributed to Ms. Reed.
Are these a question?
Correct.
Is this a question? Or any of
And
these
in not
questions
one
that
of
he hasn't
those
already asked?
instances, not one, is there a report that says you said, she said, I hit it, correct?
Correct. Although I told Mike Lank.
Oh, we already know that the officers all got it wrong.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection.
Sustained as to that. Next question, please, Mr. Jackson.
So you indicate that you were, the harassment that you just described.
Oh,
is
he wants to talk about
terrible
that?
harassment
Dumbass, even Jen's
that you just
surprised. Look.
described. Started in about April 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was around the time that there were public hearings concerning this Google search. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Is that right?
I'm not sure exactly when the Google search came out.
But you do know that you started suffering this harassment that you claimed is awful and terrible, et
Excuse
cetera,
me?
around April of 2023. Is that right?
I didn't claim it's awful. It
It
is
is
awful.
awful.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sure it is
What do you
awful.
mean?
Ms. McCabe, I'm
Mhm.
sure it's terrible.
It
Uh,
is.
It sucks to
Objection?
be harassed.
It really does.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so that's sustained and I'll strike
Right,
it.
that-
Go ahead and ask a question, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, a question.
You were upset by April of 2023 that there was public outrage about your
There was no
family
public outrage. It was
being
Turtle Boy
involved
outrage.
in the death
Stop
of
it.
John O'Keefe. That's what you were upset about, correct?
No,
I was upset that we as witnesses were being harassed.
You were upset about public outrage concerning this case,
Nope.
correct?
Objection.
he already answered it.
Sustained, that was answered. Next question.
And 2 months later, in June of 2023, for the first time, you testified at another proceeding, and lo and behold, you attributed the words, I hit him, to my client.
That's is that a question?
Objection.
So ask that without the objectionable phrase.
2 months later, at another proceeding, in June of 2023, you attributed the statement, I hit him, to my client for the first time under oath, correct?
Under oath, correct.
She clarified, under oath, but not the first time I've told someone, dumbass.
You indicated when you turned your phone in, the police were perfectly okay with you deleting communications with your children,
Yeah,
correct?
Correct.
it happens all the time. Literally happens all the time. He
Including
knows this.
Ally.
Stop it.
who's a material witness in this trial.
Objection.
So part of that is objectionable, and I'll sustain
My
that.
best
So
friend just
You're
brought
aware that your daughter Allie
one because
was a witness in this case.
she knows I'm a little.
At the time, I was not aware of that, no.
No, but you did know that ultimately she was going to indicate that she drove Colin home, correct? You knew that at the time.
Objection.
that's sustained.
Did you know at the time that Allie had driven Colin home, or she said she drove him home?
I had no idea she drove him home.
But you deleted all those communications with Allie, didn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you delete all the communications that you had off your phone with Allie, your daughter?
Objection.
So this has already been answered, but go ahead, finish. Let's finish this loop. Did you delete them?
I deleted the conversations with my 4 daughters. At that time, Allie was not a witness.
All I asked you, you heard my question. Did you or did you not delete the communications with Allie?
Objection.
That's been answered.
You said that there was this statement
You're trying to get different answers. You can't get different
that
answers.
horrified
Answer's
you,
the answer.
your words, horrified you.
Yeah,
that-
that's right.
Carrie Roberts made during her interview, that she was eavesdropping on.
Yeah. And no, she wasn't eavesdropping.
I'm not sure if she made it during that interview. I'd have to look back to see when I said she told them everything in bold, because I know she had said it to me multiple times. So I'm not sure if it's when she said it in the interview or just in general. When she said, I told them everything, I told them, etc.
So when you said in that group chat, she's telling them everything, that might not even be what you're talking about.
No, it was.
What do you mean?
And you
It
said that
might not be.
horrified you, correct?
I didn't know Carrie Roberts. So yes, her statement horrified me.
Horrified you.
Yes, that was horrifying.
And in that group chat, your response to that horrifying statement was 3 words. I love it.
Was there a response prior to that?
You tell me, ma'am. I'm not the one under oath. You are.
Well, if you want to show me it again, I'd love to get.
Yesterday.
So
He's
do you
taking
have it
out of
handy,
context.
Mr. Jackson?
I don't
Here's your
know.
point.
I'll grab it.
He's taking it out of context, and she's demanding basically to see it.
It's,
But he
it's
can't
been
take it out
marked
of
and
context.
entered. It was the packet this morning that I did. May I approach?
Sure.
You have to give her the opportunity to look at what the hell you're talking about, because you're taking it out of context, sir. That is not what happened, and that's not what it was, like the whole conversation.
No.
Yes.
Of course, because he took it out of context. He's trying to make sure that all of them are there, because I guarantee he didn't. He cherry picked them, so they're not all there. Nope, he's taking only giving her part.
Could you tell me what pages, please?
169 and the second page, Ms. McCabe, if you would mind,
What's the second number, Ms. McKay?
number, the bottom right.
2170.
Thank you.
I guarantee there's missing stuff, and she's probably going to say.
You have that in
"This is
mind?
the conversation."
Yes, I do.
May I? Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. During that conversation, when you said she's telling them everything, that came right on the heels of your husband saying, this girl could write a book, this woman could write a book or something like that, correct?
Correct. She talks nonstop.
Right. And then you said 2 texts down, she's telling them everything.
Correct.
The text just before that was, I love it.
That was in response to my husband saying this girl could write a book.
What's the next thing that you wrote to that group within a second of that?
She is telling them everything.
Right. May I put the question?
As she should.
Nowhere in that text chain did you say something along the lines of, "Oh my goodness, I'm so horrified." Did you?
Those were on phone conversations.
Nowhere in those texts
I would
that
too.
you just saw, did you say the words or write the words, "I'm so horrified." Did you?
No, because it was already spoken about.
You were asked on that morning, January 29th, 2022, as you drove to the location and ultimately to 34 Fairview. What ultimately happened? And your testimony was, as you approached, my client was searching frantically for John O'Keefe, correct?
I don't believe I said she was searching frantically for John O'Keefe.
Searching frantically.
She was screaming frantically in the back seat and texting in the back seat.
Was she just sitting there curled up in the back seat, sucking her thumb, or was she searching out the window?
She was screaming
Searching
between
out the
Carrie and I.
window?
So I'm not really sure how she saw John over here when her head is up here screaming and then looking down and texting.
Was the whole point of that trip, Ms. McCabe, to search for John?
It was because she knew where he was.
The whole point of that trip
Ooh,
was to look for him,
ouch.
correct?
She directed us to go to 34
No.
Fairview.
The whole point of the trip was to look for John,
At
correct?
34 Fairview, where Karen said to go.
And your testimony is that if it hadn't been for Karen
Jackson's listening
jumping out of that
hardcore, dude.
truck, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Because I wouldn't have seen him. I didn't know he was there. She did.
Yes or no?
She's right.
Was that your statement? If she hadn't gotten out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped.
I don't believe it was stated like that. I believe there was a question and I answered.
And the question was, would you have stopped? And your answer was what?
What was the direct
Oh my
question?
goodness, Ms. McCabe, it was
Oh my
5 minutes
goodness.
ago.
Did he ask, did you
Objection.
see something? You like to change words. I just want to be certain.
Yeah, he does.
So,
like
Mr.
to
Jackson,
use
just
words.
keep it to questions, not comments.
You were asked just a second ago by Mr. Lally, if Karen Reed hadn't jumped out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. All right,
Redirect.
Ms. McCabe, we are finished. Jurors, we're
Lally,
pretty
you
much
can redirect
followed
them
them out
out.
like we've done. We'll take a recess, and this one might be a little longer. I may need to.
Jurors holding and leaving your notebooks on the chairs, all rise, follow me, jury up.
In an effort to save a little time, why don't I see counsel at sidebar to find out exactly what you want from me?
You fucked up big time. Again, rookie mistake, bub. Another rookie mistake. You
Yes.
are, yeah, I mean, rookie mistake. Would she have gotten out of the car? No, because she didn't know where he, like that. She didn't know where he was, but clearly Karen, look at Karen's face. Karen did. And Jen
Yes.
just was able to describe why Karen did. So, yeah, I don't think that, like, that didn't help Jackson. He screwed himself. He opened the door with the harassment. Then he wanted to talk about it like a dumbass. I don't know why you would ever go back to that. Like, so you can make a couple comments saying, of course, I'm sure it is horrible. You don't think the jury's going to think being harassed is horrible, no matter who you are? By
Yeah, he did.
patronizing her and saying, I'm sure. You don't think that the jury's going to be like, well, you're an asshole, bud.
He's made some errors, that's for sure.
Is that the prosecutor?
Listen. Yeah.
This
No,
is- mm-mm.
the defense.
Yeah, my husband was listening, but he wasn't sure who was, if the prosecutor was still redirecting or if it was the defense because he was in the
The
shower.
defense. I don't even know why
Yeah.
they gave him another, like, usually it's redirect and that's really it. I don't know why they gave him anything.
Yeah, I was surprised that he got to come back up and ask more questions.
All he did was ask questions he's literally already asked.
Mhm.
So
He's trying to
More than he's helping her.
he's trying to change her answers and it's not happening.
right. And so she made that's Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe. That's why she made it abundantly clear that you like to change words. So I need to be certain what question is asked. And she's right, because he does like to change words. So like, and you don't think the jury's noticed this? The jury has noticed this on almost every witness, including innocent ones, like the, very innocent ones that nobody knows nothing about, like the EMTs and the firefighters. Like, you're talking about, or some of the kids, like you're talking about innocent children and EMTs, like the family you want to go after because like you think you have first of all, you don't think, you definitely know you don't have a Google search. You're using a wall file and they know for a fact that it's BS. It's just their best bet and their best shot. So they're trying to do their best job. I get it. But if you want to call these people not quote unquote innocent, the McCabe's and the Alberts, then explain to me why you're changing the words of innocent quote unquote people like EMTs and firefighters. By doing that, you're saying every single person is in on this giant vast conspiracy. It just doesn't correlate, dude. It just doesn't. You're changing words of almost every witness, and almost every witness has had to say, you're spinning. That's not what I said. That's not what I stated. That's not what I testified to. Look. What?
Oh, look at Karen. She's animated right now.
She said something about something me.
Mm-hmm.
Something me.
We need a lip reader.
Someone's going to go back. Yeah. Somebody's going to go back there and read those lips and tell me what she said. So I don't know why she'd be stupid enough to even do that right now while she's on TV. Like, but I mean, he really didn't do himself any justice here with Jen at all. This was such a fuck up by Jackson. And here's the thing. Jackson's a high paid attorney from California. These are rookie mistakes. I think also he's very out of touch with how Massachusetts is versus how California is. California, I have a cousin who lives in California and he's from here. He moved back there. Like he moved there with his wife because she's originally from like there. But they had lived here like, I don't know, probably almost 20 years or 15 at least. And they moved there 2 years ago. And he's like, it's a completely different world. Okay, we can see that, Karen. Like, she thought she was covering her mouth. She wasn't. But, I mean, here's the thing. They're only taking a morning recess, and then we have Kerry Roberts, so it's going to be interesting. But Jackson didn't do himself no favors in this. The door was open to Turtle Boy. The door was open to the harassment. He opened it himself and then didn't want to hear the answer. He said, why did you go to Elizabeth Proctor's house? I knew why Jen went to Elizabeth Proctor's house. They bonded over the shared harassment. I have bonded myself with people I would have never known over the shared harassment from the same, very same person that Jen McCabe gets the harassment from and his mom. Okay. So I've bonded with people I would have never known otherwise because of that exact same harassment. So I know exactly what she means when she says, like, I've bonded with people over this, like, because we're dealing with a very shitty situation together. Right. Like, so she starts to explain why she went to Elizabeth Proctor's house, right? Why she went. Well, he doesn't want the answer because she gets to say, the reason I went there is because we're meeting for the first time over the shared harassment that we are all facing together. And so he didn't want to hear the answer. So, Your Honor, I know you want to say a narrative, Miss McCabe. And the judge is like, well, no, she's answering the question. Well, Your Honor, she can just answer the question. The judge is like, she is answering the question. Sounds like to me, she's telling you why she went to Elizabeth Proctor's house. That was your question. He didn't like the answer. He didn't want that answer. Well, first of all, let me just be clear. He knew that's what the answer was going to be because Jen has already stated that. So he knew the answer was going to be over the shared harassment when he asked the damn question. So like, I don't know why he did that, but for no reason can he act like he wasn't going to know what the answer to that was going to be. He was 100% 100% knew what the answer to that was going to be. So he just didn't like that it opened the door to all the harassment. Well, buddy, you asked the goddamn question. She has the right to answer it, whether you like the answer or not. Them's the breaks, my friend. That's the risk that you took by asking that question, sir. You got the answer. It's the real and truthful answer. I'm sorry you don't like it, but it's the truth. And the truth doesn't have to be distorted, sir. They don't have to take words like you and try to distort meanings of things and meanings of what they've said previously, because the truth will always be the truth, period. Like, no, she was never going to lie for Karen. Karen wasn't her friend. John was. Yeah, I saw the bitch part too, Brianna. Bitch and me. And I was just trying to figure out what was in between. I think it was like she something bitch me. That's exactly what I saw too. So I was trying to figure out what she said. I don't know why she would say anything right now, really. I see him, but I don't know why he would be there, because Carrie Roberts, I'm pretty sure, is part of the, no, wait, she's not part of the harassment order. That's why. That's why he's allowed back in. To be fair, he is now harassing the man sitting with the Reeds all the way to the end, Nick Rocco, and Nick Rocco's wife, Jenna. And where I've never had an issue with the Roccos, they don't go after people. They don't harass people. They believe in Karen's innocence, and they help fundraise and stuff for Karen. Like, I can't fault them for believing something. They never, call people names or harass them or are ignorant or rude. So I have no issue with them. But I do think it's absolutely disgusting that Aiden's so jealous that Nick has been on the radio and TV. And I called this. I've been calling this, Kathy. You've been with me when I've said this, that it's T-minus 5 minutes before he goes full scorched earth on the Roccos. And here we are. As of yesterday, there was a giant Facebook war, and apparently it's been going on for quite some time, where Aiden starts calling them all sorts of names, all sorts of, false, accusations, like he does to everyone else, or he's flying around like they mean nothing, and the slander, the defaming people. Like, he is now doing that to the Roccos, who are closest to Karen. And I'll tell you the reasons. The reasons are, A, he is jealous that Nick is on TV and on the radio, and he's not. He thinks he deserves it, and he does not like if he thinks that you took $1 out of his pocket or an opportunity from him. So I already saw that coming from a mile away. I've called this on. You can go back 2 weeks and watch my show, and I've said it. I knew it was going to happen, because Aiden has very specific patterns of behavior. And it's the same things over and over. It's insanity, expecting a different result. He does it to everyone. It doesn't matter who you are. Legitimately doesn't matter who you are. You could be on his side or not. If he thinks you're getting something he wants, he'll slander and defame you until he thinks he can get what he wants.
Yes.
It's really that simple. It's literally that. And I know it sounds like people are like, how could it be that?
You are muted.
This is
Users
a
file for
pattern.
compensation
Hold
due
on.
to issues surrounding Google users' privacy through their.
This is a pattern with him that has been happening for a very, very long time. Like years. We're talking years he's been doing this to people. The people closest to him. He starts to get jealous. If you're smarter than him and you make him sound stupid, if you get opportunities he thinks he should have had, if you do a show and he thinks his viewers are watching you and donating to you at all, if you know any dirt about him that you could possibly tell the world, then he will attack you. He will slander, defame, and continue to do whatever he has to do to lie about you, to try to hide his own dirt, to get what he wants. He doesn't care if he has to doctor texts, audio, video. He's done it all in numerous instances, in numerous court cases. Like, this is an MO of his. It's been happening for quite some time. So for him to attack the Roccos, the reasons are the jealousy part of Nick being on TV and radio, the him thinking that, well, he's obsessed with Karen, so he does not like that the Roccos are close, or Nick is close to Karen, that he thinks he deserves that. And Karen won't speak to him because he's a piece of garbage. And she quite figured that out a bit ago. So she will not have anything to do with him. And now that Nick does, and he's not in the quote unquote circle or the in crowd of that, he is lashing out. He will always go back to self-preservation and his narcissism, period.
Mm-hmm.
He does have court tomorrow. Yep. And he's got 19 felony indictments. I mean, okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, he has court tomorrow?
Yeah. For someone who used to be a quote teacher, okay, he's not very smart. Okay. In what world? And I don't know, like his attorney, like Bradel, sir, if you're not advising your client that even if Karen Read gets found not guilty right this very second, that your client's charges are not going to disappear into thin air and just magically be dismissed, you're doing your client a disservice. Because he keeps telling people on his posts on Twitter and everywhere else that if Karen Read's found not guilty, that all of his charges are just magically going to disappear. They will never disappear, sir. You committed the crime. It doesn't just disappear. Even if the Alberts and McCabe's were arrested right now for a murder, you still committed a crime while they were witnesses. Period. It doesn't, they don't go back. That's not the way it works, sir. You committed the crime while they were witnesses. The charges don't just poof disappear if Karen Read is found innocent. The fact that he even thinks that has to tell you how very not intelligent the man is. Like anybody who would believe that actually really believe that. And the other part is stuff he puts out. He doesn't, he knows for a fact he's lying. He does it on purpose to sort of make people think he's not afraid and it's nothing to him. And, we have plenty of messages of, him talking to other people saying like, oh, it's a great way to show that it's not really bothering me, but it really like it is like, no shit, Sherlock. So he puts on this facade of like, it's all nothing. And he's not worried a bit about it. When behind the scenes, he's going stark raving mad 24/7 with it, just thinking about it over and over and over and over and over. And the consequences that he's going to face for his own actions. 19 felony indictments, including wiretapping. And you have to remember the Taint team hasn't even finished going through his phone. So that's in counting, darling. That's in counting. He is under investigation by multiple agencies right now for multiple other things. So that's in counting. I wouldn't, I don't understand why he does these things. Like, bro, if he had just stopped harassing people, slandering people, defaming people, and said, listen, I made a mistake. Like, I believed this to be true. I really did. I found out later on it wasn't true and I was being fed bad information. Like, maybe people could understand. But you doubled and tripled down. You've destroyed the lives of dozens of innocent people, probably hundreds of innocent people over the years, but dozens and dozens at this point in the last 2 or 3 years of innocent people. And you continue on this path. Now it's the Roccos. Tomorrow it'll be someone else. Sean, Kevin, me, the Roccos. Like, it doesn't matter who you are. It could be his own mother. He'll throw her under the bus too. Sorry, Mary. Like, he'll throw you under the bus too. He'll say whatever he has to say to make himself look good and you look bad, even though the reality is the opposite. And that's the MO. Like, that's the thing. Like, a lot of people didn't know who he was before this. And I'm really sad about Will because I sort of liked Will before all this. I liked his channel. I liked his sort of style going over the cases and stuff. Like, I liked that he didn't care that he smokes and didn't care what people had to say about it because I smoke, right? Like, I liked Will. I tried to
when he told us all to unsub, I did that for him.
Yeah, I mean,
his drunk rants and the way he talks to women, and I can't deal with that, man.
Well, I hadn't seen much of that. It was just like right at the beginning of me following him. I sort of liked him, like it was all right. Like, I can't lie, I liked him, but like, I tried to have someone reach out to him and warn him, like, dude, the things that you're being told are lies. And when it all comes out, you're going to feel dumb and you're going to feel bad.
He won't, because all he cares about is his numbers.
That's sad.
And him supporting Turtle Boy and all their antics and everything has grown his channel, and he's getting numbers he's never gotten before.
Yeah,
What's he gonna do when this is over and there is no Turtle Boy antics or Karen
What is he
Read
gonna do
trial?
when Turtle Boy's in jail?
Mm-hmm.
And people are not gonna, like, when people get the truth and the discovery of his trials, there are going to be a lot of people that are going to feel not only really fucking bad, because if you're a human at all and have a heart at all, you're going to feel bad, right? You're going to feel
He'll say,
lied
well,
to.
I never said she
misled.
was innocent.
Oh, of course. Of course.
That's exactly what he's going to say. I never said she was innocent.
Listen, I said she was innocent. Yep, sure did. I thought she was. And then I got the rest of the evidence and I said, oh shit, I was wrong. See, that's what it takes to be a woman or a man and put your big girl panties on and say, you know what, guys, I was misled. I made a mistake. I was wrong. My opinion has changed. Like, that's what takes a real man or woman, not to continue saying it when you know it's not fucking true, because in my eyes, you have no integrity at that point. Your numbers are great. That's great. I could have kept screaming free Karen Read until the cows came home to this very day, and my numbers would be through the roof. My donations would be through the roof. I don't even make like $80 a week doing what I do here, guys. Like, my numbers could be everywhere theirs are, except maybe a little less because that was a smaller channel to start. But I cannot in good conscience sit there and say something that I know to be untrue. And because I do have so much inside information in these cases, and because I do in Karen's case and in Aiden's case, and because I have seen a lot of this evidence myself with my own two eyes, there's in good conscience, there's no effing way. I can't do it in good conscience. There's just no freaking way. Like, I just can't do it. I literally can't do it. So I don't care how good my numbers would have been. I don't care how many donations. I don't care. Like, yeah, would it be nice? Yeah, it would help me keep food on the table. Sure would. But the person in my conscience that I got to look at in the mirror every day tells me, no, that's not the right thing to do. Right? Like, it's just not. Like, so I love when like people like them call everyone else grifters. Where's the grift, bro? Where's the grift in changing your mind to where the money was to where the money isn't? Tell me where. Tell me where. Please, someone tell me. It doesn't make sense. That's the only thing they can come up with to insult you. You're a grifter. You're a scammer. You're a liar. Oh, yeah. Everyone on YouTube is a scammer besides them, by the way. If you get donations and you're transparent about where your donations go, it's a scam if you're not them. It's okay for them. And they don't have to tell you where any of their stuff goes. But people who do tell you where it goes, they're scammers. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like like they literally, you don't see what you saw and you didn't hear what you heard type people. Like, oh, you mean this person over here that's being completely transparent about where their money's going? Oh yeah, they're a grifter. Yep. But me, I use them on hookers and blow. And I'm not going to tell you that, but I'm not the grifter. Like, what? Like, what? It's called critical thinking skills, folks. Let's use them, please. Like, what the hell? Like, I didn't, what was the unsub from me stuff? What was that anyway? Somebody fill me in on this. Like, I don't think I was around for that. Or maybe I had stopped watching him at that point already. I don't know. When he apologized for the unsub from me stuff, he told me he respected me. He regretted hurting me specifically because I was on panel with him. I believed him. Listen, you're welcome on my panel anytime, Brianna. You know, it's sad because I think some of these people wouldn't be really shitty people if they just woke up a little and weren't so greedy, right? Like, yeah, I mean, all on live streams, all on film. How can you record yourself breaking the line, air it, and then claim you didn't? Well, he's been doing that for years. So it's like saying, like, it's insanity, doing the same things over and over and expecting a different result. He's committed many crimes on video and continues to do so, and then go scorched earth without thinking about it. Going scorched earth on the Roccos, you think that's real smart? What can the Roccos say about you, sir? What can they say about you? And that's why he does it, right? If you have anything you can say about him that exposes him to the world, he'll go after you first, so that anything you say, no one will listen to. Except people do listen, because at this point, people have figured out who he is. Maybe not the craziest of crazy. But there'll be a point at some time, even they will figure it out. Might take years even, but there'll be a point where even they will figure it out. Like, I mean, I know, but they have been sustaining it, right? Like, they have been. Even with all the evidence that there is, you have people saying, oh, this is all a giant cover-up. I mean, not only is it illogical, okay, it's the astronomical numbers that would have to make sense for this conspiracy to make sense. It's almost mathematically goddamn impossible. Not impossible, but almost impossible. Like, and there are quite a few creators I can think of right off the top of my head, especially some of these law YouTubers, these quote unquote attorneys. And I do want to point out that, somebody made like a comment on one of my videos the other day, like, well, some of these law tubers are all saying the same thing. Again, let me point out that some of these quote unquote law tubers are civil lawyers who literally have no idea what the F they're talking about when it comes to criminal law. To have to listen to these people, I'm like, wow, I've been studying law since I was 11. Like, and you're completely and utterly wrong on that fact. What the fuck are you talking about? But I think to myself, you're wrong because you wouldn't have made it through law school. You wouldn't have passed the bar if you didn't know that was wrong. Like, oh, well, that's nice. I mean, I'm sorry, but I welcome everyone unless you're an asshole. It's that simple. You want to come on here and call my guests names and call my, chat idiots because you don't agree with them, then sorry when my mod or someone times you out. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You're not going to come in here and be rude. If you have a different opinion, that's fine. We welcome that. That's cool. Let's have a civil conversation about it. But what you're not going to do is you're not going to come in here and talk to my panel and talk to my chat as if you're the only opinion that can be right and everybody else is an idiot. That we're not going to do that. We can have a civil debate about why you think what you think, and I'll tell you why I think what I think, and maybe we can agree on some things, and maybe we can just agree to disagree at the end. But it doesn't have to be a knockdown, drag out fight and insults thrown. Like, it's ridiculous. We're grown adults here, people. Time to act like grown adults. Like, oh, I bet. That's the thing, right? Like, I don't care if you're a plaintiff lawyer or I don't care if you're, for the defense or for the prosecution. I could give a shit less. What I expect from you is that you're going to be honest and that you're not just going to twist things with your bias and then act like because you're a lawyer, you know better than everyone else. I will tell you firsthand, there are some lawyers that I don't even know how they passed the bar because they're that fucking stupid. Like, legitimately. I don't know how they passed the bar. I don't know how they made it this far. I really don't. Because their critical thinking skills are about zilch. So just because they're on YouTube and say they're a lawyer does not mean that they're smart people, okay? Doesn't mean they have critical thinking skills or common sense. They may not have any critical thinking skills or common sense for that matter. Because common sense in this case goes pretty goddamn far. And in Aiden's own cases. Like, everyone in his life is crazy or a scammer or a grifter or a criminal except him. Every person who's ever been close to him who has helped him in any sort of way, he is attacked from his own jealousy and narcissism or because you know too much. In my case, it's because I didn't lie for him. And I told Lindsay at the time, who was one of his mistresses, that she asked a question about another girl that he was dating at the time. And I said, well, she asked why she wasn't there and that she wanted to talk to her. And I said, well, why would she be here? She just found out you existed today. Because that poor girl had called me on the phone crying, and I felt awful that he had just told her that he was going to be busy, so he couldn't really talk to her. And who'd she even know at the party anyway? And was she going? He knew she was going. She was dressed and ready in her car. She had bought the ticket, and of course she was going. Like, and then he told her, oh, well, I'm bringing Lindsay. So then she had to ask him, so wait a second, you're dating someone else? Like, you're just telling me. So the rumors that you told me not to listen to about the quote unquote trolls, you were lying. It wasn't true. Like, you actually are seeing someone else. She was devastated. He wasn't honest with her. And so when Lindsay asked me where she was and why, because she wanted to talk to her, I said, oh, well, why would she be here? She just wanted to know you existed today. Like, and I assumed he had told her, right? I'm assuming she's asking me because he told her. Well, he didn't. And because I did not lie for him in that moment, when I was asked that question, I became public enemy number one. Because he was caught in his own lies for lying to multiple people, women, about multiple things. I became public enemy number one for that. And then he tried to blame me for some pictures. And this is the funny part, that someone took of Lindsay. Funny enough, it was his own inner circle that took those pictures. He called me a liar. He said he knew that I took those pictures, and I laughed at him. I said, you can't know something that didn't happen, my friend. And then he tried to say, I have evidence of it. And I said, you can't have evidence of something that I didn't do, sir. It's just not possible. So stop. It's not a thing, right? Come to find out, he found out later on, it was his own inner circle that took those goddamn pictures and ratted him out to the other girlfriend on top of, him ratting himself out. But like, they took the pictures and sent them to the other mistress who wasn't there. I had nothing to do with pictures. I had no idea any pictures were taken. So I was blamed for those two. A couple other things I was blamed for right off the bat. You know, it's just ridiculous. Like, right? But the disbarment never gets used, Liza. That's the problem. I'm not giving credit to the Bar of Overseers, because the Bar of Overseers, and I got a story on that too, a whopping one. I'll save that for a different time. But the Board of Overseers of the bar don't do jack shit about shit. Let's just be honest. They do jack shit about shit. They don't disbar attorneys unless it's all over the goddamn news and it's pretty goddamn egregious. And even then, sometimes it's just an admonishment or a public reprimand. Like, there's like, until you're like charged with a crime, that's about the only time they disbar you. And I'm sorry, but if there's unethical attorneys doing very unethical shit, there's a reason there is disbarment, and it should be used accordingly. Like, yeah, right? I would love to show them what an actual law enforcement cover-up looks like, because I've seen one firsthand. Yeah, it's not. It's not. Not only is it not, but people tend to, quote, disappear and accidentally die in accidents. And like, there's lots of other things that happen that just didn't, that are not feasible here. Like, so it's just like funny to me at this point, like, especially because of everything I know in my brain. Like, sometimes I even forget about shit that I know until someone else brings it up, and I'm like, oh shit, I know the answers to that. That's why I figured I'd do sort of like a Q&A tonight, sort of like I'll let you guys ask any questions that maybe you wanted answers to, or something you don't understand about the trial. And then we'll go over what's happened sort of thus far since the beginning of trial. And we'll highlight some of the stuff that has been, that's popped out, you know, like, I think there's so much more to this trial people haven't seen. And I love going on Twitter and reading some of the dumb comments people say, like, this is over for the prosecution. Like, bro, let me be clear. The prosecution hasn't even started yet, ladies and gentlemen. They have not even started yet. And the way they did this case was methodical, and it was smart, and it was a legal tactic that I would have done. People want them to just straight out with all the evidence at the beginning. It's not smart. It's going to be between 7 and 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. But yeah, there's going to be quite a bit. Yeah, RICO. I also have some questions about why RICO has not been used on Aiden yet. Why haven't they charged the man with RICO with other people? Because, I mean, I think they'd be able to prove it with what I know. Like, first of all, there's plenty of coercion and blackmail. Why he hasn't been charged with any of that yet, I don't know. But again, there are still like open investigations and things that are still going on behind the scenes. Yeah, there'll be notifications after, maybe during even lunch. I'm going to set up the like time and stuff on StreamYard for tonight. I will warn you though, because it's nighttime, you may see some trolls. But my mods and me are usually.
I love a good troll. I love to play with them.
At nighttime, yeah, at nighttime we'll see much more of them than you do during the day.
Yeah, I had one last night, and I was like, "What a boring freaking troll, man!" I couldn't even laugh. Had to time him out and didn't even try to come back. Not a good troll.
Yeah.
This
Oh
kid's
man,
school should never.
I forgot your kids are home from school now.
Well, this one is the littlest one. The kindergartner is my. First got half day today and half day tomorrow, and then she's done. But at least she keeps him occupied. He's lost.
True.
And it's like constant, mommy.
Every 10 seconds. So I say people who don't have kids don't understand what it's like to be a parent. Like, it's literally constant. Mommy, mama, mommy, I need this, I need that, do this, do that. Mommy, ma. Anybody who's on the phone with me daily hears that.
He has totaled his room. It's going to take a couple hours to clean that. I mean, he's got out every toy, everything.
Isn't it amazing how they do it in like 2.5 seconds, but it takes like hours to clean up?
Yeah. His bed I'm not making. I made it twice.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Brianna, the Sebastian Rogers case has been a clusterfuck. I just don't understand. Like, I don't understand.
And it just keeps, I did a live yesterday on 111 True Crime. This nut job is emailing these videos she's making to the FBI, to the TBI.
Why would you do that? Your videos mean nothing to the FBI. It's an opinion, ma'am.
It's her theories that she says are factual, and it is vetted because, according to her, 12,000 people watched her video, so that makes it vetted.
No, ma'am, it doesn't.
All right, she's a nut job. Oh my God.
It does not make it vetted, ma'am.
And she's constantly emailing the FBI, the TBI, and the local police. Constantly.
What I want people to understand is that if you're constantly emailing the police, the FBI, especially the FBI, I want you to know that if you've emailed them in one case or two cases or three cases before, there is a flag in the system for your name. And they literally write a note saying, this person is a fucking loony. They're a social media influencer. And take everything they say with a grain of salt or you're wasting your time. Literally, they have a system that literally logs your name, your email addresses, your phone numbers, anything you're contacting them from, and links all your stuff together to say, hey, if you get something from this person, because when they look you up, they get your email, they look up your thing, boom, all that comes up, and they have a screen just like on a regular computer that literally has notes that tells them what other FBI agents and other secretaries of the FBI agents have written about your cockamamie bullshit. So, like, just be aware that, like, you're wasting your goddamn time. They're not taking you seriously in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah,
if you do not know these people, they don't care.
Normally hashtags them in everything she does, but for some reason, the ones that she actually emails them, she doesn't hashtag them in those lives. Only the ones she don't eat, but she emails them a lot. I asked her, I said, do you know if they have a 5150 file on you? Because I'm sure after this one, they're probably going to. Because according to her theory, grandma's the one who did everything,
You don't know what their theory is there, sweetheart. Sorry to tell you, but you have no idea what their theory is. The feds work in the dark of night. So unless you have an FBI agent telling you what's going on, you have no clue what you're talking about. And they're not going to risk their careers 9 out of 10 times unless they know that you're a solid person who's never going to give them up as a source, which it doesn't sound like that's the case here. They're not taking you seriously. You're wasting your damn time. The FBI does not want to hear from social media influencers and bloggers about things unless you have real, actual information that you have been involved in the case or know someone in the case. Not know someone as in you watch them and you think you know their body language, and because they didn't act a certain way, you think that's suspicious. I hate people who say that. It's ridiculous.
From the school, I thought kindergarten's last day was yesterday because we got to take them home after the graduation in the morning. I just got a call from the school asking me why he wasn't there. I'm like, huh? He's in kindergarten. It ended yesterday. Oh no, ma'am. They're going too. I'm like, what?
What?
Okay.
Yeah, that
what were they going to go to school and do? The classroom's all closed. What exactly were they going to go to school and do?
When are they trying to say they're supposed to be in school till?
Noon. They get
today.
Half day today and tomorrow.
Okay, no, thank you. I'm all set.
But they don't. All their school supplies have already been sent home. Everything's closed up.
Yeah, so no, I'm not sending my kid. Sorry. Like, you guys are gonna like watch a movie or hang out. Like, it's a waste of time not sending my kid to school for that. Sorry.
Yeah, in kindergarten. I mean, my daughter wouldn't say she wanted to go for the movie and pizza party today, which.
Yeah.
The older kids. So I'm glad she did.
Yeah, not kindergarten.
Tomorrow, there's not even the teacher said there's not even no sense in them coming. They're coming for 2 hours and leaving.
Right.
There's no work. Everything's done.
The one thing I hated about public schools was that, say your kid has like the flu and they're out for 3 days and you talk to them on the first day, like, hey, my kid has the flu. They're still calling you every goddamn day. Like, dude, I just said they had the flu. They'll be back when the flu is over. Like, you calling me isn't going to, and then they go, oh, well, we need to make sure the kid's okay. Well, how are you making sure they're okay? Because I'm telling you they're okay. So if there was an emergency and my kid was dead and I was hiding it, how are you going to know with me just telling you they're okay? You're not. So the calls
I'm
are
glad they
pointless.
call
Stop it.
because you never know if in this day and age, for the last.
I mean, the first
2
day, but I'm
weeks.
talking if you know your kid's going to be sick for 4 days and they have the flu and you call them on the
Yeah.
first day and say, hey, my kid's sick and has the flu. Like, what are the calls the next day and the next day? Like, what's that going to do
Yeah.
exactly?
Oh, I got them with the COVID. Yeah, it's like, come on, you all know. You called the health department.
Mm-hmm.
A health department told me I wasn't allowed to send her to school. So why am I getting these automated calls every morning?
Yeah,
But
exactly.
the last 2 weeks, these kids have been calling in bomb threats and other threats to
What?
one of the schools, and it's like 3 days every week, and the buses are running anywhere from 15 minutes to an hour behind because they can't unload the kids into the school because it's on lockdown till it gets cleared, and they haven't been able to catch the kids that are doing it. They caught the other kids that were from a different area that called in the bomb threats. They arrested them, but they haven't caught these couple that are doing it. They're doing it every day to the same school, and they have to take it serious because you never know.
Yeah, because one of those times it could be, and then if they don't take it serious, then guess what happens? You'll Valdi, Texas happen. That's what happens. Like, so they have to take it
Wow, he
serious.
just whacked me in the head with a ball.
Uh-oh.
And he knows he's not allowed to throw balls here. That's why I yelled. I'm sorry I yelled.
That's okay. That's okay. Listen,
That's
I
as
got
loud
a
as I
kindergartner
get with
too.
him
Don't
though.
call me.
That's my yelling. That's as loud as I get.
I only raise my voice,
It's okay,
and it's
baby.
only rarely. I only have to yell if I've told her like 17 times to stop doing something, and she continues on doing it.
But he knows he's not allowed to throw the balls at the table.
He knows
that
there's
was
no
my
balls.
yell for today, so I got it out of my system.
My kid's not even home yet, so I'm getting out of my system until she gets home. But the one thing that does scare me about my daughter's school is that they don't call. So if she was out sick today, they wouldn't call at all.
I get a call every day. If they're not there or they're late, I get a call.
Thankfully, they don't. If I call them and tell them now she's sick, they won't call me every day. That is annoying to me. But they don't call at all. So I put her on the bus, but what if something happened, right? Like, you're not even going to call to make, how would I know if she never made it to school? How would I know if the bus, I mean, I guess they would alert us the bus never showed up, but that's strange to me. She's a kindergartner. I know she got on the bus with the other kids, but
you see that bird that's singing?
Any of those kids were missing and
Can you
didn't come
find
into
that bird that's over there singing? You hear it?
call.
you find
What
it?
if any of those kids walk to school with their siblings or something? How do you know? You know what I mean? Some kids walk. If you're within 2 miles and here 2 to 3 miles, depending on the town or city, you have to walk. Except kindergarten. Kindergartners don't have to walk, but the older kids, I think it's 3rd grade on, I think.
Oh, they were only on break? Oh, I guess it's not even lunchtime, huh?
It was a longer break, she said it was going to be, but just break.
Thank you. Please be seated. Clerk back.
Terry Roberts now, so hold on to your hats, ladies and gents.
I
All
know
right,
you're
so
bored, buddy.
jurors,
You
I
want to play
waited
game with
until
mommy?
the last witness left the stand and until you all had your morning break to give you one other instruction. And this
Wanna play
one,
game?
all the instructions are important, but this
No?
one's
You wanna go
important, so I
swimming?
want you to focus on it. Now, you
Okay.
heard from the last witness, and you may hear from other witnesses who described what Ms. McCabe called harassment and public demonstration. And I believe she referred to a rolling rally. I permitted that testimony for a very limited purpose. That testimony was not offered, nor may you consider it as evidence that Ms. Reed has bad character or propensity to commit crime. In fact, there's no evidence before you that the defendant is responsible for that conduct that was described by Ms. McCabe.
Yes, there is.
The evidence is relevant only
Not before then,
insofar as it goes to the witnesses or to explain the witness's state of mind. So Ms. McCabe's state of mind. And that is to the extent it explains Ms. McCabe's conduct or statements or actions at any particular time. And ultimately, the testimony may be used by you only as it goes to the witness's credibility. Okay, thank you very much. So, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Ms. Carrie Roberts to the stand.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Hey, Brett.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now again should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may take the stand.
All right, Mr. Lally. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Carrie Roberts, Roberts.
And where you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
How long have you lived in Canton, Mass?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My husband, my 2 children.
And your 2 children, how old are they? And boy, girl?
My son is 12, my daughter's 14.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do?
I'm an executive assistant.
How long have you been doing it?
17 years.
And your husband, Kurt, does he work as well?
Yes.
What does he do for work?
He's a heavy equipment operator.
And how long has he been doing that?
Maybe 20 plus years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of the 29th. Do you recall those dates? Yes. And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Say it again.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday.
So the 28th.
Friday the 28th.
Into a
Saturday the 29th.
Now, on the evening of the 28th, do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was bowling with my daughter and her friends and one of the mothers.
And do you recall where that was?
Westgate Lanes in Brockton.
And about what time was it that you got home from that?
Probably about 8:30ish because there was a storm coming, so we wanted to be home. I didn't want to be out late.
And when you got home, you and your daughter, is that correct?
Say that one more time.
You and your daughter came home around 8:30 or so?
Yes.
Who, if anyone else from your house, was home when you got?
I think my husband was home. He was going out. I think I passed him and he was heading out to meet his friends. My son was not home.
And who were the friends that he was going out to meet?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano.
So, Ms. Roberts, I'd like to start with just Mr. Camerano. How do you know him?
He's been childhood friends with my husband.
And do you know where your husband was going to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe?
Miss McCarthy's. It's a bar in Canton.
Sort of in the center of town, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how do you know?
I've known him since high school.
And where did you go to high school?
Braintree High School.
And how is it that you came to know Mr. O'Keefe? How would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was one of my closest friends.
In addition to John O'Keefe, through growing up and going to Braintree High, were you familiar with any other members of the O'Keefe family?
Yes, Kristen, his sister, was a senior when I was a freshman. John was a year older than me and Paul was 2 years younger than me. So at some point I was in school with all of them.
And after high school, at some point, did you come to know any of the members of the O'Keefe family while you were living in Canton?
Yes, my son and John's nephew went to an in-home daycare together. So I went to go pick up my son at one point and Kristen was there and we kind of figured out that we lived in the same neighborhood that we were going to be moving into. And then Kristen got sick.
And during that time, sort of when you first reconnected with Kristen, about how old was your son and her?
My son was 18 months. Patrick he's almost a year older.
And your son and Patrick Furbush, did they end up going to the same school in Canton?
Yes, they went to home daycare. They went to preschool, pre-K. And by the time they got to elementary school, they got separated because they were troublemakers.
But did they go to the same school all throughout?
Yes.
And what, if any, other activities did your son do along with Kristen's son, Pat?
Well, Patrick wanted to try hockey, so they did hockey together, and then he didn't like that. And they played baseball together since they were t-ball, like 4 or 5.
Now, you mentioned that Kristen O'Keefe or Kristen Furbush at that point, at some point after you met her, she got sick. Is that right?
Correct.
Eventually, she passed away. Is that right?
Correct.
After she passed away, her husband also passed away.
Correct.
And at some point after that, what, if any, role did John O'Keefe have with reference to?
Well, when Kristen passed away, I was in touch with John, just seeing if they needed help with the kids, getting them to and from wherever, because I was down the street. Kristen passed away, and then he said, I might move in. Steve's got to figure out finances, but I might move into your neighborhood. I said, oh, okay. And then when Steve died, John did move in, and he took over raising the kids.
And fair to say that you were, with reference to your son being friends with his nephew Patrick, you would see him fairly often, and by him I mean John O'Keefe.
Oh yes, daily. Mm-hmm.
And what, if any, at some point did John and his niece and nephew move from down the street from your house?
Yes, they moved across town. So I live on the Milton side. He moved over sort of near the Stoughton side.
About how far a drive is that sort of from your house to where you moved to? It was on Meadows, correct?
Yes, and it depends because Canton's terrible for traffic. Maybe 7 minutes, maybe 8, depending. And if it's in the evening, it's longer.
And after Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and his nephew moved sort of across town, where did his nephew Patrick, where did he go to school at?
He remained at the same school that he was at with my son. So on Wednesdays, when John couldn't grab him in time because he'd be working in the city, Patrick would come home with me.
You familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for a living?
He was a Boston police officer, but at the time he was working in an office registering sex offenders.
And so you would help out as far as picking up his son. What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
Say that one more time.
What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his schedule with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
I didn't take care of Kaylee as much. That was sort of, there was other women, Jen McCabe, one of them, she sort of really took hold of caring for Kaylee because her daughter was friends with Kaylee, and I sort of got Patrick. So
Miss Riley, you have to keep your voice up. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry.
And if you could keep your voice up too, okay?
My apologies.
Does she want them to scream? It's a tiny courthouse, and their voices are up.
And then,
they're not talking quietly.
through the years that you knew Mr. O'Keefe when he lived in Canton and your time being friends with him, what, if any, conversations would you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regards to any sort of relationships or dating or anything like that?
Well, he dated a lot of people. So it depends.
There's that
Your
bluntness of
conversations,
Carrie.
What, if any, sort of role would you have, or what if any, knowledge did you have in reference to the people that you dated?
My husband, whenever he would go on a date with somebody, he would have my husband come meet them, sort of say, like, what do you think? And he had a couple of girlfriends that were very nice.
Now, at some point, did you become aware of a person by the name of Karen?
Yes.
And when was it and how was it that you first came to know that person?
John called me and said, Karen and I are going to stop by because we had people over. And I said, who is Karen? Because I didn't know if he was going to bring someone from high school and surprise me with a random, I had never heard of her. And he said, you know who Karen is? The girl I'm dating. I said, nope, but okay. And then they came over that night.
And do you recall when about that was?
I think it was sometime in July.
In July of what year?
What are we, 2020?
Sometime shortly after sort of the COVID pandemic.
Yes.
how would you describe your relationship, if any, with Karen?
She was like another person that took care of the kids. She took care of Kaylee and Patrick a lot, so I would coordinate with her if Ryan and Patrick were going to go to the golfing range, or if Ryan was going to go with them to the Red Sox game, that kind of thing. We weren't do lunch or hang out like girlfriends.
Was there any occasions where you had sort of socialization or go out as couples or anything like that with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, they came over our house one time, and then we'd do baseball tournaments down the Cape, and we'd all get together, but the four of us never went out.
And just for clarity purposes, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yep. No.
Identify her as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's
Say that again?
wearing. Could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She is seated at that front table, and she has a black and white suit jacket.
All right, just ask the record reflected application by the witness.
Yes.
Now, coming back to that evening of the 28th, your husband went out to meet Mr. Camerano in this room, correct?
Yes.
And do you know about what time it was that your husband Kurt arrived home that night?
Maybe around 10:30.
And after he arrived home, what, if anything, specifically do you recall the two of you doing or anything before going off set?
I remember sitting on the couch, and the front door is right there, and it was open, and it started to snow. It had just started to come down probably about midnight, but it was coming down fast. So you knew it was little snowflakes usually mean a big snowstorm. And I said, well, it's starting. So we went to bed because we knew we weren't going out anywhere.
And as far as turning your attention to the next morning, at some point you awoke, do you recall what it was that awoke you that morning on the 29th?
Karen called me at 5 o'clock in the morning.
And is that sort of a normal occurrence as far as Ms. Reed calling you and specifically calling you that early?
No.
And when you went to answer the phone, at some point, did you look at sort of like the screen to your phone?
I don't know. I just answered
Ask this in a different way. As far as, at some point, did you realize or did you know whether or not that call that at some point you answered, correct?
Yes.
And the call that you answered, do you know whether or not that was the first call that Ms. Reed had placed you that morning or not?
It was the second call, only from looking at my phone after, because I said, oh, shoot, she called me. She just called and I didn't. She called twice.
And the phone call that you answered, what time was that?
5 on the dot.
And if you know from looking at your phone, the phone call that you didn't wake up or didn't answer, do you know how long before that phone call was?
I think it was a minute or two before.
So 5 o'clock on the dot, you get a phone call, you answer it, and it's Ms. Reed, is that right?
Correct.
And that phone number, you had her sort of programmed into your phone as a contact, is that correct?
Yes.
And on prior occasions, had you called that number or gotten a call from that number on prior occasions?
Yes.
And when you got that call or made that call, who was the other person on the end that you received?
Say that again?
Maybe a pretty simple question as far as it goes, but just with reference to any prior phone calls that you either got or received with that number that you programmed in as Karen Reed. When you spoke to someone by calling or receiving a call from that contact, who was on the other end of the call?
Karen Reed.
Okay. So you answered the phone sometime right around 5 a.m. and you described to the jury sort of what the content of that conversation was.
I answered the phone and she said, John's dead. Carrie. And then she hung up.
And as far as her end of the conversation, did you say anything or get a chance to say anything before she hung up?
No.
And when she's speaking to you and saying those words to you over the phone, how loudly is she saying those words?
Very loud. She woke my husband, who was sleeping.
By the time that the phone rings and you pick it up, your husband's sleeping, correct?
Yes.
And then afterwards, he's awake.
Correct.
Now, what happened then?
Then I got out of bed and Kurt said, what was that? I said, I don't know. Something's happening. And I think I started getting dressed at that point because I don't know if I started getting dressed at that point or after she called back again. I tried to call her, I think a couple times back to be like, what is going on? Finally, she called me back again and she said, I'm afraid John might be dead. He might have gotten hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. I was not supposed to stay in Canton last night and he would never leave Kaylee alone. I think something happened.
And do you recall earlier in the day of the 28th having any communication with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I did with John. He texted me.
Do you recall generally what that was about?
My son got into a scuffle with some boy at school, and Patrick wasn't in school at the time. I think he went to a doctor's appointment, but Patrick got wind of it. So John was calling to see if my son was okay.
Now, turning back to, again, that morning on the 29th, you called Ms. Reed a couple times. She didn't answer. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, she called you back?
Correct.
And about how long was it after that initial phone call that you had where she hung up? How much time it elapsed between that call and the next one?
I don't know, maybe 5 minutes.
And so when she calls back, she makes those statements to you that you just testified about. And upon her making those statements, what, if anything, was your response?
I said, then she said she checked Kaylee's phone to see if John had called. And I said, okay, where are you now? And she said, I'm driving. Can I come to your house? Will you drive my car? I don't remember anything from last night. We drank so much, I don't remember anything. And I said, you need to go home and be with Kaylee if she's there by herself. I'll go look for him or something of that nature. Because I said, you're going to get a DUI. If you were drinking all night last night and you don't remember anything, you shouldn't be driving.
All right, so next question, please.
When you were talking to her on the phone, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how she was speaking or
She was very frantic and her voice was elevated. She was very frantic.
and the loudness that you were describing during the course of that first phone call, what, if any, observations did you make with respect to that in regard to the second?
Same. Throughout the rest of the day, it was the same.
So you indicate to her that she needs to go home, is that right?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did she say in response to that?
She said, I'm going to come to your house. Will you drive my car? And I said, okay.
And after that, what did you do from there?
I started getting dressed. I think that's when I was starting getting dressed. And my husband said, where are you going? I said, I don't know. Something happened. John didn't come home. Karen's worried. So I'm going to go help her. And he said, you're not going anywhere. It's a blizzard. And I said, yeah, yes, I am. And I went downstairs. I started the car, cleared it off, and I sat there waiting, and she didn't come. So I called.
During the time that you're waiting in the car, do you know about how
Yes,
long?
she did.
it
Apparently she's
was,
very blunt.
that you were waiting in the car?
I don't know, I would say at least 10 minutes of sitting in the car.
And to that point, as far as when you went outside to the car, what, if anything, did you observe about the weather, and what, if anything, did you do with your car as you were turning it on?
I cleaned the car off. I turned the car on. I got in it, and I thought to myself, well, she thinks he might have got hit by a plow or something. I'll see if there's any accidents. So I called the Canton non-emergency line, and I said, have there been any plow accidents? My friend's boyfriend didn't come home. And they said, no, there were no accidents. So then I called Good Samaritan Hospital and Milton to see if anybody had been brought in a car accident. They said no. And then finally Karen called back.
Before we get to that, just in reference to, at any point in time, did you call Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And when you called Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to speak to Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know how many times you called Mr. O'Keefe?
My husband called him, and I think I called him.
And when was that in relation to you going out to your car and clearing it?
That was when I was in the house. Karen actually said, can you try and call him?
And you did, and you didn't get an answer.
Correct.
And you know whether or not your husband got an answer?
He did not.
So you go out to the car, you're waiting, and you make those phone call initially to Canton Police, is that correct?
Yes.
And
Keurig's new ice pods keep their delicious flavor over ice.
Wow, that's good. I said, where are you? I'm in the car. And she said, I'm at Jen's house. And I said, Jen, who? She said, Jen McCabe. She's going to drive my car. And I said, okay, stay there. I'll come to there. We'll follow and we'll drop your car off. We'll just take my car and go look for him. And I drove to Jen's and I pulled in the driveway behind them. I was still on speakerphone. Jen is driving. Karen's in the passenger seat and we drove. I said, do you remember, did you look through the house? Could he be passed out somewhere in the house? She said, I don't know. I didn't look. So I said, let's do that. Let's get in the cars. We're not taking 2 cars. It's a blizzard. We're going to go back to Meadows and we're going to go look in the house first. He could be passed out behind the couch or on the floor, or who knows? So we went to the house.
Yeah, I'm sorry, before you get into that, just as far as directionality and where you're going at this initial stage, you're sort of directing what's going to happen and where you're going to go, correct?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned that the defendant said she was at Jen's house. You asked Jen who, and she said Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection. I'll allow it.
With regards to Ms. McCabe, did you know her, or how did you know her prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once when John took her and I to Reebok because he got a 50% discount. So we would go periodically and get the kids' shoes. So she, John, and myself went to Reebok, got shoes, and then we went to the Hillside for lunch. That was it. I wasn't friends with her.
Is that someone that you had programmed in your phone as a contact? Did you have her information prior to January 29th?
No.
And when you went to Ms. McCabe's house that morning, how was it that you knew where Ms. McCabe's house was at that point?
I picked up Kaylee there a time or two for John and brought her home if I was heading that way, because Jen's house is on the way to John's.
And so you go to Ms. McCabe's house, and can you describe for the jury sort of what you observe or what you see when you're first coming up to Ms. McCabe?
I pulled in the driveway behind Karen's car, and Karen and Jen are in the car talking. I'm still on Bluetooth so I can hear them. And Karen said that she remembered leaving him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up to my sister's house. And then at some point in the conversation, she said, what about my taillight? What about my taillight? And I looked, and there was a piece missing, but it was caked on with snow. You could tell there was a little black hole, but there was snow like caked on it, and it was a blizzard at this point.
Now, just as far as over the course of this early morning when you're making that drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
So during that time, can you describe sort of what the lighting conditions were, what the roadway conditions were, what you observed as you were driving over there?
It was not light out yet, and it was really bad driving.
And bad driving in reference to snow, was that correct?
Yes.
So you get to Ms. McCabe's house, and during the drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, you're speaking to both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Reed.
Yes.
And with reference, I think you've said a couple times as far as a Bluetooth. So as far as what you're hearing on the other side of the conversation, is it just one person, or are you able to hear sort of everything that's going on in the car?
I could hear everything. It was like a regular phone call in the car.
From where you were, your impression was it was hooked up to the speaker of the car.
Correct.
And when you get to Ms. McCabe's house, or what you were just testifying about as far as the taillight, when is it that you're making those observations?
In Jen's driveway.
And so about how far away from the defendant's car are you the first time that you see or your attention is drawn to this taillight?
I was parked right behind them in the driveway.
And can you describe which part of the vehicle you were looking at as far as which taillight that you're observing this damage?
The right passenger.
And so from there, as far as Ms. McCabe's driveway, you make these observations. Where is it that you go from there?
Say it again.
So after you're making those observations and you're overhearing that conversation, or you're having that conversation over Bluetooth, where did the three of you go?
We went to Meadows, to John's house.
And how was it that each of you sort of got from Ms. McCabe's house to John's house on Meadows?
Jen drove Karen's car and I followed behind in my car.
And when you arrived there, where did you go? Where did you park? Like,
I pulled in, I think I pulled in right behind. She pulled her car sort of in front of the garage bays and I pulled in the driveway behind her.
and when you say she, do you know who was driving?
Jen McCabe, sorry.
Driving in Miss Reed's in the front passenger seat.
Correct,
And you're driving your car behind.
correct.
But what kind of car did you have?
A Ford Explorer,
Do you recall what color it was?
dark gray.
And as far as Miss Reed, do you recall what kind of vehicle she had at that point?
A Lexus SUV,
Recall what color that was?
black.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what kind of vehicle John O'Keefe had?
He has a Traverse.
And do you recall what color that was?
It's like a beige green.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
Okay.
Ms. Roberts, directing your attention to the screen over here, do you recognize what is up on the screen?
That's John's house.
And does that seem like a fair and accurate portrayal of what John's house looked like at around the time of January 29th when you went over that morning?
Much snowier, but yes.
Sorry.
Oh, I said it was much more snow, but yes.
Now, not visible in this particular photograph, but the driveway that you were talking about, facing Mr. O'Keefe's house at Meadows Ave, as we are in this picture, whereabouts would the driveway be, to the left or the right or something?
To the right.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as exhibit 91.
Okay.
And again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
That is John's car.
And what is it that's behind John's?
Behind a basketball hoop?
No, I'm sorry, that's correct. Not the rear of the vehicle, but sort of in the photograph behind on the other side of the passenger side.
Oh, the garage doors?
And there are 2 garage doors, one on the left, on the right, is that correct? You're familiar with this house, you've been over it a number of times when Mr. O'Keefe lived there.
Correct.
And as far as, what if anything were you familiar with as far as Mr. O'Keefe having regarding towards security around his house?
Security, he has a Ring camera that was in the driveway and a Ring camera that was at the side door.
And with regard to the garage itself, as far as you've been in there as well?
Yes.
And so what is behind the left door of the garage?
His big old blue convertible.
And on the right side of the garage, what if anything is in behind it?
Nothing. He's got all organized stuff and kids sporting. I don't know if he parked in there or not.
Now, as far as how Mr. O'Keefe kept his garage, kept his home, was there a particular way in which he kept it when he lived there? No.
Neat freak.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He was a neat freak.
Okay.
And as you enter into this garage, what if any access would you then have to inside the home?
There's a set of stairs and it brings you right into like the mudroom, which leads into the kitchen.
Now, when you would go over to Mr. O'Keefe's house on this occasion, any rules or preferences would Mr. O'Keefe have with regard to footwear?
You did not wear footwear in the house. You took your shoes off.
And is that something that applied to people who live there as well as people who were visiting?
Yes.
And how would you describe as that a relatively strict rule?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish a portion of Exhibit 6, ring video.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have from the driveway, video number 154. So, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, that's Karen's car and my car. And John's is in the background.
Now, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser pointer. It's not. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So pressing on that button and pointing sort of at the screen, if I could ask you just direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed's vehicle, where you see your vehicle, and where you see Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well.
That is John's car. That is Karen's car. That is my car.
Is this a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of where the cars were and what things looked like when you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house, coming from Ms. McCabe's?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Positive. Now, with reference to any individuals that you observed in this video, again, using the laser pointer, you could draw the jury's attention to who you observed and where they were.
That is Jen McCabe, and that is Karen Reed, and that's me.
And at some point, you enter in through the garage, is that right?
Correct.
Now, as far as the garage doors were concerned, when you came back that morning, what, if anything, did you notice about the garage?
The right garage door wouldn't close.
So it was open when you arrived?
I don't recall if it was open when we arrived, but when we were leaving, it wouldn't close.
And do you recall, do you have any idea of sort of how that mechanically worked, like how you would open, how you would close the garage door?
There's a code on the side.
And at any point in time, whenever you noticed that the garage door was open, were you or any of the people that you were able to close that door?
No.
And so is that the door that you entered into in order to get into the garage, to get into the mud, and take off your shoes and go out?
Correct.
And when you came into the house that morning, and you entered into the mud, what, if anything, did you do with your shoes, and what, if anything, did you observe Ms. McCabe and the defendant do with their shoes?
Jen and I both had taken our shoes off in the sort of steps in the garage before we entered into the mudroom. We took our shoes off, and Karen just walked in.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play the video. Now, Ms. Roberts, with reference to the Ring video security system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his home, if you know who had access to that?
I do not.
You obviously, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had access to that?
He did, yes.
Okay, do you know how or what device he used in order to access it?
I only know he had it on his phone
How do you know he had it on his phone?
because he would check it all the time to see if the kids were home or dropped off or
That's something you did in your presence?
yes.
Now, with regard to, at some point when you get to the home, beyond the sort of initial observations you made in Ms. McCabe's driveway with regard to the right rear passenger taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle, what, if any, other observations did you make, or what, if anything else, did you do with reference to that area of the vehicle?
Karen did point it out at one point in the driveway. She said, "My taillight, look at my taillight." And I looked at it and I said, "You told me you don't remember anything from last night." She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And I said, "No, I don't think you hit him. I think you probably hit something, but let's just go in the house and look for him."
And so as far as your recollection is concerned, that sort of interaction that you had or looking at the taillight, when did that happen?
I don't know if it was well, it obviously wasn't when we got there. It was what must have been when we were leaving to go out to look for him.
When you what? I'm sorry.
I wasn't sure if it was when we arrived or when we were leaving to go back out and look for him, but now that I've seen the video, it's obviously when we came back out of the house.
And who was present for that?
Who was present?
Yes.
Jen McCabe, Karen Reed, and myself.
And as far as where Ms. McCabe parked that vehicle, at any point in time that you were at the house, did that vehicle move at all? And by that vehicle, I mean Ms. Reed's vehicle.
I don't think so.
So where it's parked in that video is essentially where it stayed as far as you know.
I believe so.
Now, with reference to those observations or when you were looking at the rear passenger taillight area of Ms. Reed's vehicle, how close to the vehicle were you when you were making those observations?
Right in front of it, there was one piece, like a rectangle encapsulated, like whatever was broken. I remember there was one piece of metal sort of sticking out. So if it was an encasement for a light of some sort, I remember looking at it and the piece was sort of sticking out, and I thought someone's going to catch their sleeve on that or something.
And now from there, when you arrive at the house, you go into the house, you take off your shoes, what happened?
I started looking, Jen started looking, Karen, her and Jen went upstairs. I started looking downstairs. I started looking on the other side of the couches to see if maybe he passed out somewhere. And then I went upstairs and Karen was standing in John's room. The bed was made. She was just standing there. And Jen had gone in to talk to Kaylee. And then I said, all right, let's go. He's not in the house. He's not in the house.
As far as your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, him not coming home when any of the children were home, was that something that was normal?
Him not coming home if the children were home? Yeah, he would not do that.
And obviously you knew Kaylee was there, but what, if anything, did you know as to where Patrick was?
He was at a friend's house.
And was that something that you knew independent of this morning, or what had transpired up to that point?
Say that again?
How did you find out that Patrick was at a friend's house? You know?
Karen said, I said, where's Patrick? She said he's at his friend's.
So you were in the downstairs area of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And looking through the rooms, you didn't find Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
No.
Now, at any point in time, did you go upstairs?
I did.
And when you went upstairs, where in the upstairs?
At the top of the stairs is John's bedroom. So I looked in there. I looked in the bathroom. I looked in the closet. I looked in Patrick's room. I looked in the other two bedrooms, and Kaylee was in her room. So Jen was in there, but I was looking through the house.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's bedroom, when you looked in there, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the bed?
The bed was made.
You mentioned you looked in a variety of different rooms on the second floor. You said sort of two other rooms. What, if anything, were those other rooms used for, if you know?
I think one of them was a computer room. It was the room that faced the front of the house, and the back room had a bed in it that Mrs. O'Keefe would stay in when she would stay over.
And again, just to be clear, when you say Mrs. O'Keefe, you mean John's mother?
John's mother, sorry.
And as far as the computer room, who, if anyone, had access to that, if you know?
Had access to the computer room?
Yes. What was it used for?
Oh, there was a desk with a computer or laptop.
Did you know whose laptop that was, whether it was John's, whether it was the defendant's, whether it was the kids?
I don't know if it was the defendant's at the time, but John's laptop used to be in that room.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, would ask if I could publish just a couple more photos on the screen for Ms. Roberts.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could start with Exhibit 92. Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
That's Karen Reed's Lexus.
And specifically, if you could, using the laser pointer in front of you, direct the jury's attention to where you observed damage that one.
That's where that That's where the metal piece I was describing was.
As far as what's depicted in this photograph up on the screen, is that consistent with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway and Mr. Cape's driveway when you saw it that morning?
Well, caked in snow, but yes.
So absent the snow, yes.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 9. Yeah, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
Essentially a closer up image of the same area, correct?
Yes.
And what's depicted in this closer up image, is that also consistent with what you observed in Mr. Cape's driveway and Mr. O'Keefe's driveway that morning?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask again if I could publish a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 41.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 30 seconds. Right from there. Still want to keep the pause there. Ms. Roberts, direct your attention up to the screen. You recognize what's on the pause portion of the screen for this video.
That's John's house.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play again. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause. And again, Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen, you recognize what's sort of in front of the camera. Portion of it.
That's Karen's car and John's car.
And where you observe Karen's car and John's car, again, if you could just using laser pointer direct your attention where you observe each of those in this still frame here.
That's Karen's car. That's John's car.
And are those essentially the same positions that you were talking about that the jury saw earlier in the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Do you want this up on the screen or down?
Up for now.
Okay.
But just for a moment. So Rob, I'm going to show you just 2 photographs. Actually, to just look at those. Or do you recognize what's depicted in?
Do I recognize what?
What's depicted in each of those photos?
Karen's car.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Okay, is there any objection?
No objection.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, while those are being marked, may we approach?
Hold on. Sidebar.
Yes, please.
Okay.
That she was over the legal limit when they did a blood draw at the hospital, and that was hours and hours later. So they opine that she was probably twice the legal limit at the time all of this happened, because it was drawn, maybe a couple hours, maybe 2 hours or 3 hours after they found John. It's just, for all of the time that they've been like, oh, nobody's overly intoxicated, nobody looks intoxicated, right? Like, blood draw doesn't lie, dude. She was at over the legal limit with the blood draw hours after they found John. So imagine what her limit was if she hadn't drank since the night before of her own admission at the hospital. Imagine what the limit, where she was at when all this occurred. Those documents aren't going to help her in any way, shape, or form. Neither are the hospital staff testifying. It's going to be bad for her. And this is what people don't realize. They just seem to think this whole conspiracy theory that's been fed to them on social media is going to be the only thing the jury hears about. It's not. The jury is going to hear from the hospital staff because she made statements about killing herself. Her father called the police line, and they sectioned her. They sectioned her. Carrie Roberts brought her back to the scene. They brought her in an ambulance to the hospital, and the hospital staff and stuff and the medical records are going to be introduced. And her alcohol level at that point was already at limit. So obviously she was way over that if she had not drank since the night before. Around the time, I think it's 12:31, John's phone doesn't move from that spot on Fairview on the lawn from 12:31 until 6 whatever, when the cops and the EMTs and stuff get there. So what people don't seem to realize is they're like, oh no, John's ring camera footage was, the cops took his phone and they deleted it. No. It was deleted between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. before John was ever found. The only person with access to that would have been Karen Reed between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. The phone never left the spot. So nobody else had John's phone, which they've tried to imply, but it never left the spot. It was found after 12:31 until he was found.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish first what's been marked as Exhibit 101.
Okay.
Things don't make sense. She also stated in an interview that her taillight was cracked, but she didn't look at the damage. How would you know your taillight was cracked if you didn't look at the damage? Common sense. You wouldn't.
And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen now is Exhibit 101. You indicated that's Ms. Reed's vehicle in the same position where Ms. McCabe left the car from the property, correct?
Yes.
This is appear to be a still shot from the same video that you just saw in the prior.
Yes.
Ms. Dillon, if I could have Exhibit 102 now. And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen, that's the second photograph that I showed you just a moment ago.
Yes.
That's essentially a closer up or zoomed in image of what's in the same still image that you saw in the prior, correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to the damage that you observed on the right rear passenger tail light of Ms. Reed's vehicle that one. Okay. So you can take it.
She wasn't that way over the legal limit.
You go
her drinks, which is what she claims she had 4.
look through the home.
No
you
way.
Don't find Mr. O'Keefe, and what happens?
Then I said, let's go look for him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, let's just, and Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview the night before. So Karen really wanted to go back there. I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows and look through the house, and then we'll start looking if he's not in the house. So that's what we did. We got in the car and we were going to head back to Jen's sister's house.
And so this conversation, as far as the defendant, as you're testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview, when did that occur in relation to when you got to Mr. O'Keefe's?
On the way from Jen McCabe's house to John's house in the car.
So this is over the Bluetooth as you're driving?
Yes, Karen said I left him at Waterfall, and Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
And so after coming out of Mr. O'Keefe's house, you exit the same way that you entered?
Yes.
Come out the garage door, get into your car?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of where was everybody seated in your car when you did it?
I was driving, Karen was in the back seat, and Jen was in the passenger seat.
And as far as Ms. McCabe's sister's house, at the time, did you know where that was or who her sister was or anything like that?
I didn't even know she had a sister.
And you know about how long a drive or how far a drive or what the route was that you took going from Meadows to her sister's house?
I think we went main roads because we were looking to see, I mean, I don't know what we were looking for, but we were looking for him. I don't know if we thought he was walking home or if he got hit by a plow. So we went main roads. We pulled out, I think we went Bolivar Street, and then Jen was giving directions because I didn't know where we were going.
And to be clear, Bolivar Street, you're talking about, that's Bolivar?
Yes,
And so then Ms. McCabe is then giving you directions as you're driving, correct?
correct.
Now, as you're driving, again, as far as what if anything did you see as far as plows or how were the roads treated at that time? What if anything did you observe in reference to that?
It was bad driving. There were plows out, but it was really bad driving.
And the visibility as you were driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house, how would you describe the visibility?
It was very poor. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
Now, when you get to the street, at some point you're directed by Ms. McCabe to Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall whether or not you took a left or a right, or how did you come on to Fairview Road?
Off of Chapman Street, I took a right onto Fairview.
You took a right from Chapman onto Fairview.
Correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as the sort of elevation of the roadway?
You go downhill.
You go down a hill?
Yes.
This particular area of Canton, obviously you've lived in Canton for several years. Are you somewhat familiar with this area of Canton?
Yeah.
And how is it that you were familiar with the area of Canton prior to the state if you've never been to Ms. McCabe's house?
The commuter rail is right near there that I would take to work.
Are there any schools in that area as well?
Yes, the John F. Kennedy School.
And you mentioned that your son played baseball, correct?
Yes, and
Ball field.
my son and John's nephew also went to the home daycare across the street from the JFK.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to just publish a brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
Gentlemen, what I'm going to ask is if you could push this video forward to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm sorry, keep it playing in the middle. I could ask him to stop right there. Mr. Roberts, from what you've seen on the video, as far as what's depicted in this video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal or consistent with what you observed that morning as you were driving around going from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house?
Yes.
And the turn that this vehicle is taking at this point in the video, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, you recognize what street that vehicle is turning onto?
I believe it's Fairview.
Ms. Gilman, if you Good pause right there. Ms. Roberts, as you're driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to this address on Fairview Road that you've never been to before, what's going on inside the car?
Karen was frantic. She wouldn't put her seatbelt on. And I was getting nervous because we're driving in a blizzard. She kept leaning in between the two seats. I think at some point she was texting in the back seat and then she'd be leaning. She was just frantic the whole morning.
And as far as her screaming, do you recall anything specifically that she was screaming, or what, if any, sort of conversation was going on in the car as you were driving?
There was some conversation about a woman I didn't know that was Bella's mom. And she said, Bella's mom never liked me. I think Bella lived near Jen's sister, maybe. I don't know. Some conversation about Bella's mom, and Karen said she didn't like me.
And do you recall where you were in your travels when that topic of conversation came up?
No, I don't recall.
Now, in reference to following that, what, if anything, did you say in regards to any other sort of women?
Any other what?
Following that conversation in regard to Bella's mom, who you didn't know, what, if anything, did you say or introduce into the conversation?
Fairview Road runs along Spring Street, I think it is. Spring Lane. So Spring Lane and Fairview are both off at Chapman Street, and there was a woman he dated that lived on Spring Lane. So when Jen was telling me where her sister's house was, I said, I don't know where Fairview is. And she said, it's near Spring Lane. And I said, oh, where the dance instructor lived. John had once dated a dance instructor. And then Karen said, do you think he could have gone there? Do you think that's where he could have been? No, I was just using it as a reference point. She said it's near Spring Lane. And I knew that the dance instructor lived on Spring Lane.
And just to be clear, when you say the dance instructor, this would be for his niece, Kaylee?
Correct.
And you indicated that the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the dance instructor, had dated at some point in the past, correct?
Yes.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it was when Kaylee was little. She was probably like 5.
So almost 10 years before this date that you're driving away. Now, as you're driving along and driving down Fairview, what is it that you're doing? What, if anything, do you observe Mr. McCabe doing? And then what, if anything, do you observe the defendant?
Well, we were looking for John walking or wherever he may be. So I'm driving and looking on both sides. And I think Jen was looking on both sides. And Karen she would be in the back seat, then she'd be in between us, then she'd be in the back seat, and then in between us.
And as you came down the hill on Fairview, what, if anything, what happened then?
Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And all of a sudden, Karen said, there he is, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door.
And how was she kicking the door?
With her feet. Well, how was she kicking the door?
How hard was she kicking?
Oh, pretty hard. I mean, she wanted to get out of the car, but it was locked because once you start driving, the back doors lock. So I looked over and I didn't see anything. And I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And I unlocked the door and I sat back and watched. And she ran over to a mound of snow.
So as the time you're driving down the road, had you seen anything, as you're driving down, sort of looking at the side of the road, had you seen anything on your side of the vehicle?
No.
And when you say she gets out of the vehicle, is it your side or passenger side where Ms. McCabe is? That
the driver's side.
So she gets out of the driver's side of the vehicle on the back passenger, correct?
Correct.
And how quickly does she go sort of from your car to where she ends up?
She ran over to the mound.
And at that point in time, even when she runs over, could you see what she was running over to?
At some point, I realized it was the shape of a body.
And when was that you realized? When in this sort of sequence were you able to realize that?
That was in seconds. Once she ran over to his body, I said, oh my God. And she lifted up his shirt and started to lay on him.
And when you stopped to let her out, where were you in relation to that mound of snow or what you learned?
No, I think my car was like in the middle of the road. I just stopped.
And in relation to where the mound of snow was, had you driven past it at that point? So where was it?
Yes.
So it was located behind your vehicle?
Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask us, let's plan on that for about 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay. What's depicted in the screen in front of this camera angle? Do you recognize what that is?
That's my car.
Is that essentially where you parked your car when Ms. Reed started kicking the doors and got out and ran over?
Yes.
Could this best place for a wall? Now, from this video, do you see where in relation to your vehicle, Mr. O'Keefe, where you found this rose?
With the pointer?
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could, again, display for about this.
Oh, I can hear Carrie crying.
Do you have a problem? You can run. Huh?
And she's clearly, well, she's really upset.
Yeah. I mean, John was one of her very good friends for a really, really
Yeah.
long time. They were friends for very close. My best friend died. Like,
That's
it was
hard to
really
watch,
hard.
you
It was
know?
like losing a sister.
Yeah.
I don't know. That screaming is just super not believable to me. I don't know. It's very
Individuals on screen again.
In my opinion, it's a show.
yeah. I mean, like, yeah, you'd probably
That
scream.
is Jen
That's not-
McCabe. That's Karen Reed. That's me.
It just doesn't like it sounds. It's just what run back and forth, back and forth. Poor Carrie's like reliving this whole thing in her fucking head and watching this. I can only imagine the pain she's feeling right now. Stay strong, Carrie.
Yep, really. You got this. You can do this for John. Make this witch pay for what she did.
Roberts,
Oh,
in
man.
relation to what you just saw in the video, as far as at some point, the rear sort of tailgate or hatchback on your SUV, that was in the up position, is that correct?
Yes,
And do you recall why that was?
because I was having Jen get the baby blankets to wrap around him out of my car.
And is that something that you just sort of have in the back of your car at all times?
Yeah.
Now, at any point in time in that sequence, did you call anybody or have any sort of phone calls that you made that went to voicemail at that time?
Did I?
Yes.
I don't know.
She doesn't even remember
And,
because she was in
so
the
nothing
shower.
that you recall, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you observe Ms. McCabe make any phone calls that just sort of went to voicemail and she left her phone in your car?
Yeah, you certainly can't, which means she knew he was probably hypothermic for being there all that time.
Let me take you back.
It's a police
So
dash
when-
cam video.
So as far as the conditions when you pull up and the defendant's banging on the door and gets out and runs over to Mr. O'Keefe. What's depicted in that video, obviously without your vehicle being in the middle of the roadway, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what the road looked like and sort of what you saw upon your arrival?
Yes.
So after the defendant gets out of the vehicle, what did you do? Where did you go?
When I realized it was him or someone, I ran over and I dug his head out from the snow.
And I recall you recognized the person in the snow as Mr. O'Keefe.
Once I dug his head out, yes.
And you recall how his body was positioned as far as how was he on his stomach, on his back, on his side?
He was on his back.
And so you brushed some snow away from his head, is that correct?
Off his face.
And when you were brushing the snow off his face, what, if anything, did you observe about his face or the condition of him?
He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And his right eye it looked like a golf ball. His left eye was fine. The right eye looked like a golf ball.
Now, you mentioned that you wiped some snow from around his head. What, if anything else, did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was bleeding in the back of the head. So when I was wrapping I don't know why I was wrapping blankets around his head, but I didn't know. He had a cut on the back of his head.
Do you recall which side of his head that cut was on?
I don't. It just was blood on the blanket that was under his head.
Now, as far as the rest of his body, did that have snow on it as well?
Say it again, I'm sorry?
The rest of his body, separate from his head area, what, if any, snow did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was completely covered.
And you know about how much snow was covering the rest of his body?
I would say like 4 inches, maybe 3. I don't really remember exactly how many, but he was covered.
And so with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, and when you arrived there, 3 of you being you, the defendant, and Ms. McCabe, what is it that you were doing when you first sort of come over to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, Karen was laying on top of him and I told her to get off him because I was going to do CPR. And I said, Jen, you need to call 911. And I started CPR on his chest compressions. And then Karen was giving him mouth to mouth.
And as far as CPR goes, is that something that you had any training in prior to this?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about that as far as what, if any, training did you have as far as CPR was concerned?
I get CPR certified every 2 years through the American Red Cross at work.
So you start doing chest compressions, is that right?
Correct.
And you direct Ms. McCabe to call 911?
Yes.
And what was the defendant doing at that?
She was doing mouth to mouth and she was frantic again, running around. And
as she was running around, what, if anything else, was she doing or saying while she was running around?
Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Is that something that she said once or more than once?
More than once.
And similar to sort of the tonality or the volume of the voice that you were describing before, was that consistent when you're there sort of in front of the house?
Yes.
Now, in relation to where you were with Mr. O'Keefe, obviously you've never been in this house before, is that right?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as overhead lights or street lights or anything like that around that area where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a fire hydrant and there was some weird like electrical box thing sticking out of the ground.
But you don't recall any sort of like overhead lights or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, this process of you sort of doing compressions and Ms. Reed is doing mouth to mouth and then running around is The mouth-to-mouth that she's doing, is that sort of consistent, or is it intermittent between, when is the running around in relation to the mouth-to-mouth?
I don't remember which was first, or I was concentrating on doing chest compressions.
And so while you're doing the chest compressions, at some point do first responders start to arrive?
Correct.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of get out of the vehicle, go over, realize it's Mr. O'Keefe, et cetera, and to when the first responders arrived?
I don't know. Wasn't long, maybe under 10 minutes.
During that time, or during any amount of time that you were there, did you see anybody from any of the houses on the street come out of the house, or any neighbors come out or anything like that?
No.
Once, if you recall, do you recall whether it was police or fire or ambulance, or who showed up first?
I don't know. I think the police showed up first, or the EMTs. I just know the EMTs came over and said, we'll take it from here. I wasn't paying attention to what else was going on.
So you're sort of focused on the chest compressions, and at some point, some paramedic comes over and tells you they've got this.
Yes.
And so after that, where did you go?
After that, where did I go? I stayed in the area. I think I went back over to the car.
Half hour to 45 minutes to get you back.
And as paramedics are working on John, you're over by your vehicle, correct?
I think so.
And so where was, what were you doing, and where was Ms. McCabe, and where was the defendant at that?
Karen was running around the body while the EMTs were trying to work on him. She was just frantic.
And so you're over by the car, and Ms. Reed is running around over where Mr. O'Keefe is?
Yes.
Where was Ms. McCabe?
I don't know. She was somewhere around the car.
So closer to you than to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I don't know.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe was, if you know, where was he in relation to the roadway or the paved sort of pathway of Fairview Road?
I don't know, because you couldn't tell which was the road and which was the grass. Like, you couldn't tell where the road began and ended. So I don't know.
Now, you described the defendant sort of running around Mr. O'Keefe frantically. What, if anything, was she saying?
She did mouth to mouth. She did not do the entire.
Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that sort of phraseology, or the way she put that, was
And
that
yeah, you're supposed to
consistent?
trade
Or
off
was that how she stated it?
with someone else
Yes.
if you can.
And again, in that same sort of loud volume voice at the time.
Yes.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe is taken from where he is by the paramedics to an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And as he's being taken off the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in that area?
His phone was under him, and it was grass.
Now, as far as the graphs that you observed, how was that in relation to sort of the rest of the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Everything else had snow.
So everything else is covered in snow, and when he's lifted off the ground underneath his body, is that where the grass is?
Yes.
And his phone was where in relation to his body, as far as when he was lifted up, what part of his body had been open?
Like maybe his shoulder, maybe it was like his back. So when they lifted him up, it was under where, like, his, whatever that, the right side of his back.
Torso.
And what I'm asking is basically sort of up towards the shoulder blade or down towards his lower back, if you.
In the middle.
And when you saw the phone on the grass, what, if anything, did you do with Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I picked it up. I put it in my pocket. And at some point, one of the first responders asked if I had it. I handed it over.
Do you recall who that first responder was?
No.
Do you recall even whether it was a police officer, a firefighter, or a paramedic?
No.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe is being taken from where he was located when you found him to the ambulance, what happens then? What goes on?
At some point, Officer Good told Karen to calm down because she was frantic. And at some point, Jen and Karen were in the back of a police cruiser to warm up. I was standing outside watching the ambulance because I could see in through the ambulance that they were moving things and working on them.
And so what, if any, conversation did you have with the defendant or Ms. McCabe in reference to what you were seeing through the back of the ambulance?
I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. And at one point, Karen grabbed the front of my jacket and screamed in my face and said, are they working on him? Is he alive? And I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. They wouldn't be working on him if he was dead. And then she had us hold hands and pray. And then at some point, she had blood on her hands and she told us she had her period. So I think she was just in a state of shock, maybe.
And what, if anything, did either you or Ms. McCabe say to her when she said that?
We said, no, that's not your blood. That's John's.
And what happened then?
Then the ambulance drove away.
And if you know about how long was it from the time that you were told by the paramedic to sort of step away from Mr. O'Keefe, they had this, from that point to when the ambulance drove away?
I don't know. I don't think it was long. I watched them work on whatever they were doing in the back of the ambulance, and they got in the ambulance and drove away.
And after the ambulance left, where did the three of you go, or where did you go? Where did Ms. Reed go? Where did Ms.
Karen, I had her in my car. Jen was going up to the door to her sister's house, and I said to the police, I had been on the phone now. I had called Mrs. O'Keefe. I had called John's mother. I had called John's father. At some point, Karen was on the phone with John's sister-in-law, Erin, telling him John's dead. So I grabbed the phone from her. I said, he's not dead. He's in the back of an ambulance. He's been in an accident. And she said that Paul was going to go, John's brother, to the hospital that they were bringing John to. So I spoke to I called Mr. O'Keefe. He didn't answer.
Next question. That'll stand. The next question.
You call Mr. O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe John's parents?
Correct.
At some point, you have a conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why it was?
No,
Ms.
he was
McCabe
not.
Going into
They
the
thought
house on
they
Fairview?
thought he was. Obviously, he had
Do you know why?
So he was not.
To wake her sister, I think.
And after those conversations, so you grab the phone from the defendant, you speak to Erin O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And following those conversations with members of the O'Keefe family, where is it that you were going?
I asked Mrs. O'Keefe if she had four-wheel drive, and she said no. And Mr. O'Keefe had a van that didn't have four-wheel drive. So I said, I'm going to come get you, and I'll take you to the hospital.
All right, so why don't we end this now for lunch? Okay. Jurors will take the luncheon.
Yep.
I was just going to say that.
Jurors, all right, jury out.
I was just going to say that, Brianna. Most hospitals have a policy that they're not dead until they're warm and dead. When you find somebody in hypothermia, it is a case of they must still be warmed back up to 98.5 degrees before they can be diagnosed or they can be pronounced. So when it comes to hypothermia, most people aren't dead until they're warm and dead.
Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye.
Goodbye.
What was that all about?
Oh, that's their law and crime feed.
Wow. Yeah, I felt bad for her. I wanted to give her a hug. She was so upset. That's awful.
She had to relive all that trauma.
Yep.
If I were
And then to
Karen's
listen
friend,
to all
I'd be
the
mad
shit
at her.
that they've done and said, you know, and how they've all been attacked. That's a lot.
Look at everything that she had to relive today. And again, if I were Karen's friends, I'd be mad at her too, because this is all, it is all unnecessary. It is all due to Karen's negligence, which is really sad. Because like I said, I came into this thinking this woman, this was just an accident. It was a mistake. You know what?
Yeah.
Good people can make bad choices every day.
Oh yeah. Yep. They
and I
can.
just kept thinking that this was just a mistake. And I kept it all to myself. I didn't want to, put any of this out. And I was like, well, I guess we'll see. And I'm really glad I'm not a juror. And I'm glad she's not my friend either.
Well,
because
I think for me, it hits harder, especially for poor Kerry Roberts, who was just testifying. That's Kerry Roberts. Because like I've had to do CPR on someone before, like literally in the middle of a parking lot in a Cumberland Farms, because the person didn't realize that like the person they just picked up from a bar was overdosing in their front seat. And their lips were blue. And I had to like be like, hey, he's not drunk. Like he's overdosing, get him on the ground. And it feels like forever before the EMTs get there, even though it might be quick, it feels like forever. And it's frantic. And when you're doing CPR, your arms get tired. You're supposed to switch off with someone else if someone else knows how to do the CPR, right? Like, but there's no way she would have been able to switch off with Karen, because Karen was running around frantic, screaming, and like, dude, focus on what we're doing here. John had no pulse at that point, and like everybody else said, they don't declare you like gone until like they try for at least 45 minutes. And a lot of the hospitals have the blood warming machines, and it warms your blood from the inside for things like hypothermia. It's a very expensive machine, and a lot of the hospitals have that now, where that wasn't a thing before. But I have so much inside information on this case that I sort of know what's coming. And even when I know it's coming, when it's said and when it's shown, it's just still so fucking heartbreaking, even though I've already, like, it's just still, no matter what, you're just not prepared for it, right? Like, it's just awful. The problem is Karen did not remember, okay? She did not remember leaving the waterfall. Her blood alcohol content at the hospital was already over the legal limit. So imagine what her blood alcohol content was at 12:31. John's phone never moved from 12:31 a.m. until 6 whatever a.m. until they found him. The ring cam footage at John's home that would have showed Karen coming in with the broken taillight. It would have shown numerous things that obviously Karen didn't want the world to see.
Her going back out with a broken taillight.
Yep. All of that was deleted between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. The problem here being is everybody wants to scream, it's a cover up. The cops took John's phone. And now they're probably going to say Kerry Roberts because she had the phone in her pocket. But unfortunately for them, it shows that ring cam footage was deleted between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. And the only person with access to the ring cam during those times would have been Karen Reed. John was incapacitated on the ground and his phone never left the spot he was in from 12:31 until 6 a.m. So there's only one person that could have deleted that ring cam footage between 1 and 5 a.m. Well, that's another thing they're going to go through, Liza. That's why they told you to pay attention to the milk console and stuff. They're going to go through the fact that it really probably was a horrible accident. Problem being, what
it was a cover up.
It's what she did after. Yeah.
Yes. It's like if she would have just admitted what she did, I hit him with my car, and she would have called it in. Hey, I think I screwed up. I think I hit him. I didn't go back over and check. Even before the party ended and everybody left, it would have been an accident then. But I imagine because she was so intoxicated, she did not want to take the risk of a DUI, driving under the influence of alcohol.
Yeah, but a first offense, the most she would have probably gotten with a good lawyer is probation and community service and fines.
She was so drunk, there's no rational.
Yeah, that's
Like,
true.
Right, but
I just-
anybody, even in the next 24 hours, after she
Right.
sobered up, even in the 24 hours post sobering up, she could have easily done this even then
Oh, yeah.
and still stayed out of trouble. But at this point, no, like, I am so angry at this woman. I'm so angry at
mean,
her.
Not
It's
only did
gross.
she have a back, so it's the actions that she took afterwards, okay? And there's the other things that you're going to see from all the data from her car, the disabling of the alerts, the key cycles of the car. So if you key cycle, even if it doesn't, because people are like, oh, it's a push to start, it doesn't have a key. You can still key cycle the vehicle. One of two things. Some push to starts have a key inside your key fob for emergency backup to override the push to start. Other times there is no key, but you can push to start the push to start button itself to do the key cycle. So with Lexuses, those SUVs, if you key cycle it 200, I think it is times, you can delete some of the EDR data. You wouldn't know that unless you looked it up, or I don't know, had a brother that worked at a Lexus dealership. So there was key cycles to her car.
Listen, even because the brother works at a Lexus dealer doesn't mean that she's going to know that. There is not a guarantee.
At some point, she found out because she tried to key cycle the car to erase the data. So, you know what I mean? Like, how else is she going to get that information?
Even that right there, that shows cover up, in my opinion.
That's the point. That's what they're going to show.
She's
is
made
that
herself look guilty.
it's the actions that she took after.
It's falling on and off.
I just added her back on. I don't know what's going on.
What's going on with you, Kathy? You're falling over and on.
Yeah, right. It's the
I am?
action. Oh, please, here comes the trolls. Go somewhere with yourself. I don't even know why you guys bother, because by the time you write it, I don't even read it. It just gets deleted and you get banned. Like, it's really not worth your time there, bub.
Brianna, I'm not sure who that Rudy person is, but
Kirk 71. I know Kirk 71. I don't know if that's a troll. I know Kirk 71. Unless
Well,
someone
apparently
cloned them.
it's a troll now. Like,
look what they said, Kathy. They were like,
I'm a
grifter.
Yeah, I'm a grift. That's the famous line. Everyone's a grifter, right?
I'm
Like,
a grifter. You're a grifter.
Okay, that's not Kirk
You're a
71.
grifter.
Someone's cloned their account. That's not Kirk 71.
It could be. They just listen to Turtle Boy too much. Like,
Yeah.
it's that simple. Like, you know what I mean? Like, don't waste your time. I don't know why the trolls even bother. Don't waste your time. By the time you write all of it, no one's gonna. I'm gonna see maybe the first couple words in sentence, and it's going, and so are you. So you're wasting your goddamn time. Like, you don't like my opinion, don't watch.
I don't know who Rudy Farias is, but I'm pretty sure you and I have the same opinion.
You don't know
on
who Rudy is, Voices? He's the one that supposedly
the
went
mother
missing
hid and
then
said he was missing.
found. And
Hold on. You're both talking at one time, and I can't understand what you're saying.
The mother said he was missing, but she was hiding him the entire time and was like abusing him and shit.
Oh my God! Yes, I do know who that is.
Yes.
Thank you.
No,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Yep.
Brianna, Brianna, we need to talk. Email me. We totally need to talk because I think you and I are right on the same line with that. Where that other one? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I know exactly who you're talking about now, Brianna. I remember it now. I was thinking like Mexican official when you guys all said that. So I was all confused.
Yeah, remember those people got involved and said that he was abused and all this other stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, I know exactly where Brianna's coming from.
I know exactly where she's coming out with that, and you are damn right, Bree. You and I have been on the same damn wavelength for a hot minute, and I'll tell you why. I will tell you guys why while we're on this break. You know why? Because right now there's one parent that stands to gain about $50,000, and there's two other parents that don't stand to gain a fucking thing.
Yeah,
and there's one parent that's out here acting a certain way, aligning himself with all kinds of fucking felons.
Just
and if
like
you want
his
your
mother
kid
did.
found, if you want your kid found, you're not going to align yourself with felons. You're going to align yourself with the real deals. Even if they're
if I want my
maybe
kid found, I'm
friendly.
looking. I'm looking my goddamn self. I don't give a fuck. But I'm looking for 4, 5, 6 days in a row. I'm looking.
Nope. I never recommend parents look. You know what? You're already going through trauma, and that may be the end of the trauma. That may be the trauma that just ends everything and makes you not the person that you once were. So no, I don't go for parents looking. Never. I don't go for any immediate family members.
I don't think I could not look as a parent. Can you
But
imagine
the
not
thing
going
is,
out to
he
look
hasn't
for your-
really looked since the first week, and he only did it the first week when it was being streamed live.
Yes. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you. Absolutely.
I would be looking whether you're video cameraing me
this
or
man-
not. I'm looking.
Nope. This man doesn't look, he drives around all day. And you know what?
Right.
He's not even making the full use of his driving around burning the fuel because there's no speaker blasting the favorite songs that might cause this little boy to come out from wherever he could be kept. No, this is a bunch of bullshit.
I'm traipsing through
I'm sorry,
woods. I'm going through swamps.
I
like
am
you
so
name it, I'm
close
doing
to
it.
firing
Like,
up my own live on this. I am so fucking close to firing up my own live.
You should,
other than I'm
Voices.
afraid that
You've
I
been
will
around. You
dump
know everything
gasoline.
about the case. You should.
I'm afraid
you
I'm going
guys
to dump
can
gasoline all
still
over it.
stream
It's
it.
weird
You
how
can-
much how much that and Brianna's always on point with what she says, and she listens and pays
Rewrites.
attention.
Rewrites a lot. She writes a lot. So the thing is, with people that write, they have a great big imagination, right? And they're able
think
to
about
sometimes see
outside the
things
box.
and think about yes. And so I like Bree, seriously, we'll get together, throw a private little stream party. We'll
You guys
sit
do
and-
know that you have the capability to stream this on your channel right now, right?
Oh, honey,
Yeah, I
don't wanna
know.
do
I
that.
just
That's
forgot all about it,
responsibility.
and I did.
Maybe that's
I'm just
responsibility. and I'm-
pointing out the option that you have.
Maybe that's responsibility, and I am not even like I'm still in my bathrobe and yesterday's hair. I'm not doing responsibility well this week. I started my week off. Normally, my week starts off with like a 67-mile drive. My week started off with a 376-mile drive. I'm burnt for the week already.
Oh, I hear you. I'm just saying, you guys do have the option when you're here to stream it to your own
Are
channel.
you
too.
giving us a hint? Are you telling us, giving us?
What are you telling us to go over to our?
No,
Are you telling us to stream this shit on our own? Yeah.
No, I know that some creators like don't like allow it for whatever reason. I'm telling you guys that you always have that option if you want it. You don't have to. I don't give a shit whether you
I
do
like
or don't.
to hear
I'm just,
because if I need to, deal with the kids or the freaking animals,
Yeah.
I can go ahead and do that.
yep.
I'm all
Yeah,
about
no.
the team approach. I come from the other down the street and around the corner where we all kind of pitch in and take our turn throughout
Well, that's
the
my
day.
point.
So
It's only streaming on my channel right now. The team approach would be let it stream on everyone's channel so that their own viewers can see too. So on their own channels. So I mean, it's always an option if you guys want
Yeah,
it.
no,
I just want you to know that
I'm
you're
not looking
more than
for-
welcome.
I'm not looking for more responsibility, but I appreciate you.
We're gonna lay it all on you.
Listen, that's fine. I just know that some
I know
creators
how
are
to
real
keep myself in
sticklers.
check. I so know how to
No,
keep
I know
myself in
some
check.
creators are real sticklers about not allowing people to do that. I just want you guys to know that you always have that option if that's something you want to do.
Thank
I
you.
don't give a shit. So yeah,
Yeah, me neither.
I don't give it. I don't care. Like the more the merrier in my book. Like as long as you're a good person, I don't care. You got fucking 5 million views or 1 view. I don't care. Like I don't.
Y'all, every day that goes on, so we're 16 days in. Every day that goes on, my heart just breaks a little bit more. I'm like,
I
oh
know.
my gosh, Karen Reed, you know what? You're a trash person. You need to stand up and tell the fucking truth.
She's
And
not
if
gonna.
you do happen to get away with this, oh, you have no idea. You're never going to be able to live in that area ever again. You better
I
move out
just
west. girl.
don't see that happening. I just don't. Not with what I know to be coming. So you're going to tell me that the jury's going to hear from the niece and the nephew, right? We're not going to get to see that, unfortunately. And fortunately, because I say fortunately because there's a reason for it, and the kids shouldn't be on TV and then harassed by the mob. So I say fortunately because I don't want them. I don't want them in that predicament. So I'm kind of glad that we're not going to see them, but I'm hoping that they'll give us a transcript of their testimony. I
Right.
do know that when Jen McCabe was on the phone with Karen, and Karen used Kaylee's phone to call Jen McCabe. She was right there in Kaylee's room and told Jen in front of Kaylee that she had a cracked taillight. And that was before she ever left 34 Fairview that morning, before she quote unquote hit John's car at 2 miles an hour. So that whole theory gets blown out of the water by a kid who was 14 at the time. So if you're going to tell me that these two children are in on this giant conspiracy I'm sorry, but I don't think the jury's going to buy that. You have all of these witnesses who are saying the exact same thing, and they're telling the same story from their own point of view, from their point of view of what happened when they were there. And then you're going to have the state troopers, and then you're going to have the hospital staff and the records from when they took Karen for the Section 12. So they're going to have all that. Then you're going to have the data from her vehicle, her phone records, John's phone records. Like, it's just not, I'm sorry, but the defense only has throwing shit at the wall to see if it'll stick this point. Nothing will stick. And they have no real evidence that Karen didn't do this or there was some sort of cover up. Everything they have is a guess. And most of their theories are blown out by actual real evidence. How could Karen have hit John's car and had the taillight cracked if she told Jen in front of Kaylee that her taillight was cracked before she ever left the house?
Okay, well, did anybody else get really like, what the fuck? She said she started her period and that's where the blood came from. Did anybody else go, how are the lies just falling out of this woman's mouth?
Yeah.
Listen,
Well, she said it too. So Jen said that too. So it's like, obviously, even in a state of shock, you're going to know, like, it ain't your period, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
last time I had, listen, I'm a little out of practice at having a period. I haven't had one since I was 7, right? So I'm a little out of practice at having them. I'm 48 now. So, you know, a good 20 years been in menopause, right? But in all the years that I had my period, it was never on my hands.
No,
Yeah,
not like that.
It get messy and get on your thighs. You sometimes you would have a spot on your backside where you sat down and it pooled, but it was never on my fucking hands.
No. So I mean, you could argue she was in a state of shock, but here's the thing. I think what was happening was she didn't remember. And then as she started remembering bits and pieces is where she was giving little hints of, did I hit him? Could I? She was remembering at that point that was happening. She was trying to figure out if it was her dream or if it actually happened. Right. And so obviously when they got to 34 Fairview and she knew exactly where to look, nobody else knew what the hell she was looking at. You're talking about a mound of snow. Nope. She went right to a mound of snow. John was fully covered in snow. Okay. Someone argued with me yesterday and said, hey, there was 6 inches of snow underneath him. No, there was not. There was grass underneath. There's literal pictures of the grass that was underneath him. There was no snow. No 6 inches of snow underneath him.
We also learned that he was on his back. People had said before he was on his stomach.
Right.
Correct. He was on his back. He was face up. So now that takes me back to when the EMTs were testifying and they said that he was turned over. Now, the person that was doing the CPR on him testified now that when she found him, he was on his back.
Yeah.
But they all said that,
and the phone was underneath of him.
Right. The
So
story
I don't.
was that
There was
Karen
something
was
on
the
the
one doing
911.
CPR.
Yeah.
Which
I
I
don't know.
questioned because of the way she was running around and stuff. You can't do CPR while you're running around, and you don't stop CPR unless there's somebody there to relieve you.
To finish. Yeah. So she was only doing the mouth-to-mouth part. Carrie was doing the compressions.
Right.
And
But
then,
10 minutes doing compressions. Do you know, like,
a long
10
time.
minutes doing compressions at the beat of staying alive, staying alive, staying alive, staying alive. 10 minutes of that. You are going to be physically fucking exhausted and worn out.
Oh, it's exhausting.
3 minutes in.
You're
It's generally
supposed to
in
switch
3 minutes
with
and then you
someone.
switch.
Yeah, it's recommended that you switch with someone. I'm CPR certified.
We did 4 cycles and we switched, and I've done
that's it.
CPR on quite a few people. We
Correct.
do the 4 sets, check for a pulse, and continue CPR, but we would switch.
Yep.
And that was before. Now they have portable thumper and stuff. You know, they don't even have to stay there and do the CPR. They just put the portable thumper on most times now.
So 10 minutes of her doing this staying alive beat while you got Karen Reed running around screaming here, screaming there. It's in the dark. Somebody's calling 911.
There's
Karen's
no visibility.
Like zero visibility. It's like that was a chaotic fucking scene.
Not only that, but they keep going back to like why Brian Albert didn't wake up. Nobody in the goddamn entire neighborhood came out or woke up. No one.
Right.
Not a single goddamn person.
The only time I never I never alternate. We never switched off. Was if we were doing like infant CPR or, you know, a small
The
child,
only
because it
time I
doesn't
haven't
take.
switched off is if there's not someone there to do it with. That's the only
Yeah,
time.
that too. But
Yeah.
And even if it's like in a crowd, there's been a couple of times when I was younger, something would happen, and when they would go down in a crowd, even if you were the first person there, there were others that were around you that were CPR certified that would come in and tap you out, and everybody would rotate
Yes.
through.
Yep.
So that not one of it would not all of it was on one person.
No. And I feel like Karen lifting her shirt to John is very telling to me. Because my immediate reaction is always to start CPR. I've done it a couple times on strangers. And never once has my immediate reaction been anything other than CPR, because you're trying to save their life if they have no pulse. By her pulling up her shirt and pulling up his tells me that she knew he had to be there for quite some time and that he could possibly be hypothermic, because the first thing you're supposed to do if something is hypothermic is really strip them down, strip yourself down, and sort of give them their body weight.
I go back to now that whole question about how long can somebody live in
the cold.
How long till somebody dies in the cold? There's that. I also, oh God, I still keep thinking about what the paramedics were saying. That means the paramedics were straight lied to. That means that when those paramedics arrived, Karen and her chaos Karen.
Yeah, chaos Karen. We're using that now. Hashtag chaos Karen.
Well, I mean, think about it. Yeah, chaos. Yeah. Chaos Karen. So again, this is a problem that I have. If you were innocent and this were an accident, then why are you causing all this chaos when the first responders arrive?
True that. You would, I mean, I get it. Like it's like, okay, I don't know. For me, because I've had so many medical with my sister and my daughter from their rare diseases, and like I've seen, you know, the tubes and the also down their throat, like all of that stuff. So, and especially because I worked in a prison, it was for the mentally ill, and a lot of medical happens there too. Like a lot of the times, like the last 2 times I've done CPR on someone, I've been completely, utterly calm. And I think it's because I've done it so many times already. Like, especially being someone who was an addict and has been sober for 16 years, I've done CPR on probably at least close to 12.5 people just from overdoses and whatnot. Like, but know exactly what to do at that point. And being calm is not indicative of someone being guilty. I'm calm because I've been through this before and I know what needs to happen and I know what steps I need to take to get this done.
Yeah.
So they point out, like,
my training.
Right, Karen, Jen was calm, so he must be guilty. Like, no, I'm calm like that when an emergency like that arises, because I've been through many emergencies like that and I know what I'm supposed to do. And also, what does it help if I'm running around like a crazy person?
Karen was not, like you just have heard from the EMT said that it was chaotic scene when they first arrived. Ms. Reed was running here, there, everywhere. She was screaming, she was crying, she was doing this, she was doing that. There was blood on her face, there was blood on her hands. They put her in the back of a patrol car. Somebody tried to take her home. That ended in self-harm threats. I mean, like, that's a lot of chaos. Plus, then you hear the person that she gets to go with her to find him and everything resulting in that. I mean, what are you doing, woman?
Right. Exactly. I mean, for me, I'm like, this is, I can understand if you're, you know, running around crazy, whatever, like this is like a shock to you and all. But what I think was happening was she was getting bits and pieces coming back to her of what had happened. And she was more asking out loud, almost as if it was a dream or did it really happen, without saying that, obviously. And so for me, all of the things that she does from then on, from the moment that she calls Jen on from Kaylee's phone at 4:50, I think it was 4:53 a.m. Now the bed has not been slept in, it's been made. And Karen says she stayed on the couch. I don't think she slept. The Commonwealth doesn't think she slept. If she did, it was a very short period of time. A very short period. because at some point in all this chaos, before she leaves again, she's deleted the ring cam footage, right? She's deleted the ring cam footage before, all the way up until she leaves the house. So at some point in that house, she deletes that ring cam footage from the time she gets home until the time basically that she calls Jen. And there's no cam footage until after that. Like that right there
I just
is a problem.
listen. She's really lucky that they didn't give her a breathalyzer later in the morning. She's really lucky.
The jury could believe this conspiracy. I just think they're going to be real hard pressed to vote a not guilty verdict after the kids and all the data. I really think it's going to be very difficult to vote a not guilty verdict with all of these people literally saying the exact same thing from their own perspective, and then the data to back it up. And then Ian Whiffen from Celebrite, who basically made this software on Celebrite, literally explained to the jury that, I don't know who the hell they have reading this, but there are no deleted calls. This Google search did not happen at 2:27 a.m. That is when a tab was opened on a wall file. Okay. Nobody else is trying to use wall files except defense. So like, no, you're not reading my software correctly. This is the way the software works. I know because I made it. I mean, I think they're going to be real hard pressed. The only part of that conspiracy that you could buy into that would make me vote not guilty is if you can prove that that Google search happened at 2:27 a.m. and not 6.
There's
the jurors' reactions, quite a few actually. I am hearing that they
twisted faces,
they're not quite
head
loving,
shaking.
Yeah, they're not quite loving Jackson's bullshit. Let's put it that way. And I mean, if you run on whatever Jess Machado tells you, like she lying through her teeth. But if she wasn't so far up Turtle Boy's ass, maybe she could be unbiased. But unfortunately, you're not going to get the correct news listening to those tweets.
Well, those words that I got that I just repeated came from Boston 25.
Yes.
Talked a little bit about the jury and the reactions to the jury. It also came from that Jesse guy here on Law and Crime with us. And he said, they're not fond of. You can see by their demeanor, they're not fond of Jackson's approach. There's a lot of twisted faces, wrinkled stares, frowns, head shaking. There's been obvious displeasure displayed in the body language of the jurors. So.
Yeah, because every witness, he's tried to twist their statements or change words, and that's not going to go over well with the jury, because if you're having to do that, that means that you're trying to make your own narrative, and you can't just go based upon the facts. They're not idiots. Like, they're not morons.
And that's the other thing. Here's the thing. The defense has done nothing to prove they've done nothing to connect dots to prove a conspiracy.
None.
Like they've individually attacked. First, they want us to believe it was that Colin kid. And then
he wasn't even there.
They wanted us to first it was the dog, and then it was the Colin Albert kid, and then it was he was beaten in a basement, and then
Caitlin Albert took the dog. Like
yep. Somebody spirited a dog out, and the rest of the men moved him out onto the lawn and just dumped him there, and all went back in and resumed their party. And so far, it's been individual attacks, but they've not done anything to show that there's collusion or any part of it. I mean, they even attempted.
All they're doing is trying to by just saying you're lying. That's all they're doing is saying to the witnesses, "You're lying, you're lying, you're lying." That's not proving anything. That's not like you can say you're lying, but the answers to their questions all match the other people's answers to the same question. So, like, you're not.
And it all matches the grand jury testimony for something fucking else.
Right. So, I mean, not that the jurors know that, because they don't know anything about the federal grand jury, and they're not supposed to.
Well, they don't, but they keep saying there was a grand jury that you testified in for this, and they know that the grand jury is not about the case. So, I mean, those jurors aren't dumb. They know that there's something else going on.
Well, there was a grand jury about the case. There was a grand jury for the case. They did have to testify to a state grand jury for this case for her to be indicted.
There was another one.
Yeah. Then there was the other one. Right. But I mean, it's
multiple times. At least Jackson referenced on this day you testified in this court, and on this day you testified to this.
Yes.
But here, do you remember what you said?
Like, no.
Well, if I testified to him 2 years ago, there should be court record. Can I look at what I testified
Well, here's
to?
the thing,
and
people are like,
I'll
she shouldn't have to refer to the records if she knows the truth, and that's not true. Because if you've talked to 17 state troopers and 17 cops and investigators and your family to try to figure out what happened, and phone calls and emails and multiple grand juries, like, no, you're not going to remember all that, people. It's common goddamn sense. So for them to be like, oh, she shouldn't have to refer to it. Yes, she does. Also for the second reason of Jackson and Yeti like to change words and say, you testified to this and change something. No, that's not what they testified to. So if I was a witness, because I know the way cross-examination works and the law works, I absolutely would want to refer to it every single time so that he can't twist a single goddamn thing. I want to see exactly what I said and how I said it and what the context it was in, so I know.
And I'm probably going to read it verbatim off the paper.
Exactly. Because it's the only way he doesn't get to twist it, right? What I'm saying is they're not complete and utter stupid people where if 50 people are testifying the one thing that they're going to think that the one person that the jury, that the defense is saying is some mastermind, like, is actually said mastermind, unless you can back it up with something, right? Like, even my husband, who's not tech savvy in any way, shape, or form, doesn't follow cases in any way, shape, or form, would not be voting not guilty if he just heard from 60, 70, 80 witnesses all telling the same crap. And then dated it back up.
You've got the person who developed the software, the person who designed the software, and he flat out says, no, that's not how that is read or used. Just because you found an envelope that said, or a file that says deleted numbers on it,
that's not it.
Doesn't mean that that's really what that is.
Correct. Oh, deleted also means it's off your phone. Like, your phone is storing it in the background, not that it's actually quote unquote deleted.
You know that most phones will store about 250 dialed calls, and then after that, the memory, the oldest drops off and the newest goes on.
Correct.
You know that could be considered deleted files and
correct
in your cell data.
Yep, correct. The shoes. Oh, John was just very picky about shoes in the house, and what they're referencing it for is because they're trying to say that there's this giant cover up, right? So if Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe knew that John was dead, why would they be taking their shoes off in his house? Why?
Yeah.
They took their shoes off because they knew John would be pissed if they didn't. So
Correct.
You wouldn't be taking your shoes off thinking he was coming back if you already knew he was dead. That's the whole point of the shoes.
You wear your shoes in the house? I don't. I got a pair of I take my shoes off outside the door.
do.
I got house shoes. Nope, it's a that's a
a
very
rule
New
here.
England thing. That's a big
Well,
New England
I
thing.
live
You
in
don't
an
wear-
apartment,
that's
so
all
like
here.
I don't have like a mudroom or anything in an apartment, unfortunately. So
When you come in my door, there's an entrance hall. You better take them shoes off at that door because you're not walking on my floors in my area, right? Because I'm not cleaning up after you.
if I had
That's
a
just,
house,
I was raised that way. It's always been a rule in my house.
Yeah. I would, if I had a house, I'd have an area like that where you would take your shoes off. I don't. I live in an apartment, and I kind of like, so there's no really space for that. You kind of just enter right into my living room. So
I don't know. I used to live in an apartment, and everybody knew before they knocked on that door, them shoes better be off. There was a mat outside my door. There was a shoe rack outside my door. Please feel free to stand in your sock feet at your on my mat while you put your shoes over there. And I even kept a can of odor eaters so that if you had to take your stinking ass shoes off, you could.
Oh my
spray
God,
your
I love
feet.
you.
I wasn't forced to smell
freaking
your
love you,
Cheeto toes.
I love you. Oh man, yeah, that is not going to go over well.
I would sprinkle baby powder.
Bro,
on
I lived in
people's
New York.
shoes.
Yeah,
I would. If their shoes stunk, I would sprinkle baby powder in their shoes.
baby powder. That's what I've always done. Baby powder. For the men
I bought
who have
odor
seen-
eaters. There's a reason that they sell that brand. It's branded odor eaters. It's to get rid of that stank. So
True that.
I better not be smelling corn chips up in my house. We're gonna have problems.
if you,
One person that gets to smell like corn chips is Mason.
yeah,
That's
the
it.
boys, right? Always.
Mason even, well, that's my dog. And Mason even gets his paws wiped. He knows to wait at the door.
He's a boy,
He'll scratch
though.
at it. He scratches at it, and he knows that mom will come out with paw wipes, and she'll wipe his feet off, or she'll let him in the door, and he'll wait right there. So yeah, I'm just weird like that. That was something I picked up in New York after seeing like, nope, you just didn't go walking down the streets and then walk in your house with that. That's gross.
Yeah, my
Yeah,
brother knows
Chris.
he's getting his balls wiped.
Yeah, it's not a good time. And Jackson being a jerk about the harassment, that's not really going to go over well with Jerry, because any jury is going to know that being harassed is not a nice thing. So for him being sarcastic about that, I don't think that they're going to appreciate that in any way, shape, or form. I think he also has a very big disconnect because he is from California. This is Massachusetts, my dude. You're reading the room incorrectly. Where this might work in California, it's not the type of stuff that works here in Massachusetts. We have a little bit thicker skin. So if something is really bothersome, that means it's probably very bothersome to normal people. Like, you know, so
Right.
I mean, whatever
Fuck
works
off,
in California, my dude, is not working here. Like,
Fuck
yes,
off,
that's
kid.
what they're saying. Yep, that's what they're saying. They're saying she didn't take them off because she knew what had happened. So like, she didn't care if John was, you know what I mean? That's
When
the
I
whole
lived
theory.
back home in the
Well, and
wintertime,
really, go ahead, Kathy.
I'd have dared you to walk past my kitchen door with your damn shoes. I'd have dared you.
And it can also be viewed as the ultimate sign of disrespect, wearing your shoes on a newly deceased person's carpet. It's all in how how your family is, what you're raised in. When I lived in New York, I was plugged into two different sides of a family, and one side was Italian and one side was Irish.
Yeah.
And so each one had their own idiosyncrasies, so to speak.
Right.
I have some things that I still do. They're quotas and they're singles. They're not dollar bills.
Why would they turn that damn? They turned the school bus app off. Why would they turn the app off? School is not out of session yet.
Oh no,
That's annoying.
So I have no idea where the.
Chris, do you have Twitter at all? Do you follow or anything? I mean, not that Twitter isn't a cesspool, it is, but do you follow Twitter at all?
Yeah,
I'm doing a live tonight between 7 and 7:30 Eastern time for a lot more of like questions of people who can't be here during the day that have some questions about the case and want to know certain things about like the legal part of it and what to expect next and all that kind of stuff.
Hey,
tonight. So
where's Grant?
Is interested. Grant he can't be in the courtroom if Jess Machado is there currently.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He's got an appeal into the SJC, which no doubt they will overturn. There was some egregious errors of the judge in that case. So until he goes into them, he can't be in there if she's in there.
And what has she been doing? Getting there first?
I don't think he wants to take the chance, because if you slow-mo the video down where she claims he put his hands on her, she throws her body into like him talking with his hands. That's what she does. Yes. I have it slowed all the way down.
I saw it that day. I watched it live. She totally body checked him.
Oh, yeah.
She did. She hip checked him, and then she throws like her body into him, like talking with his hands, and then claims that that's him hitting her.
And that's not him hitting her. That was her hitting him. She gonna end up coming out the villain. She better watch herself.
Yeah.
So
no, live on YouTube. But I do have access.
How long do you think it's gonna take for them to
about
overturn?
A week? He'll get a hearing date within a week or so.
Because he didn't do anything to her. She did that.
No, he did not. He did not. And then, like, I'm sorry, but like,
and I don't believe Grant would assault anybody. He just doesn't.
Absolutely not.
He just doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't strike me as. Yeah.
Absolutely not.
We watched the video of that, and with that Turtle Boy guy and the other one, that was all a setup. And if you actually watch the boys filming of it, it's gonna end up burning her because when it gets brought into court, he had the best angle of what she did.
Let me send you guys the slow-mo version of it, okay? It's on my
Oh, girl,
phone,
I
so can't-
remember the day you slowed it down up here and we watched it.
No, but I have
no,
it like all the way slowed down now. And it's like to look at it now, you're like, wait, hold the hell on. What the just happened here? Like that.
Well,
that
anybody
is
that
insane.
listen, Ray Charles and Stevie Wonder and Helen Keller all could have saw that was a damn setup.
I'm telling you.
Oh, abso-freaking-lutely.
And she should be
here it is.
charged or something for
Yes.
even for lying under oath, for
Yes.
filing false charges.
Yes.
She should be in trouble for that.
That's what I said. She better
Agreed.
be careful. She's gonna come out a villain.
What she doesn't seem to realize is that as soon as that thing is overturned, if I was him, that's exactly what I would go march my ass straight to the police station and demand that they charge her with filing a false report and setting it up. Like, bottom line, like, I'm not playing that game. Like, how do I?
It was
send
all
this?
done
So what's
in an
Turtle
attempt to
Boy
get
have court
grants.
next week? Is it just like what's the court
It's got
hearing
court
for him about?
tomorrow.
Or tomorrow?
It's tomorrow. It's a pretrial hearing, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretrial hearing. So I'm gonna send it to you guys in text message here. Hold on. Take a look at it and tell me what you think after I send you this. First you, Kathy, then you, Voices. Hold on.
I don't know if I can while I'm on here. If it kicks me, I'll come back.
Okay, yeah. Just it's
Yeah,
only
I won't be able to
23
look at it.
seconds long, but
I won't be able to look at it
like
right
it's
now, but-
slowed all the way down. Oh my phone's doing this thing.
Well,
where it likes
listen,
to-
I know what I saw the day that we watched the stuff. I know what Queen showed. I know how Queen slowed
Yeah.
it right down. It might not have been us over here, but because we saw that his pants were tied with a piece of rope, and like when he's legit standing there, and he's standing up and down. He's standing perpendicular, right?
Yeah.
The next thing you know, Jess is standing there perpendicular, and then you see Jess like suddenly she's not straight up and down. She's at like a 2 o'clock position, and Grant is all of a sudden like almost knocked over, and he gets knocked to almost like a 3 to 4 o'clock position, and then he rotates at the hip, and when he stands up, that's when we see that his pants are tied with a piece of rope. So I personally looked at it because after hearing what the turtle guy said to him, that was all as a result of, turtle guy coming and cutting the line and everybody putting him in his place and all of that.
He never touched her. His hands never touched her.
You see it, right?
He never touched her.
He went, oh my. Wow.
I don't know how to. I don't know if you guys. I can't figure out how to get it from like there to here to show everybody how you slow. If you slow it down, like
just turn your
from my-
camera on and use your phone. Oh, do you have Messenger on your phone on your laptop? You can send it to yourself from Messenger.
Or you can even upload it to YouTube and just not share it, keep it private and then show it.
An unlisted
I'll
link.
have to figure this out. While we're doing the trial, I'll figure it out. So during a break, I'll do it because it's only 23 seconds, and I'll show you guys. But it's completely slowed down. You can see exactly what she moves her entire body into him.
She does.
Like,
and he never touches her. His hands never touch her.
Nope. And if it does, it barely does. And that's the result of her moving her body into him after she comes over and whips his chair, which is not shown in the video. But she is the one who starts the whole argument, coming over and whipping his chair because she did not leave anybody in the place. You can't leave a chair there with no person. There has to be a person to save the place for you. You cannot leave a chair there with no person for 12 hours. Or guess what? You get bumped to the line.
It's a body.
I'm sorry, if I was him, I'd go after her because he has every right to be in there. He did nothing to her, and he's been involved in this case from the get-go, and he has every right to be
Longer than
in
she
there.
has. Like, she just magically popped up out of nowhere long after. I love that she wrote, like, oh, well, since last summer, you haven't been here since last summer. And I will tell you, I was. And for her to claim that the free Karen Reed crowd has gotten bigger, no, it's gotten existentially smaller, dude. Okay? So much smaller. Like, it is not bigger. Like, so much smaller. Like, yeah, I don't know why either, T-Berry. I don't
Brianna, when
know.
you get to this point, a baby pool, a plastic baby pool works well to keep the Legos rounded up in one area. And kids
that's
just
smart.
think it's the coolest thing ever to have a little area with a baby pool. I have a nephew that has one of those old school play school turtles, you know, like that they used to be like the
Oh, yeah,
sand,
yeah, yeah.
the big green
I love
plastic
those.
one. Yep, but
Yeah.
that's his Lego pit.
I had one of those when I was a kid, a turtle. It was like a sandbox, though. Mine was a
Yep.
sandbox, yeah.
Right, and that's what these were used for, but it was actually my turtle, and my aunt, took care of it. It had always been well-maintained, and then when she had her kid, that was turned into his Lego pit.
Oh.
So, anyway.
Listen, Jackson opened the door for that, and then he didn't want the response from Jen when he opened the door. He literally asked her, why did you go to Elizabeth Proctor's house? And that's exactly what she was explaining, why she went there. And then, of course, because he opened that door, he did not want her to continue. And the judge was like, Jackson, like, you opened the door. Well, she needs to just answer the question, Your Honor. It sounds like to me she is answering why she went there, Mr. Jackson. She's going to be able to answer the question. Like, you don't get to stop the question because you don't like the answer, sir. That's not the way it works. Also, there's been numerous times, and I think the jury has taken note of this, where he has tried to literally get the witness to change the damn answer or say something like, well, you can agree with me. Like, no, that's not how it works. Hey, Jersey, that's not how it works. You don't get to change the answer or say, you can agree with me. No, they can't agree with you. And also there was one time where he said something like, this is true and accurate, correct? How the hell would anyone know? No, how would they know it's true and accurate unless you give them the entire report and I know where it came from? No.
Well, and that's when she said he asked her that about Jackson asked Jen McCabe about Life 360, and she's like, well, I would need to look back, and he listed off three things that she said and slipped in the word accurate, and she's like, I didn't find accurate on that list.
Right, exactly. And I think Lally missed a lot of opportunities to do a lot of other questions that he could have clarified some stuff on during redirect with Jen McCabe. Like, I mean, he did fine, but like, there's just other things that if I were him, I would have asked to clarify some things for the jury, and he didn't. And I don't know why. I don't know if it's because he's
probably because there's going to be other testimony that's going to get further clarification.
That could be why. Yep,
and
it could be why.
He knows that it's down the road, and he knows that you got to remember they have somebody that is only watching the jury on their team, right?
Right.
They're watching every ounce of what the jury does. You know, they probably have 2 or 3 people, to be honest, that are doing nothing but observing the jury and seeing what their initial reactions are. Because what people don't realize is that you can't hide the expression when you hear things for the first time. Like,
no, you cannot.
The average ordinary Joe is not trained in ways, so you're going to see a reaction on their face.
To keep a poker face, yeah, no.
Right. So I think it's jury analytics are always really cool.
They are.
That show Bull on CBS years ago, or I don't even know if it's still on, but that was one of my favorite ones that had the guy from NCIS that moved Denozo, and then he moved over to Jason Bull, which is based off of I want to say it's Dr. Phil's boy. It's like he's like a trial analyst.
Yeah. Kerry Roberts, yeah. I feel bad for Kerry as well. John was a very close friend of Kerry Roberts, Jersey, and it's really heartbreaking. Like, she's got to relive that, like relive the whole damn thing while watching it on a dash cam, knowing what is happening. And it's really, really sad to see her have to deal with that. But I feel bad for all of them because none of them should have had to deal with the level of harassment or their children have to deal with the level of harassment. They are witnesses in a case. They have been charged with no crime. The FBI did not find any crime or conspiracy when they handed over all their exculpatory. There was no exculpatory and as a matter of fact, 90% of it was literally already things everyone already knew that the Commonwealth has already said, and it was verified by the FBI. So, you know, cops, again, I'm not a fan of cops in general, but in this case, there are answers for why things were done a certain way. And you do have to think about the fact that, and because I live here, maybe it just makes more sense to me that I know the town and I know how small it is. And I know like where I grew up between two cities and towns, one in Weymouth, one in Quincy. Quincy is a huge city with lots of kids. There was like my graduating class was hundreds of kids, where you might get like 150 in the graduating class of, you know, a smaller town nearby. So like I grew up between Weymouth and Quincy. In Weymouth, everyone knew everyone. And my grandparents lived in that neighborhood for like 30, 40 years. Like everyone literally knew everyone. The cops knew everyone because they used to come around the neighborhood, talk to the kids, let the kids play with the sirens. Like they would actually get out of their cars and talk back in the day. Like,
well, yeah, because that's
knew each other. Right.
That's your Uncle Joe from down the block. Yeah. It's the police officer. Yeah. I mean, you got to remember that this is a city of 22,000.
Yeah, small town.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's small for back there. Like I live in a town of 2,000.
Yeah, but for here, it's small. It's like, you know, like most of these people grew up together or, you know, at some point played sports together, had mutual friends. Like it's same thing for me when I lived in Weymouth, like, and to an extent in Quincy. Like, so, I mean, you have to think about it.
From my generation, all of our kids and all of our grandkids are still playing together. Like the kids I went to high school with, they're all still right around here. And all of those that we played sports against, they're now grandparents also. And all the grandkids are still playing against each other in the same sports.
Right.
Fully 100% get it, understand it. And there's a whole different set of politics that unless you're plugged into one of these communities like this, you don't even have an idea of.
Right. Like, so like it is a very small town of people who like to stay in Canton's a nice, I would not mind at all raising my family in Canton. It's a very nice small little town. Like it's definitely where you would want to raise a family. No wonder why people want to stay there. There's no reason why you wouldn't if that's where you grew up anyway. So like, yeah, some of these people are going to know each other. It's not a fucking shocker that people know each other, especially like, and this is how I explain it to people is think about this. Think about you being out one night and you become a witness to something. Is it not 9 out of 10 times that the people you are with and your alibi is going to be with family and friends? Or is it going to be strangers? Most of the time your alibi is going to be you were with family or friends. So to just say because they're family that they're magically all lying, every single one of them. Like,
and how many group chats are you in with your family members? How many of your family members?
Most of my family is dead, but for my chosen family, my friends, I have like probably 10 group chats with all different people.
Well, I mean, there's that, but
and
the average person, so the average person that has a family that is still alive and is that they can all tolerate the dysfunction and they get together well. The average person is going to be like what we've heard on the stand so far.
Correct.
With the McCabe's, the O'Keefe's, all of this, right? That's going to be the average person. Just because you're in a group chat with your family, would you want to be considered guilty?
Of course not. I mean, like that's why I say my chosen family, because for me, most of my biological family are dead and gone.
I'm meaning not you specifically, audience wise.
Yeah, my friends that I've known for a very long time are family to me, right? So like we're all one little dysfunctional, fun family. I have my softball family, then I have my friend family, then I have like whatever's left of my real family. Like so, I have numerous group chats with all those people, and so no, saying that I have a group chat with them makes me guilty of something because we talk about everything. No, like normal people talk about pretty much everything. Like that's not, you know what I mean? It's not a damn thing. Like. It would be very disingenuous to act like these people claiming that like that's something sketchy don't have those exact same group chats and don't do those exact same things. I'm sorry, when I see the cops here, guess what I do? I take a picture. I did the other day. I sent it in a group chat. I had to call the cops for my goddamn downstairs neighbor, and there was a domestic going on, and the cops were here, took a picture, sent it in my group chat. I was like, oh, cops are here. Like, I can't make this shit up, dude, for my poor neighbor. Like, people do that. It's like everyday stuff. It's not something nefarious, you know, like, yeah. And exactly. I am in group chats with my husband as well. And like, yeah, he's sitting right next to me, but there are other people in that chat that I'm trying to talk to. If I need to talk to him, I can talk to him. We're sitting right here. Like, but there's other people I'm trying to talk to too. So I'm not going to just not group chat because he's in the house. Like, what? What?
Believe me,
Come on,
I am
dude.
probably the only person when the cops show up, I skedaddle. This is the craziest thing ever. And like, I have no criminal record, right? Not been in trouble. I've had one speeding ticket back when I was like 19 years old. Maybe I was 20. I don't remember. I was young. But the only people that I'm truly afraid of are the cops, because they have the right to come in and arrest me and put me behind bars. They're not going to give me my craft supplies. They're probably not going to give me my medication. They're not going to allow me to have scissors and do the things that I do all day. So, and I'm claustrophobic, and a very tiny little area is probably going to drive me insane very quickly. So I don't rubberneck when the cops show up. I skedaddle. I play skedaddle. I am, nope, bye-bye.
I rubberneck because I want to make sure everyone's okay and I don't need to try to help or watch kids or anything like that. That's my main concern.
Listen, they're the professionals. They're the professionals. We have a business, and I had to get a business partner so that he could deal with law enforcement, because I turn into a bumbling idiot and they automatically think there's something wrong with me. Because I suddenly can't speak. I lose my.
Some people get nervous, and that's the way it comes off. And they'll say, "Oh, that's suspicious." No, it's not suspicious. It's just some people's reactions. Like, you have you have a gun, and you have everyone's life in your hands, right? Like,
you know, like some people get white coat syndrome when they see the doctor, and they're like,
"Yes."
Nope.
Or the
mine
dentist.
is badge syndrome. When I see that badge and the gun on the hip, I'm like, ooh, I want nothing to do with you. Nothing.
Yeah, goodbye.
I will run the other way. Bye. Look like Speedy Gonzalez.
Goodbye. Actually, funny you say that, Phil, because yesterday I butt dialed my best friend Laura 3 times in a row without even ever realizing it. The last time she picked up, it was like apparently screaming, and I never knew until she got here. And was like, dude, you just butt dialed me 3 times. And I was yelling through the phone the 3rd time because I picked up and you didn't even hear me. Like, so yeah, I actually do, because I've done it numerous times and not ever even damn realized it.
How about this? How about you're sending a text message or you're scrolling through to check it, and as you slide that up your thumb because you've been drinking, and they all were openly admitting to having a few drinks, you get very uncoordinated, and hey,
accidentally hit the button. Yep.
I absolutely believe that you can butt dial it, you can hit the end button, and
Dude, I have literally, and almost every person in my Facebook group chat, we have literally, and I mean camera, like it's like FaceTime we do, like, right? And almost all of us have quote unquote butt dialed in some way, shape, or form, whether it's in your back pocket, because butt dial doesn't have to actually be your butt, people. Let's just put that out there, okay? It can be you threw it in your purse, you put it in your pocket when it wasn't fully locked, like it doesn't like your jacket. I put it in my boob. So if you want to call it boob dialing, go ahead, because I put my phone in my boob often. A lot of women do that. It's not just me. But I have literally group chatted the group chat with video chat and not realized it. And so have they. So like, yeah, it's not out of the realm of possibility at all. I've done it so many times, I can't even damn count. Like,
yep.
You never know, Phil. You know what I mean? Like, you can't count it out as something that didn't happen, because I wasn't there, you weren't there, we don't know. But I've done it numerous times in a row and not ever even realized it was someone screaming. Like,
did we actually get to see the paperwork that supported that it was like back to back to back to back? And honestly, how hard is it? I've done that before where I've sent the call, and then for whatever reason, my thumb gets its own little mind, and I hit that button again. And then I'm like, fuck, and no, I need to make that call. So then I'll hit it a 3rd time. Well, there's 3 right there.
Yep.
So say you do that twice. that one,
yeah.
and you don't have to agree. I just can't see how making calls to somebody, they've known each other a long time. What if John had been open about, we've heard innuendo about issues in their relationship, and John maybe going to be walking away from it, or putting it to end or whatever. And how do we know that Jen wasn't somebody that John opened up to? They'd been friends for a good number of years.
Yeah. Also, just like Jersey said, I've done that while driving with your phone in between your legs and not realized it. One time I called my mother 5 times and never even realized it. 5 goddamn times. My mother was like, is there an emergency? What happened? And I didn't even know until I got out of the car, because I had it on Do Not Disturb. I totally forgot about it. I turned it on that at night and I totally forgot it was on that. And so I didn't hear her calling me back. So I literally dialed her 5 times in a row in my crotch and somehow still hung it up and had no frigging idea whatsoever while driving. Because I'm obviously not going to look down at my phone at that point. Also, I have a real bad habit of putting it in my back pocket when I'm at softball games. And I've done that. I can't even count how many times I've done that from my back pocket while at softball games. Yeah, see, locked phone. Yeah, my daughter used to do that when she was little. She used to call people on Facebook, FaceTime, the camera one when she was little, not knowing how. She would just boop, and I'd be like, "Who the hell are you calling, dude?"
I can't see and I can't see what that one little thing indicates. That they ended John's life. There's that, number one. Number two, I have been the drunk passenger in the front seat of the car and with 2 friends in the back. And the minute I get in, the last thing I'm doing is looking out the window because I'm drunk. And the more you look out a window when it's moving, you're more apt to get the spins. So immediately what you're going to do is you're going to turn inward and you're going to start clucking with the girls and talking trash about the bitches that were just sitting in there. Or that fucking Karen bitch, she didn't even have the balls to show up. Now we don't even know where John is. Now I'm worried.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Sorry,
no, me. I'm like, where's Wendy's? Someone Google where is the closest Wendy's. I'm gonna need some chicken nuggets. That's. And I'll explain to you. Phil, have you ever seen the house? Have you ever been to 34 Fairview? Have you ever visited that address to look at the yard? Because I will tell you how you couldn't see it. There is no light in that corner at night. It is completely pitch black. It is over in an area where there are bushes, a flagpole, there's a fire hydrant, an open electrical box, and then there are trees. And it's mulched in that area. It is extremely dark. You would not see him if you were not looking, especially while it's snowing. Right. He easily could have been missed in that area because it sort of pivots down and it's in a mulch bed.
Right. We've seen it. Phil, why did he say that Colin left that house twice before? Because he did leave the house twice before.
He did leave.
Because he was there and then he left.
So I'm going to explain to you that people keep pointing out Ellie McCabe said before John was there. Yes, because John and Karen showed up at the house. We know this. This is something we know. Okay. They pulled up at the house. The car was seen. They were there, right? What she meant was, I picked up Colin before Karen and John ever arrived there. She didn't say, oh, well, before they were in the house. No, before they got there, before they ever arrived at Fairview. That's not being disputed. They did arrive at Fairview. That's not being disputed, not even by the defense, that she was right there in front of Fairview. They did arrive there. John just never went in the house. Explain to me how his phone didn't move from 12:31 and from the spot he was hit. That phone never moved until the cops got it, and they got there. Kerry Roberts and all of them got there around 6. So John's phone, while Karen's phone was right there, stopped moving permanently at 12:31. Never went into the house. The phone's GPS hovers over the house for a total of 3 seconds. So if you're going to tell me that he got beaten, bit by a dog, and brought down to the basement and thrown out in the lawn within 3 seconds, then, that's not, obviously, as we know, that's not physically possible. The GPS for the phone goes over the house for 3 seconds and goes back to right where it never left where he was after 12:31 until they found him at 6 a.m. It was pitch black. It was snowing. You would have never seen him. You would have never seen him if you were not looking. You would have never seen. He was also wearing darker clothing. He was wearing jeans, and his hoodie was like a dark blue color. You're not
Right,
looking for
Mr.
something.
Riley,
You're not
whenever you're
looking for it.
ready.
You're not going to see it. It's not simple. Oh, we're back.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So if I could take you back just for a moment, I apologize for this, but just for a moment
You're
back to
this
when
completely different kid with nothing to do with them.
you first.
They weren't looking. They were not looking.
Mr.
They were looking at a
where
car
Mr.
out on the
O'Keefe
road.
is on the grass.
It's not on the grass.
And at any point in time when you observed him, what, if any, observations did you make as far as how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed at that time?
Was he dressed?
Yes.
He had jeans on. I couldn't really tell because he was covered in snow, but I know that I think he had 2 layers on because when the defendant lifted his shirt.
Do you recall if any one of those layers was like a winter jacket or any kind of heavy coat or anything like that?
No,
I'm sorry, no, you don't recall, or no?
no, it was not a coat.
Now, take you back to when you were in front of the house and Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, and at some point in time that ambulance leaves, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know where the ambulance was going?
Good Samaritan Hospital.
And following that, you mentioned that Ms. McCabe went inside the house, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that caused her to go inside the house?
No, I'll allow that. Not what anyone said.
I think she was going to wake her sister.
And after that, was there anybody else that beyond sort of first responders or police officers, things that, any other sort of civilian people show up that you recall?
Matt showed up at some point, Jen's husband, Matt.
And that was before you left, is that correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, you had, we'll get to this more in a moment, but you had left from the house once, come back, and then left again?
Yes.
And when her husband, Matt McCabe, showed up, which of those times was that, if you recall?
I think he was there when I left the first time.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I just said, I said, I'm going to get the O'Keefes. He said, do you want me to come with you? And I said, no. So he went in the house.
And when you left, who, if anyone, initially when you left, who, if anyone, left with you?
I left with Karen Reed.
And as you're leaving in your car, you're driving, is that correct?
Yes.
Where is Miss Reed in the car at that point?
Say it again?
Where was Miss Reed in your car at that point?
In the passenger seat.
And as you were leaving, what, if anything, was it you were doing or talking about, or what was going on when you left that first?
As we were leaving, she was saying to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You need to take care of these kids.
And how did you respond?
He's not going to die. No one's doing anything of that nature. Or something of that nature, I said.
And as far as you're driving away, Chapman, and you're facing towards Cedar Crest, is that right?
Yes.
And so when you left, are you following in that sort of same direction towards Cedar Crest?
I took a right onto Cedar Crest.
And then where did you go from there?
And then I got to Dedham Street and I went to take a right. And then Officer Good let me go to pick up the O'Keefes to take them. I had to give him my phone number so that he could get in touch with me if he needed to. So he did call and he said, do you have Miss Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, please bring her back. Her parents have called in a suicide. They said she's saying she's suicidal, so they want her to be sectioned.
And so coming back to that in a moment, but before you had left the scene, you hadn't talked to any police officers or anything at that time, correct?
No, other than my name and phone number, but no.
So you gave them your information and then said, I have to go pick up the O'Keefes.
Yes.
So you get that call from Officer Good, and then you come back to the house, is that right?
Yes.
And during any of that time, you recall the defendants, I know you had mentioned she spoke to Aaron O'Keefe. Was there anybody else that the defendant spoke to or talked to while you were with her in the car?
She spoke to her mother. And then I ended up taking the phone and speaking to her mother, and I gave her my phone number and I said, I'm going to go to the hospital. She said, please make sure she does not have her purse. She has medication in her purse I don't want her to take.
And then when you arrived back at the scene, what happened then?
She just got out of the car and walked to the ambulance.
And who, if anyone, did she walk, and by she, you mean the defendant?
I'm sorry, yes.
And who, if anyone, did the defendant walk from your car to the ambulance with?
She just walked, I think she just walked by herself. I had her phone because I had been talking to her mother. So then one of the first responders came over and said, do you have her phone? And I said, yes. Her mother said, make sure she does not have her purse.
And then following that conversation with one of the first responders, where did you go from there?
I went to go pick up the O'Keefes.
And as far as your drive from Canton, you went to where do the O'Keefes live?
Braintree.
So your drive from Canton to Braintree and then subsequently from Braintree to Brockton, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the driving conditions at that point?
I was actually on the phone with Katie Camerano and I spun out, did a complete spun a couple times on 93, right near the Braintree exit. So that when I got to the O'Keefes, that we went back roads to Brockton because I didn't want to go on the highway.
And as far as the O'Keefes, as far as in your car from Braintree to Brockton, that was both John's mother and father?
Correct.
And at some point you get to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, correct?
Correct.
And you know about what time it was that you got there?
I don't know.
When you arrived, where is it that you and the O'Keefes sort of go within the hospital?
Paul had John's brother Paul had already arrived. And then we all walked in. We were in the waiting area. John's cousin actually works on the switchboard. We had been talking to her on the way in because with COVID restrictions, we didn't know if we were going to be able to get in or, so she had come out from the switchboard, her office, because she knew there had been an accident. So she came out to greet her family. And then I asked her to take me to the bathroom to clean up and to the chapel.
And why was it that you had to go clean up?
Say it again?
Why was it that you had to go clean up?
Because I had blood on my hands.
Now, Ms. Roberts, you mentioned that during part of the drive from Canton to Braintree, you spoke to Ms. Camerano, correct?
Yes.
And during either that drive or the subsequent drive from Braintree to Brockton, who, if anyone else, did you speak to over the phone?
Karen called me repeatedly from the ambulance asking if I was going to come to the hospital. And she called when the O'Keefes were in the car and said she dropped him off at a party. And Mrs. O'Keefe said, you just left him. And Mr. O'Keefe said, leave her alone. She's been through enough. She called a few times while we were on the ride. And then she called a lot when we were at the hospital asking if I knew anything, if he was dead, is he dead? She would hang up and then call back, hang up and then call back.
And if you know about how many times it was?
At least 10.
And that same sort of phraseology that she was using on scene as far as this dead, she repeated that in the phone calls at the hospital.
Yes.
Now, once you arrive at the hospital and you're able to clean up a little bit, where did you go from there? What happened?
I went to the chapel and I said a prayer. And then I went in and talked to John's cousin, and she said that Dr. Rice was going to ask to meet with the family and that they would be told how John was doing and that they would bring John's family back to see John. So when I came out, they were being called in by Dr. Rice, and I sat in the waiting area.
And after some period of time sitting in the waiting area, what happened?
Mrs. O'Keefe came out and told me John was gone. And then she asked if I wanted to see him. So I did, because I figured it would be better than when I last saw him. Maybe he was cleaned up, but it was not, it was worse.
Sorry, ma'am, but as far as say that it was worse, happened to a room where John was, is that right?
Yes.
And what did you see?
He was in a neck brace and both eyes were huge. Whereas when I found him, it was only one, but they were like black, almost like filled with, I don't know, blood or fluid. They were huge.
Beyond what you observed in his eyes, what, if anything else, did you see on John's body as you were?
He had scratches on his arm,
Do you recall which arm it was?
his right arm.
Do you recall where on his arm?
Like here.
Trying to assess where it reflected the witnesses pointing to her forearm.
Yes.
Following that, as far as going in to see John, what happened then?
We came back out to the waiting area. Mrs. O'Keefe wanted to get his necklace off, but I couldn't get it. So her and Paul went back in to get the necklace off. And Karen had called me at some point from the hospital and said, my father's going to be coming. Can you just keep a lookout for him? So I said, so when Mr. Reed, her father, walked in, Mr. O'Keefe recognized him and he said, that's Karen's father. So I went over and I said, Mr. Reed, Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you. And then I just stood there. I didn't know what to do.
And at some point, did you leave from the hospital?
I did. I took Mr. O'Keefe in my car and Paul took Mrs. O'Keefe in his.
And where did the two vehicles, where did you?
I dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house and then I went home.
And without getting into too much detail as far as the road conditions that you described earlier, how were they?
It was absolutely horrible. I told Mr. O'Keefe, if you see a front door in your vision, we are about to hit a house because I can't see where we're going. And my windshield wiper broke.
Now, so you dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house on Meadows, is that right?
Yes,
And Ms. Reed's vehicle, was that still there at that point?
I think so. I don't recall, but I think so.
And then you went home, is that correct?
Yes.
Later on that day or that afternoon, if anyone came to your house to speak to you in regard to what?
There were two officers, but I don't remember their names.
And do you recall which department they were from?
The state police.
As far as the officers that came to your house and spoke to you, you don't recall their names, is that correct?
I don't.
You recall if either one of them was a Trooper Proctor?
It was not.
And where in your house did you speak to them?
In the dining room.
And did they speak to anybody else at your house at that time?
My husband.
And as far as when they spoke to you and they spoke to your husband, where were you? Starting with yourself, do you know where your husband was when the troopers were speaking to you?
I don't know where he was, but he wasn't in the room with me.
And same as far as when the troopers were speaking with your husband, where were you?
I was not in the room.
Following that, did you have occasion to speak to any other troopers or members of the state police at any point in time afterward?
I've only spoken to Michael Proctor one time. It was from Jen's house.
And when was that, if you know?
I don't know, maybe a couple days later, because Jen and I were re-going over what everything had happened. Mrs. O'Keefe had advised us to make a timeline because she said this could be a while. You guys aren't going to remember something years from now. So sit down, write down what you remember. And I, at that point, said, well, when she first called, she said he was dead. And Jen said, I don't think you've told them that. So Michael Proctor called, or she was on the phone with him, or I don't even know. And I said, could I speak to him? So I told him so that somebody had it documented.
So as far as Trooper Proctor was concerned, that phone conversation, is that the only contact that you have with Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
And if you recall, was it February 1st or so that you met with some troopers at Ms. McCabe's house?
State Trooper who?
At some point, did you meet with troopers at Ms. McCabe's house?
Yes.
And if you know, was that on or around a couple days later, like February 1st or so?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I can't be sure.
Were either of those troopers that you met at Ms. McCabe's house, were either of those troopers Trooper Proctor?
No,
And do you recall where within Ms. McCabe's house you spoke to them?
in the living room.
And beyond yourself and the troopers that you spoke to, was there anybody else in the room with you when you spoke to them?
No,
At some point, either then or subsequent to then, was there any request made by any trooper from the state police in regard to your cell phone?
to my cell phone, yes.
And do you recall if it was that date or a later date?
It was not that day. I think it was the next day. It was within the next 2 days. They wanted to clone my phone.
And did they advise you of anything or give you any form that you had to fill out and execute prior to doing that?
Yes, I had to fill out a form.
And as far as your phone was concerned, were there any restrictions or anything that you gave to them as far as what they could look at or what they could clone or what they could do with your phone?
No,
And as far as how sort of that process works, as far as a cell phone extraction or anything, you know anything about that?
no.
And do you recall how long it was that you were without your phone at the time you handed it over to them to whenever you got it back?
Well, they took both of our phones at the same time, and we didn't get them back for like 7 or 8 hours.
And just to be clear, when you say both of our phones, you're referring to who else's?
Jen's phone and my phone.
Now, at some point or at any point, did you give any kind of interview or have any conversation with any officer from the Canton Police in regard to what happened that day?
No,
And are you familiar with a Canton officer named Michael Lang?
yes.
How do you know him?
My daughter and his daughter are friends.
So beyond your daughters being friends, is that someone that you know or that you socialize with or anything like that?
No, I mean, they've come over to my house, his wife and him, one time, but we don't hang out with them socially. His wife and I are friends.
Now, at some point around this date, around January 29th, let me ask you, turning to the next day of January 30th, do you recall what you did that day?
We went over to the O'Keefe's house, my daughter, Jen, and Jen's daughter, and myself.
And following that, do you recall where you went?
My daughter wanted to get dropped off to her friend's house at Mike Link's.
And so after leaving the O'Keefe's house, is it still the same as far as yourself, your daughter, Ms. McCabe, and her daughter?
Her daughter stayed at the O'Keefe's.
And as far as Ms. McCabe was concerned, was it after dropping your daughter off, did you go anywhere with Ms. McCabe after that?
I just stopped at Mike Lank's house, I think, and then we went home.
And so when you got to your daughter's friend's house, who, if anyone, did you speak with?
Mike's wife came out to the car to see how I was and how the O'Keefes were, and so she talked to us for a little, just asking how everyone was.
And if you know, ma'am, do you know about how long that conversation was?
I mean, I'm a talker, so it's probably a while. I'd say at least 45 minutes.
Was that a conversation like through the window, or did she get in the car? Or, you know?
I think she got in the car. She was in the back seat because it was freezing.
From that conversation, do you recall anything beyond sort of how people were doing or anything? Did you discuss anything about sort of what you had seen or what you had heard the day before on the 29th?
I don't recall. It was just a regular conversation. Well, not regular.
Sam Adams Summer Ale, perfect for summer.
Oh, yeah. It's Sam season!
After you left from the Lang's house, where did you go? Where did you and Miss McCabe go?
I don't know. I'm assuming home.
May I have a moment, Karen?
Yes.
Thank God she lost that ugly dress.
Darren, may we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Yeah, I was not a fan of that dress. We're approaching evil list here. Yeah, that would be a good one.
I'm such an adult. I just made myself a fried egg, 2 waffles, and 2 pieces of sausage. I'm so proud of myself.
Ooh, girl, that sounds really freaking good. I'm not even gonna lie.
I haven't made breakfast for myself in probably 5 years.
I make it for everybody else, but myself, I like to go out to breakfast. I haven't been able to do that in a very, very long time, but I love breakfast. Love breakfast. And it's funny thing is I probably didn't ever eat breakfast like that until I was maybe 30. I'm 37 now, so like probably only 7 years ago I started doing breakfast.
I just love breakfast food.
And I will be like later on, you guys, I'm going to be talking about one of the upcoming witnesses later on tonight. Who's in the next 2 or 3 people coming up and the interesting sort of story behind that. Tonight, also that little ticker at the bottom there, that purple one, has my Cash App and Venmo information on how you can, donate to the channel. It's always free and it's always welcome and appreciated.
Sorry, Darren, one moment.
Fear thy neighbor. That's a good one too.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Little?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Oh, thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Ms. Laura Sullivan to the stand.
And Mr. Lally, I'd like you to tell me when you want me to give that instruction.
I think it's...
So just wave it for me, flag it for me.
Sure.
John's mother does. John's mother has the kids.
Are his parents divorced?
I don't think so. I think his
Well,
parents are
because of
still.
the way they spoke that they got them from different locations.
Oh, maybe they are then. I'm not sure. Nope, they're getting ready to do that, I think, right now. Wait,
No,
no?
they called a new witness. This is a whole new witness.
They didn't do cross on Kerry?
The evidence you give the court during the case down here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Oh, damn. Is this Marietta Sullivan, the one I was going to talk about tonight?
It's Sullivan.
Marietta Sullivan. Yeah, she's the one who
All right, Mr.
Karen
Lally,
thought
whenever you're ready.
Karen thought she was making out with John when they got out of the
Good
elevator.
afternoon.
So Karen
Good afternoon.
screamed at her, and
Would you, please
that's
state
where the
your
fight
name and
started
spell
in
your last
Aruba.
Laura Sullivan, Sullivan.
And where do you live?
Pembroke, Massachusetts.
Maybe that's the
And,
daughter
how
of
long
Marietta
have you
Sullivan.
Almost 6 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Pembroke with?
I live with my boyfriend and our 3 children. 2 stepchildren that are with us half the time, and then my son, Ben.
And your son, how old is he?
He's 10.
I'm sorry.
10. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. And your stepchildren, how old are they?
15 and 13.
Now, do you work now?
I do.
What do you do?
I work in human resources.
How long have you been doing it?
Just over 6 years.
And if I could turn your attention to New Year's Eve of 2021 into New Year's Day.
Here we go, Aruba.
Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where you were?
I was in Aruba.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of how often, was that a regular trip that you did around that time of year?
Yeah. We've been doing a trip like around that time for, I'd say, 5 or 6 years. This will be our 6th year, I believe.
And over the course of those 5 or 6 years that you've done that, when you say sort of we, how did that start and how was that expanded, if at all?
So we've been going, Josh and I have been going to Aruba for years. In 2021, post-COVID, we decided to bring our children. We had never gone with them before. And since it was post-COVID, a lot of people were kind of stir crazy. And a group of our friends jumped on board. And so we went from just the 5 of us going to approximately 60 people.
And as far as yourself and or the other people, how, was this all at one sort of facility or how were the bookings?
So we all stayed at the Renaissance, which is in downtown, and we buy timeshares. So it was a timeshare resort where we would purchase weeks that people owned. And so if they weren't going for that year, we would buy a week. So we were able to get, I think it was something, close to 20 rooms for all of us to go for the same week.
And as far as the planning in regard to that year in particular, when did that planning process sort of begin?
It starts approximately a year in advance because the rooms go on sale almost immediately because people want to get rid of them. So I would say it was probably around January of 2021 that we booked our room for that year.
And once you had booked your room, as far as the family and friends group that you were talking about, how was that sort of put out to them, like through what means?
We would, I would post on Facebook, more rooms are available for Aruba if anybody was interested in going. So the timeshare owners would reach out to me directly. Is there anybody else who would want to go? And we would look for any interested, either friends or what have you, to join our trip.
And so at some point in time over the summer of 2021, say July or August or so, was there someone a friend of yours that reached out in regard to joining, possibly coming on the trip?
Yeah, I received a text message from John O'Keefe interested in learning more information about our trip.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of, how did you know John?
I met John in May of 2013. I met him at a bar in South Boston he was with Pat Rogers at the time. Post meeting John, I started dating Pat, and my son's father is Pat Rogers. And
stop you there just a moment. So as far as John O'Keefe and your son's father, Pat Rogers, did you know or did you come to know sort of what they did for a living?
Yeah, they were both Boston police officers.
And did you know sort of what the relationship was beyond co-workers of Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Rogers?
Yeah. They were best friends.
So at some point following that meeting in 2013, you began to date Mr. Rogers, is that right?
Correct.
And what happened?
So in July of 2013, I became pregnant. And in November of 2013, Pat committed suicide.
And
that's awful. Oh my God.
Okay.
Yeah.
Following that, how would you describe sort of the relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, or how did it evolve?
So in November of 2013, I was on a work trip and I had not had the best conversation with Pat. It was kind of, it just didn't feel right. And I called John and said, you need to go find him. I can't get a hold of him. He won't answer his phone. And so John left his nephew's birthday party and called a bunch of people on the way. And ultimately, Pat was found in the basement of his house. And John was there immediately following, but he was the one that found people to go find Pat. Immediately following that, John never really left my side, as a support system.
And at some point following that, you had your son.
Yeah.
And before or after that, at some point, did you have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to your son?
It was his birthday, December of 2013, and we went to the Playwright, which is where we had all met. And I gave him a card and I asked him to be Ben's godfather, and he said yes.
And in relation to your son, was Mr. O'Keefe, was John involved in your son's life?
Yes, very much so.
And how so?
He was every birthday, Christmas. He was always in contact. He was the first person in my delivery room after I gave birth. He was a constant. He was a connection to Pat, and always making sure that Ben was taken care of in the sense of being there to tell stories or what have you from his relationship with Pat.
And through sort of his relationship with you and your son, Mr. O'Keefe also become familiar with your family as well?
Yeah. Yep.
And in regard to your family, was there some kind of term or how would they refer to Mr. O'Keefe?
The Godfather. He was called the Godfather to almost everybody.
Now, ma'am, if I can turn your attention back to that summer of 2021, you received a text from Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And
So I'm sorry, you do have to say yes or no.
Oh, sorry, yes.
after you received that text, did you reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I gave him a call because I was excited. I was immediately excited. I gave him a call, explained to him that we had a group of rooms. We were going with, I don't even know the number at that time that had, signed up to go, but it was a lot of kids. It was all of our friends, and that they would have a great time.
And from that, did he give you any sense or say anything about who from was it just himself or like who was coming along?
He had mentioned that it would be the kids, and he said Karen would be joining him as well.
And at that point, at some point subsequent to that, you knew him to be referring to Karen, correct?
Yes.
At that point, had you met Karen Reed? Did you know who that was?
I had not. I knew that they were dating, but I had never met Karen, no.
And in addition to himself, it would have been Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, the defendant, and his niece and nephew, Patrick Taylor.
Correct, yes.
And if you know, in relation to your son, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nephew, Patrick, where are they in relation as far as ages?
They're like three years apart. 3 years apart.
Now, when you have that phone conversation with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, interest does he show as far as going?
After, asking a couple questions, I could hear Karen in the background, and he put Karen on the phone, and that was the first time I had spoken to her. he basically said, just talk to her so you can answer her questions.
Do you recall what kind of questions they were or what it was about?
She was interested in the room setup, how many people could sleep in a room, and how the room is set up. You have a king size bedroom, and then there's a kitchen area, and then there's a living room that has a pull-out couch. And I explained that it's a 4-person occupancy room, and you could get a roll-away bed as well.
And following that conversation, when was the next time, if at all, that you had any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed in regard to the Aruba?
So during that conversation, Karen mentioned that she needed her own bathroom and she needed her own space and that she wanted 2 rooms. And so I put them in contact with a woman that I knew had 2 rooms for them to, figure that piece out. I don't handle any of that. I put people in contact with whoever owns the rooms. I put them in contact with the woman who had the 2 rooms, and I know that they had, paid her relatively quickly. I mentioned to John that the rooms, I couldn't promise that the rooms would be next to each other, and they weren't. They were on opposite sides of the hotel, but they got 2 rooms.
And when you say opposite sides of the hotel, where sort of where those rooms were in relation to each other and who stayed in which room?
So the pool and lobby is in the center, and then the hotel comes like this, and there are pool walkout rooms on the first floor of each. And Karen and John were on this side, and the kids were on this side, and they both had walkout rooms.
And as far as sort of front door to front door, do you know about how far away they were from each other?
I would say, steps wise, maybe 200. But the hotel is it's small enough, but it was separated by a lobby, the front entrance, the outside entrance.
Now, with regard to your arrival, when was it that you arrived in Aruba?
So the timeshare rooms run Friday to Friday. So we were booked for the 31st through the 7th. Josh's birthday is December 30th. So we went down as a family a day early, and we had friends who were already down there since Christmas. John's timeshare room woman reached out and said, "Hey, we're leaving early if you want to arrive early." So him, Karen, and the kids actually came down on the 30th as well. They were on the flight following us. And then the rest of the 60-ish people, however many were there, showed up on the 31st.
And so from that first day that you arrived there, as far as when you got there on the 30th, when was the first time that you saw John, or when was the first time that you saw anyone from that?
It was, we were at the pool, so it was not long after they had landed. He texted me and said, "We're here." And Ben and I jumped out of the pool and went to the lobby to see him. And then on the way back from the lobby, I saw somebody banging on the window on the left-hand side of the rooms, and I didn't know who it was. And then I saw Kaylee, and I was like, "Oh, well, that must be Karen."
And again, was this the first time that you had seen Karen face to face or met Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes, as far as Ms. Reed is concerned, do you see you're in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's right there.
Just has a record reflect identification of the identified.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, after you see this person bang on the window and you recognize Kaylee, what happened?
She came out, she gave me a big hug, said, "It's nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I recognized you from pictures."
And following along from there, what happened then as far as the day was concerned?
So as I mentioned, it was Josh's birthday. We had already made plans to go out for dinner. Our friends who had been there since Christmas have a 17-year-old daughter who watched our children so we could go out for dinner. I mentioned it to John. I said, we'll just add you to the reservation. You can join us for dinner. The kids can stay with Chloe. And they said, absolutely. So we all went out for dinner that evening to Screaming Eagle.
And Screaming Eagle, where is that in relation to the hotel, the rents?
It's probably about a 15-ish minute cab ride.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the dinner or how it went?
So we were sitting outside on the patio. It was Karen, myself, our friend Laura. Across from Laura was her husband, Dave. Josh was in front of me, and John was in front of Karen.
And what, if anything, specifically you recall about dinner or sort of what happened at dinner?
So we, the waiter came over. He started taking drink orders. Karen placed her order. I placed mine. Laura placed hers. Dave placed his, and then Josh ordered a dirty martini with blue cheese stuffed olives.
Objection.
I'll allow it. I don't know where it's going, and you can move to strike unless you wanted to see me, Mr. Unity. Okay.
I think this is to point to like what John would order. The pork on his shirt. I'm guessing. This is where I'm just guessing with this part. Or maybe it was to show they were drinking. I'm not sure.
Well, it's like a month later and
Yeah, and he's
gone.
dead. Yep. That's right.
I think this goes to show that he and Karen had a tumultuous relationship.
Yes. Yes. It was not healthy by any means, especially when she's screaming at someone just because they got out of the, elevator with him that they must be making out. Like, I mean, no sane person thinks that. Like, that's weird. Like, what the hell are you talking about, dude? Like, that's
Look at her.
You're being
Her breathing was rapid again. She's getting it back under control. She's got the RBF going on again, the resting bitch face. She knows that, look at her. Like, she's taking shallow breaths.
Because she knows where this is going. Yep.
Like, her breathing is
very
sped
uncomfortable.
up. Very
Yeah, she's very
uncomfortable.
She knows where the story is going. That's why.
Again, I do believe that this is going to show that Karen and John's relationship was maybe not all the rainbows and kittens. I also believe that isn't the niece and nephew coming up soon, and we've heard a couple of times it be said that Karen was like, I can't take care of those kids, can't take care of those kids. I mean, this is even the way she presented her, banging on some windows.
I just feel bad that those kids even have to be involved. That's sad. They've been through so much.
It does go to show that Bruinhell, that she is very insecure and jealous as a female.
Yeah. Yep. I don't think she did either understand that, that John was a father. Like, she doesn't really understand the parenting part of it. Like, right? I'm not breaking my coffee cup either. Somebody had to have done something very wrong for that to be broken.
So what this tells me is that they showed backstory as to why Karen may not like this woman. And that's because John stepped up once again for somebody else's child. Does that?
Yeah.
Are you like, that's what I'm taking as this. And I'm a childless female. I chose not to have kids, right?
Right. Yeah, but you
So-
still understand it. You got fur babies.
Well, I mean,
Hey, that didn't work for
I know.
me.
I mean, it
chose
was not
no
my
more
type.
kids either. And somebody dropped 2 off at my damn doorstep.
well, Kathy, if somebody dropped 2 off at my doorstep, I would be a mom for the first time at 48. I mean,
Well,
it's
guess
not like I
what?
would shirk my responsibility. I would deal with it.
I'm
But I
packing
just,
them up. I'm sending them there for the summer.
oh God,
Yeah.
they would love it.
Right.
We got softball Tuesdays and Thursdays, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We got arts and roller skating at the armory. Yeah.
Dude, you're kidding, dude.
So Ms. Sullivan, turning back to at the restaurant.
I'll tell you guys in a minute.
No, you
drinks
would
that are ordered,
believe
people
you
have-
would believe the summer programs they offer here.
And at the end of the evening, as far as the bill comes at some point, correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall about that?
Karen had paid the bill prior to us receiving it.
And what, if any, reaction did you or anyone have in regard?
The entire table was kind of taken aback, said it wasn't necessary, wanted to Venmo or give cash or something along those lines. And she declined, saying that she was honored to be there and wanted to pay for it.
Turning your attention to the following day, what, if anything, do you recall about the next day being, that would have been, I'm sorry, 31st, is that correct?
Yes.
So turning your attention to December 31st, 2021, what, if anything, do you recall about that day in specific regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
John was very vocal on the 30th on how he just wanted to sit in the pool and watch the Alabama game.
And he was a pretty big Alabama fan, is that correct?
Yes.
And so over the course of that day, what, if any, interaction did you have with either, starting with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, interaction did you have with him?
I saw him in the pool. I know he was sitting at the pool bar watching the game with Josh. I saw the kids. I recall seeing Karen. I don't remember if we spoke or not. But it was mostly in the pool because we were waiting for the rest of our friends to show up.
Now, amongst the rest of your friends that showed up, do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings do you have?
I have 2.
And brother or sister?
I have a younger brother and a younger sister.
And with reference to your younger sister, what's her name?
Marietta.
And how much younger than you is Marietta?
She's 10 years younger than me.
That's the one.
And was Marietta Sullivan, was she coming in on that day as well?
She was.
And do you recall about what time it was that she arrived or that she came to the hotel? When was the first time you saw her?
It's tough to remember, but I want to say everybody showed up on one of the first or second flights that came out of Boston. So I would say she was there by 1 p.m.
And if you recall, what, if any, plans were there as far as dinner was concerned on that evening in New Year's?
So what we tend to do is book reservations, and if people are interested in joining, they can join us. And that night we had approximately 40 people going to have dinner on the beach at Moomba Beach. Around, I want to say it was like 7 o'clock, we had our reservations for.
And did Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, join you for dinner that evening?
They did not, no.
Now, let me take a step back just for a moment. As far as Ms.
Karen
Reed
spent
was
all the
concerned,
food
prior
money the
to,
night before.
Your arrival in Aruba, did you have her phone number or did you have any way of contacting her?
No.
And when was it that you got Ms. Reed's phone number?
John had added her and I and Chloe to a group text the night that we had gone out for dinner to make sure that we could all communicate with Chloe to make sure the kids were okay.
So you got her phone number in relation to watching kids as far as Patrick Staley and your children and everybody?
Correct.
Now, if you recall, you go out to dinner, I think the reservation was about 7 or so. Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to the hotel?
I want to say it was around 9:30, 10 o'clock by the time my group got back. I know there was a couple different seatings. So We probably got back around like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
And as far as your group was concerned, your sister Marietta, was she within your
did
group that went out to dinner?
At
Yes.
Bentley.
Yep.
I think it was a
And,
part-time Zoom
beyond,
gig. She did.
Sort of, your younger sister Marietta, did you have other sort of immediate family with you on this trip as well?
My mother was with us as well.
And with regard to your sister Marietta and your mother, what, if anything, was there as far as where were each of them staying?
So they had their own room. I think it was a couple away from us on the 5th floor.
Is that the top floor as far as this hotel is concerned?
Yes.
Now, once you arrived back from dinner, where was it that you and your group went?
We go to the pool area. The kids can swim. We ring in the new year at the pool bar, watching it on the TVs, and then watching the fireworks.
Now, when you came back to the hotel and you went at some point to the pool area, your sister Marietta, do you know where she went?
She actually, when we got back from dinner, she went up to her room with my mom and essentially put my mom to bed. She didn't want to be up anymore. But she went to go change as well.
Now, when you came down to the pool area and or Ms. Reed was concerned, did you see them in that area?
I saw John, I want to say around 10:30-ish. I don't know the exact time. It was definitely before midnight.
And where in relation to the hotel did you see him at 10:30?
He was standing behind me at the pool bar.
And at some point does your sister come out to the pool area after putting your mother to bed?
Yeah, so right before I saw John at the pool bar, I saw my sister. She came out and she was visibly upset.
Your Honor, in regard, excuse me, to the instruction that you had requested about this, maybe.
All right, thank you. So jurors, you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by Ms. Reed. Be mindful that the defendant is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictments. The witness's testimony may not and indeed must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she has a propensity to commit the crimes with which she has been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, but you may consider the acts solely on the limited issue of the state of mind of the defendant and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed the act or acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe, as it may go to motive. And just for the records, my findings are the same that I made at sidebar previously. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thanks.
Karen's
With
been
regard
trying.
to, at some point, your sister comes out to the pool area where you were, is that right?
Correct.
Ooh, look at
And
that
you know where
she just gave.
At Olive Garden, our lasagna is made with layers upon layers baked to perfection. Pair that with our never-ending first course.
Olive Garden, when you're here, your family.
The Garfield movie, exclusively in theaters.
I'll allow that.
She was frustrated.
And at some point, did you have a conversation, without regard to what the conversation was, at some point, did you have a conversation with her about something that had just happened?
Yes.
Now, following that conversation with your sister, at some point subsequent to that, Mr. O'Keefe come back out to the pool.
After I spoke with her, yes, he came out to the pool area.
And you know about how long a period of time it was between the time that your sister came out to the pool area and Mr. O'Keefe came out?
I mean, I would say approximately 20 minutes, but I don't really know exact timing.
Now, when Mr. O'Keefe came back out, did you have any conversation with him?
I did.
And can you describe that conversation?
All right, is this the instruction that you were talking about instead of the other one? All right, so Jurors, I have another instruction for you. So you're about to hear evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. Is that accurate now, Mr. Lally?
Yes.
All right. These statements are being admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You're not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has a bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 28th or 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Okay, Mr. Lally.
This is subject to our objection.
Yes, yep.
So, Ms. Sullivan, if I could take you back again. So Mr. O'Keefe comes out, you have a conversation with him. Can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about?
I turned around and I was pretty shocked to see him. I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "Nothing." I said, "Did Etta and Karen have words?" And he said, "I don't know." And I said, "Well, that's not what Etta said." And I asked him if everything was okay. And at that time, his phone was lighting up, and it looked like calls and texts, and it said Karen on his phone.
After you make that observation, what did you say to John?
I asked him if he needed to take it, and he said, "Yes, she's crazy. I got to take care of this."
And was that the last time that you saw him on New Year's Eve?
It is.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, New Year's Day, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed at all on that day?
I did not. I saw the children, but we didn't see them that day. No.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, being January 2nd, what was sort of the plan as far as what was going on that?
Our hotel has a private island. The hotel we stay at has a private island, and we rented all 8 of the cabanas between the 60 of us that were there. And when the cabanas went on sale, I had reached out to John and asked him if he wanted me to get him one. And he said, sure. So I booked one for him, and he paid me for that cabana. So we all went out that morning. And it was probably around, 10 o'clock in the morning, and they weren't there yet. And so I sent him a text and I said, are you coming, or do you want me to sell this cabana? Because there was other, couples there, at least he could have made, the money back. And he asked me who was there. And I said, everybody. And I named off a couple names. I'm not really sure, but I said, everybody's here.
And when you said that, how did Mr. O'Keefe respond?
He said, apparently I made out with your sister the other night, according to Karen.
Now, is that the first time that you had heard that?
Yes.
So fair to say whatever you had heard from your sister on December 31st was not that?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Correct.
And what was your reaction when Mr. O'Keefe told you this?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was shocked. I immediately found my sister and said, did you make out with John?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you went to talk to your sister, who was it that your sister was with when you went to talk to her?
I don't recall who was standing near her. Maybe my mom. I don't know.
As far as your sister was concerned at that time, was she dating someone?
Yes.
The person that she was dating, was that person on the trip as well?
He was, yes.
And was that person that she was dating that was on the trip as well? Were they at the Cabanas on that day that you?
They were, yes.
Now, as far as you have some conversation in regard to your sister, and then at some point you go back and have further conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, I said I texted him back. I said, I just talked to Etta. She said, absolutely not. That did not happen.
Objection.
That's sustained. I'll strike that.
Now, At some point after that exchange, did Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed and or the kids come out to the Cabana area?
They did, yes.
And at any point, how would you describe sort of how Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was acting when they came out to the Cabana?
But Karen immediately went in the water. I just recall her being like floating in the ocean for a good chunk of the day. John was hopping around from the different cabanas talking to people. One of my favorite pictures of him is with my son from that day.
Did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe once he came out to the Cabana area?
No, we kind of just kept it light. We didn't really talk about anything that had happened. I was just kind of trying to stay out of it for now.
And following sort of the Cabana situation or the Cabana day, what happened then?
Suppose that day, I think I saw John one other time. I saw him in the pool. It was the one time that him and I were alone. He didn't seem like he was himself.
I'll allow it.
He seemed distant, and I asked him if he was okay. And he kind of just, shrugged it off. And I said, are you happy? And he kind of, just rolled his eyes and shrugged it off. I said, well, something along the lines of life is too short to not be happy. And he goes, well, Laura, it is what it is. And I did ask him if he wanted to talk about it. I said, do you want to talk about it? And he's like, not really.
So following that exchange in the pool area, when was the next time that you saw them?
I had spoken to him. We all went on the Jolly Pirate. We had all bought tickets in advance, so we had basically rented the whole boat for everybody to go. Had bought 4 tickets, and we had gotten a bus from our hotel. And he didn't show up for the bus and wasn't answering my calls or my texts. And then we finally got down to where the boat was. The boat was about to leave, and he messaged me. He's like, not going to make it. Kids slept late. And so I didn't think anything of it. Then after that, I saw him and Karen the night before they left. And they ended up leaving a day or two early so that the kids could get back to school.
And when you saw them, where was that in relation to?
Right outside the hotel is a marketplace that has a bunch of restaurants and arcade. I was sitting at the 5 o'clock somewhere bar that looks into the arcade with my best friend Val, and my friends Dave and Laura and Karen and John walked up.
What, if any, conversation did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant at that time?
Karen grabbed me and she said, hey, I'm sorry. I thought I saw something that I didn't, and I would like to pay for some of your sister's room.
And how did you respond to that?
I said, it's absolutely not necessary. Just an apology will do.
And did she persist in wanting to pay for the room?
She did.
And how so?
She just said, I will apologize, but something along the lines of, I want to pay for some of her room. Can I just have her room number? I don't remember if I gave her the room number or not. I don't really know.
And with regard to that trip, when was the next time, or when was the last time that you saw it?
So the day that they were leaving, I saw him by the pool. He came up, he gave me a big hug. He said, I love you. This was a great trip. Thank you so much. And I said, well, you're definitely in again for next year. And he said, absolutely. And that was the last time I physically saw him.
And so that conversation, just turning back for a moment, as far as with regards to Ms. Reed, what day that would have been, as far as in relation to when they were leaving, early January 32nd?
I want to say it was the 5th. I want to say it was January 5th.
Now, after Ruben, did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe after that?
I talked to him via text a couple times about a couple different things, but one of them was, as I mentioned, we start planning a year in advance. And I said, rooms are coming available. Are you in? And he said, let me recover from this trip first.
Now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to Saturday, January 29th, 2022. Recall that day?
I do.
And at some point that morning or during that day, did you get a call?
I did. I received a call from,
I'll hear that she received a call from someone.
I received a call from my aunt.
And what did you learn in the call from your aunt?
Objection.
I won't.
That John O'Keefe had passed away.
And after you hung up the phone with your aunt, what did you do with that?
I
Hear this subject is striking.
I called him. I called anybody's number that I had associated with the family. I ended up calling Kaylee. I texted Kaylee. I texted Karen.
And without any regard to what Kaylee said, did Kaylee respond to you via text?
She did.
And at some point, the defendant, Ms. Reed, respond to you as well?
She did.
Was that a phone call or a text, or how did she respond?
It was a text later that afternoon.
And do you recall what she said in the text?
She said, "Hi, Laura. John has passed." And I
recall what, if anything, you responded to that?
I said, "Oh my God, what happened?" And she said, "We found him in the snow at 5 a.m.
Find your next ride at Tasca Kia. Right now, lease a 2024 Seltos at just $2.
You know, kind of going into a tailspin, asking a bunch of questions. And she mentioned, she said, "I don't know. We were both at the same party. I didn't go in. I went home."
Yes.
That's where she got the idea of, oh, I dropped him off and I went home. And people started asking what happened.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Good afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
You were not present at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not present at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th of 2022.
It's not.
That's it. That's all I have.
Yet you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, visited you at your home all the way in Pembroke, Massachusetts on February 8th
Their state
of
troopers
2022
all over the state. Down
to interview you?
Sorry, guys, my kids just jumped on each other in the pool. Tried to kill each other.
Anything, Snow?
Just briefly, as far as Trooper Proctor coming to your house, was he alone, or who, if anyone else, was he with when he came in?
He was with another trooper,
Okay, and do you recall who that trooper was?
Trooper Fanning.
Nothing further on.
Your next witness, Mr. Ryan?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Miss Marietta Sullivan.
Counsel, I'll see you while we're waiting for this witness.
Here it is, folks. She's going to tell you what. We may not hear it. Oh, we'll probably hear it because it's only 3:15. But I got to put you guys on my phone in a second and go out to the bus stop. But I'll have you guys on the phone anyway while this is going on. But this is where you're going to hear about how Karen thought that John was making out with Marietta Sullivan in the elevator because they came out of the elevator together. God forbid you come out of an elevator. So she was clearly a very jealous person, accused John of multiple things with other women. And, you know, this is a theme with her. Then she talked about Aruba many, many times after this. This was something she held a grudge about for a long time. It was the entire month after it happened up until John died. This was something that was repeatedly gone over. Aruba, 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 Aruba. That she herself referenced. All the while she's kissing Higgins in the dead Johns. Like, it's, I mean, that's what gets me, is it's the accusing everybody else of it when you're doing it. I mean, you were kissing another ATF, like an ATF agent that John knew. That's called cheating. Why? Because you think he someone in Aruba? Like, that's, you know what I mean? Like, that's, so, I mean, she had texted, there's so many texts between her and Higgins. That's another thing that's going to come in, you know, all that. So,
Oh my God, my 6-year-old just did a head dive right into her in the pool. Oh my Lord.
listen, I wish I had a pool. It's 86 degrees here in Massachusetts today, and I gotta pee before I go out to the bus stop. So give me a second here.
I mean, he connected head for head. That's why he out downs. It was too late. He already took off. Oh my. To be so little and have no care in the world again. Other than what kind of popsicle you're going to eat.
Oh, I miss those days.
I'm telling you. They're good kids, though. I am lucky. They're good kids. They're gonna jump on each other and stuff, but I gotta be strict with the pool rules because an accident can happen at any time, and I'm just not. I've never had one, and I'm not gonna have one now. And he thinks he's a stunt guy, and he thinks he can do just about anything. And now he's whacking her head with a ball.
Got my fibromyalgia full force today. I am clearly in a flare, and my knees are killing me. My arms are killing me. Like,
well, come
I'm
on
not
here. The pool's nice and warm. You can sit right by the jet. It does wonders for them joints.
I'm telling you, dude. Like, I don't get them often, but when I get a flare, they can last anywhere from like a day to like 8 weeks. The longest one has ever lasted me, and now that I just got it today, like, I don't even want to know how long it's going to last because I am in some serious pain today.
Oh. Okay, well, we just lost half the water out of the pool because he just did another nosedive. I told him yesterday, I said, I'm going to take your piggy bank. You pay the water bill, you keep it up. So he went in and gave me his piggy bank, said, can I jump now? I said, oh my God. Jump away, kid. I don't want your piggy bank.
Right. I don't want your piggy bank. Jump, kid, jump. Jump.
But you know,
jump.
they did that at Christmas time. They gave me their money to buy more toys for Tots.
Oh. Unfortunately, some of the toys for my children.
Sullivan, please.
Does anybody think yet that Karen's going to end up taking the stand?
No, absolutely not.
No.
He'd be destroyed on cross-examination. No way. There's not a chance in hell.
I don't know, her ego.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
All right, I'm putting you guys on the phone so I can go to the bus stop.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. My name is Marietta Sullivan. Last name is Sullivan.
And where do you live?
Right now I live in Plymouth.
And how long have you lived there?
Since July of the past summer, so not even a year yet.
And do you work there?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a director at a memory care community.
How long have you been doing it?
Just over a year.
Now, Do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings do you
I have two,
have? Older, younger,
both older,
and brother, sister?
brother and sister,
And your sister, what is her?
Laura Sullivan.
And what is sort of the age difference between yourself and your sister?
We are 10 years apart.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's, specifically 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where it was that you were or where you were going for that time?
Yes, sir. We were going to Aruba for a family trip.
And is that sort of an annual family trip?
It has become since then. It was the first time I had attended.
And do you recall sort of the time frame on that trip as far as when you were leaving, when you were coming back?
Yeah. So we left on Friday the 31st and we returned the next week, Friday the 7th.
And when you say we, who is we?
My mother and I flew out together with another group of people to meet my sister and brother-in-law down in Aruba.
And at that time, so to meet them down there, had your sister Laura, had she flown down prior to you?
She had, yes.
And at that particular time, were you dating someone?
I was seeing somebody, yes.
And the person that you were seeing, was that person coming on the trip as well?
He was, yeah, the day after we got there.
So your sister arrives on the 30th, you arrive on the 31st, and the person you were seeing arrives on the 1st.
Yes.
Now, when you arrived there, do you know about how many people were on this trip?
I would say over 30, upwards of, yeah, I would say over 30 is the best estimate I could give you.
And as far as this trip was concerned, do you recall where you stayed?
Yep, we stayed at the Renaissance Aruba.
Is that someone that you stayed on this occasion as well as subsequent occasions?
Yes.
And on the 31st, when you and your mother arrived, do you recall about what time of day it was that you got there?
So our flight landed around 3:30-ish. I would say we weren't at the hotel much later than that.
And with regard to the hotel has a lobby area, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You describe to the jury sort of what does that layout look like? What does the lobby look like?
Sure. So right when you walk in the front doors, right in front of you is the check-in desks, 3 or 4 of them in front of you. To the left of you, when you come in, is a hallway to one side of the hotel. To the right of you is a bank of elevators that leads to another hallway that leads to the other first floor side of the hotel. You're in a big lobby, and then directly across from where the elevators are is the entrance to the pool area.
And when you arrive there at some point in time on the late afternoon of the 31st, you obviously check into your room.
Mm-hmm.
And then following that, where do you go?
So we checked into our room, and then happy hour was starting around 4:30. So we met everybody down at the pool for that time.
Is there a bar in that area of the pool?
Yes, pool bar.
And so when you get down to the pool bar area, who, if anyone specifically, did you see or did you run into?
So first ran into my sister, gave her a hug, the rest of the kids and my brother. As soon as I got into the pool, I ran into Johnny and a couple of our other friends that were sitting at the pool bar down there.
And with reference to who you referred to as Johnny, what's his last name?
John O'Keefe.
And that was someone that you knew at the time, is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you know this was?
He was a very, very dear family friend. He was very close to my sister, subsequently became very close to me and my family as a result. And he was my nephew's godfather.
And fair to say that you had known him for some substantial period of time?
Yeah, since Ben's father unfortunately passed away.
So at this point in time, when we're talking about turning from 2021 to 2022, how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
Oh man, probably about 8-9 years. It's as long as my nephew's been alive.
And when is it that you would see, or how often would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Family parties, any family party that we threw, kids' birthday parties, and my sister's Christmas party that she would throw every year.
And how would you describe sort of the nature of your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was similar to a big brother to me. He was somebody who was there for my sister during her darkest times. So I really respected him for that. But yeah, he was a big brother and a family friend.
Now, when you saw Mr. O'Keefe at the pool bar after you arrived there, what, if any, conversation did you have with him, or what, if anything, were the two of you doing around that?
So I went up to him in the pool. He had his Alabama hat on. He expressed to me that he was excited to watch the Alabama football game at the pool bar. Given the circumstances, we were in a beautiful tropical place, and he got to watch his favorite college team play football. And he said that's all he really wanted to do for the day, was be able to watch that game.
Now, at this point in time that you're talking to Mr. O'Keefe, were you aware of him dating anybody? Had you met anybody that he was dating at that time?
I had not met the person that he was dating. I had heard about her through family friends and other people that were on the trip.
So as far as the other sort of family events that you would see Mr. O'Keefe at, Ms. Reed or his girlfriend at that time wasn't there with him?
No.
So after the time that you spent at the pool bar that afternoon, do you recall what else you did that evening?
Yep. So most of us in the group had dinner reservations. I believe they were around 7 p.m. and we were all getting ready to leave the pool bar to get picked up around 6:30.
And as far as fairly large group that went out to dinner that night?
Yeah, most of us.
And was Mr. O'Keefe part of that group that went out to dinner?
He was not.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to or returned to the hotel?
Most of us got back a little after 9. Taxis were kind of crazy to get, so little after 9.
And when you got back to the hotel, where did you go?
I went upstairs to check on my mom. She had gone in a bank of taxis before me, so I went upstairs to make sure that she was up there and safe and in the room.
And so however long you spent up in the room with your mother, at some point you come back?
I did.
And when you came back down, by down, I mean, do you recall where you were staying in the hotel?
Yep, so we were on the 4th floor of the hotel, so I took the elevator up and then I took it back down to the lobby.
At that point in time when you're getting back from dinner, going up to the room and coming back down, were you aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and nephew were staying?
Yeah, I knew where they were staying, yes, room-wise, yep.
And where was that in relation to the lobby?
First floor.
So lobby's on the first floor, their rooms are on the first floor?
Yes.
So when the elevator gets down to the lobby level, you get out, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what if any?
So you have to say, okay.
You just have to answer yes.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. So the elevator gets sent down to the lobby, you walk out, who, if anyone, do you see when you come out?
So when the elevator opens up, the first person I saw was the attendant standing behind the desk. I didn't see anybody else in the lobby with me until I stepped out. When I stepped out, I looked to my left and I saw Johnny coming in through the first set of outside doors.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, was there any other sort of term that you would use to refer to him?
Johnny or Godfather.
Your Honor, I think this may be appropriate.
All right, so folks, I'm going to say again, that first instruction I gave you with the last witness, that you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by the defendant. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictment. So this witness's testimony may not and must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she may have a propensity to commit the crimes with which she's been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts that you'll hear about as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's been charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. And for the same findings that I made at sidebar. Yes.
So you walk out of the elevator, you're by yourself, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you see Mr. O'Keefe. Could you see where Mr. O'Keefe was in relation to the lobby or where he was coming from?
He was coming from the outside doors into the lobby,
Is that where the pool bar is located?
opposite side.
Opposite.
Yes,
And when you see him come in, who, if anyone, do you see with him initially?
nobody with him.
And what, if anything, was he doing, or how was he acting sort of when he came?
So he sort of stumbled in. I came out of the elevator and my initial response to him was, "Whoa, you okay?" I actually said, "Whoa, Godfather, are you okay?" But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
And did you go over to him at that point?
I did. I went up to him and I gave him a hug.
And what happened then?
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going.
Now, as far as the bank of rooms to the right, you indicated that you were familiar or aware of where Mr. O'Keefe was and where the children were. Is that correct?
I know they were on the first floor. I'm not 100% positive as to where exactly their rooms were.
And if you know, did you know whether or not that Mr. O'Keefe was staying in the same room as Patrick and Kaylee at that point?
I didn't know if they were staying in the same room or not, no.
So you point him in that direction, and what happened?
So I pointed in that direction. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar when I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
And when you stop in your tracks, what happened?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman. And he said, excuse me. He said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister."
And what happened then?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister," I said, "Hi, nice to meet you." That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," and walked away.
And just to be clear, when you say Miss Reed, this is someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
And the person you know to be Miss Reed, you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or what article of clothing that she's wearing?
Sure, she's in a black and white checkered blazer. She's 2 people in from you.
Just ask the record to reflect identification if anybody.
Yes.
Thank you. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the defendants beyond the yelling? What, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor or how she was acting at the time that this interaction was going on?
She was just very loud. She very, energetically screamed for me to go fuck myself. She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down. And after I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," I went out to the pool bar. So I didn't see much after that.
And could you hear anything as far as when you were walking out to the pool bar, as far as any other conversation?
Not after that first time, no.
You go back or you go out to the pool bar, and if anyone did you talk to?
Your camera's
I
on,
went
love.
straight up to my older sister, Laura, who was out to dinner with the couple the night before. And I said,
I'll allow this part.
I went up to her and I looked at her and I said, "John O'Keefe's girlfriend?" And she looked at me and said, "Karen?" And I said, "Yeah, you guys like her?" She said, "Yeah, she's okay." And I said, "Well, she sucks."
Now, following that, at any point in time later in that evening, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed later on that evening?
I did not see them, no.
And when was the next time that you did see?
I saw them briefly on the 2nd, which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
When you say you briefly saw them, about, can you describe?
So we had all rented the cabanas. Each family had one or they were sharing one. I was sharing one with my family down at the end. We got about halfway through the day and realized that their family cabana was still empty. So I saw them about halfway through the day when they did come to the cabana, and I briefly saw Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe at the pool, the island bar that same day, but there was no conversation.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at some point in time on that day of the cabanas, what, if any, conversation did you have with your sister regarding that?
So my
Objection.
I don't know what this is. I'll see, yeah, I'll see it sidebar quickly.
Sidebar.
Shade because it's fucking hot. This is crazy.
So this is doing exactly what I thought it was going to do. It's designed to talk about Karen's character. They're not allowed to use these actions to say that she's guilty, but it goes to show her character, showing her as possessive, jealous.
It can go to motive. It's allowed to be in for motive. So that's, you know, they're using it obviously as a motive. Like they must have argued again about Aruba before she hit him. Had it been something they had been arguing about basically consistently since it happened.
Jurors, please be mindful of that second instruction that I gave you regarding evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe for the limited purpose of establishing his state of mind. And I will fully give you this instruction again at the end of the case. So it's the same one that I already gave you. Go ahead,
Notice
Mr. Lally.
her scar is showing. Now her
with
part
regard
includes
to,
her head
the day
scar.
of the cabanas, did you have some conversation with your sister Laura in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
I did.
And what, if anything, did your sister Laura tell you she had learned from Mr. O'Keefe?
So my sister pulled me aside from everybody and asked if the night that I got into the altercation with Miss Reed in the lobby, if I was making out with Mr. O'Keefe.
How did you respond?
That I absolutely was not.
And when you say absolutely was not, beyond the fact that it didn't occur, why would that not occur?
He was,
I'll allow it.
he was family. He was my older brother. For all intents and purposes, it just never would have happened between us.
And you expressed that to your sister, is that correct?
I did, yes.
Now, as far as the remainder of the trip was concerned, starting with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if any, other interactions did you have with her?
None.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, further interactions did you have with him?
None. That was it.
And was that normal or as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned? Objection.
I'll allow it.
That, as far as I knew Johnny, that wasn't normal. He would always come up to us, up to our family, try to be around my nephew, his godchild. And he was always the life of the party and wanted to be around his family and his friends.
And following that trip in Aruba, did you see Mr. O'Keefe again?
I did not.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Fair to say that you were not at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th, correct?
Was not.
Yet Trooper Proctor drove all the way to Pembroke to interview you on February 8th of 2022. Did he not?
He did.
Nothing further.
Mr. Lally, anything?
Just very briefly. Ms. Sullivan, when Trooper Proctor came to the house in Pembroke, were you living there at that time?
I was.
And was he alone or was he with another trooper?
He was with another trooper.
And do you recall that trooper's name?
I don't.
Now, with regard to your conversation with Trooper Proctor and the other trooper that day, was it just you that he spoke to?
Just me.
Let me ask it a different one.
Okay.
As far as when the troopers came to your house on February 8th, are you the only person from your home that the troopers spoke to that day?
No.
Who, if anyone else, did they speak to in the home?
They spoke to my sister first.
And at any point, did they speak to your sister's boyfriend as well?
No.
And when they spoke to you, and when they spoke to you, where was your sister?
She was outside of the house. She went to go pick up my nephew.
And when they spoke to your sister, where were you?
I was downstairs in my room, which was in the basement.
And could you hear what they were talking about when they were talking to your sister?
I could not.
All right, Ms. Sullivan, you're all set.
Thank you.
All right, so jurors, we're actually finished with witnesses for today. We've finished everyone that we had hoped to finish for today. So we're done for the day. As you know, we're not in session tomorrow, but we will see you Friday, and Friday will be a full day. So please, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. Let us know. Just leave everything here, literally, figuratively. Clear your head. We'll see you Friday night. Thank you very much.
She's coming around. All right, jurors out, please. Jurors, we can get notes on the phone.
All rise.
No.
The court of YouTube has been dismissed.
I cannot believe the comments people are saying.
Right.
They're saying that Jen was the worst witness ever and just cinched the defense's case.
Oh, I can't. Yeah, but I mean, the defense stuck on that. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it in any way, shape, or form.
I don't understand
All
how
right,
people
so
think that
hopefully we will
she's.
start and finish that one witness on Friday anyway, but have a second witness here.
I'll have at least a couple other witnesses.
Okay, but it would be great if we could complete the testimony of that one witness for all sorts of reasons.
I will do my best. I'm hopeful. I am. I'm hopeful. I think we do.
Okay. Anything I need to look at or anything in particular for Friday?
Probably, but I can't think of it.
May we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Yeah, I can't believe people think that Jen McKay did such a horrible job that she proved the defense's case and that Karen's innocent. What testimony were they listening to?
Agreed. Agreed.
What were they listening to?
I have no idea. But I'm seeing those comments everywhere. She was a horrible witness. She helped the defense.
I mean, I don't know what they're arguing right now, but I'm interested to see if they come back with some sort of an answer about what they're arguing. Like, damn, what could they be arguing that's taking this long? Like, frig, man. I mean, I'm not going to have a ton of commentary for you guys when they wrap this up because I got to get back on here at like 7:30 tonight for you guys. So,
Okay.
Well, that's a perfect place to hop off for today then.
Yeah.
I'll see you.
Probably, yeah.
I'll see you around. Thanks for having me. Bye.
I don't see
Bye.
you tonight. I'll see you tomorrow.
Of course, of course. I'll wrap this up, everyone, because oh, bugs flying around, bees are flying around. But yeah,
No, it was a ladybug.
oh, it was a ladybug. Those are good luck. So yeah, so we're gonna wrap it up here. I gotta hop back on around 7:30 Eastern Standard Time ish. There'll be a a thing, a countdown thing on YouTube. So if you're gonna watch, it's gonna be on YouTube on that platform. So
Hey
we're
there,
gonna.
Community Trial Watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert. Google Incognito track users' browsing data without their
7:30.
knowledge. Yep. Well, Mass Tort Alliance, one of our legal sponsors, is actually helping users file for compensation due to issues surrounding Google users' privacy through their incognito browser. So if you've used Google Incognito anytime,